Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, which is Tyria, by the way. Did you know that? Hello there. We are back on Guild Wars Tyride, and
Mukluk,
that
hi,
is...
Mukluk,
hello.
hi, Mukluk, hi, Mukluk, hi.
Hi. Thank you. And we are back on Guild Wars Tyride, and the reason for that is that 4 hours ago, they did a stream on the Guild Wars 2 main channel that has got a preview of the upcoming elite specs coming to the game. That is the elementalist, the engineer, and the revenant. So, if you are wondering who ArenaNet loves most, now you know, because they saved those for last. But on the flip side of that joke, it does seem like they might have saved the best for last, just based on the previews I've seen so far. So, going to do my usual routine, pick up all this money that's sitting on the ground. I encourage you guys to do the same. And this will give time for people to come in because, you know, there's a lot of people still showing up. The viewer count is changing drastically every second right now. So in about 10 minutes, we will pull up the VOD from that stream and we will start watching that. And that'll probably be half our evening together, going over that and seeing what we think and doing it in a YouTube format for the people who get their news from my YouTube channel. So we will see how that goes. They did the best first, Antiquary. If I could delete a class. Let's see. By the way, finished yesterday's VOD. I'm so happy you like I read that as pediatrician. The pedestrian. Yes. The pedestrian was quite enjoyable. That final puzzle especially. That final puzzle was extremely memorable. First of ANET streams I missed, I mean Engie and Rev. Thanks, Bob. There's the stream. I suggest don't drink anything while they're showing off the Engie. Don't drink anything? You know, I've seen a lot of people who watched the video I put up on my YouTube channel today say that they spit out their drink. So, I guess what goes around comes around, or something. Save that delete for Amalgam. I mean, oh, that's the wrong button. We'll see how it goes.
Hello, this is your personal chatbot. You asked me yesterday how to clean a crime scene. Is this question still relevant?
I didn't ask my chatbot that. I googled that years ago. I have that knowledge now. No problem. Just need a bunch of lie. No problem. If they were to delete one, I would hope it's Razah. I don't really know what Razah does yet. I would say lore-wise, the Antiquary is just such a mucking mess. I hate it. And then, like, just because of it's all over the place. I have a skill called Shuffle, but I don't use any cards whatsoever. My icon is cards, but I don't use any cards whatsoever. An Antiquary is someone that wants to protect artifacts, but I take artifacts and break them over the enemy's head because I don't actually want to protect them or care about them. Also, I dig up stuff from around the world from my enemy's pocket, and I don't know how to steal anymore, so I hired a rat to do it for me. The whole thing is a mess. It needs a different coat of paint. It needs a different code of it. Like, the class can do exactly what it does now. You don't have to mechanically change literally anything. But make it like magical tarot cards or something, not this. It's like we've got a freaking Looney Tunes character in the world. Like, it's the kind of thing that when I'm talking to other people about the game, I'm going to hide that until they're hooked on the game. And then it's like too late. Now you're hooked here. It's like, it's baggage. You know? It's the kid I hide in the closet under the stairs when company comes over. I love when you rant. Oh, let's talk more about Antiquary then. You'll love me more. Anyway, so now Vindicator is the second most ridiculous thing in this game now. Many people love the spec though. People like Goofy. Well, then they can go play Toontown. This isn't the freaking game for that. Anyway, whatever. I mean, I'm certainly gonna try it out someday, and I'm sure it'll be silly, and it might even be fun, but it doesn't look like it belongs. It's like if the next spec... It's like if the next spec they added to the game was sci-fi. Yeah, they had like a Warhammer 40k Space Marine for the new engineer spec. Yeah, it'd be cool. It wouldn't make any damn sense. So it just doesn't make any sense.
For the Emperor!
Speaking of, Splinter would have been a better choice than Chris, just saying. Yeah. What's wrong with Vendi? If you've got the leg muscles to jump into space every 2 seconds, just kick the enemy, you'll blow his ribcage out. That's what's wrong with Vindicator. The multiverse has fully kicked in, bringing forth the legions. After watching Antiquary, can confirm the Asura were right. The Asura were right. They are missed warriors. They're missed idiots. At least Oak's frustration has mainly gone to Antiquary instead of Gale Shot. I mean, Gale Shot, to me, is a missed opportunity. Gale Shot looks like it's probably going to be a lot of fun. It also looks like it's just longbow with bigger numbers and extra flare. They could have just buffed longbow. Instead, they made it a whole elite spec, so now we have 3 bows, and we don't get a new way of playing the game. Every other class gets a new way of playing the game. Rangers don't. They just get a Bowie or bow. They just get David Bowie. That's it. So I'm disappointed in it. And I feel like I got the short end of the short straw, short end of the stick, whatever metaphor you want to use, because I feel like everyone else gets a new like method of gameplay in the new expansion, but Rangers don't. Like even Antiquary it's goofy. It's definitely a new way to play. But the Ranger, it just gets a better longbow. So I'm kind of disappointed by that. I know some people are going to like it, so I'm trying just to not focus on that and focus on other stuff, like hating on Antiquary. Triple bear bow. No one's going to run that. Short bow is Conduit, long bow is power, Gale Shot is power. We got Ritualist. Ritualist does look good. Gale Shot could have just been focused on speed freaks, to be honest. Plus, every single longbow ranger is going to have the same weapon skin. Doesn't matter if you made a legendary longbow, you have to use the Gale Shot longbow, the airbow. Spoiler alert: there are other classes who won't have a new way to play. Okay, based on the preview stuff I've seen so far, I don't feel that way. But yeah, that could be true. Monk, I need your thoughts on Troubadour. Looks interesting. I mean, it basically uses the shatter system like every other Mesmer, so it's going to be extremely similar gameplay style than all the other Mesmers, but if you've got a thing for music and you've been wanting to play a bard, they've, kind of got a way of doing that, so I know a lot of people are going to love it, like Lorenity. Moro says, Muck, we don't know for certain, but we know the expansion was delayed. It shows in the specs. Some were fully fleshed out, well designed. Others feel like they were mid being fleshed out when they got told to rush them out. So now we have specs that are all over the place and aren't concise, while others have amazing spec design and theming. I don't know that any of them feel rushed. There are specs that I disagree with, right? And that's okay. But there are specs that I don't agree with, but I don't know that I agree that they're rushed. Excited to see your reactions from the stream today. I'm also excited to see my reactions. I can't wait to see what I think. We did get Rit that can't use Rit gear. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Rit gear gives stats that the Ritualist won't use. That is kind of funny. Still not sure what's going on with Chrono though. They said that they were going to return Chrono to its class identity. Are y'all getting put back in jail? Like, what does that mean? What was its identity, if not what it is now? I have no idea. I don't know what's happening.
You must prove your strength to Ox by becoming the Ox.
I don't think they feel rushed. I think the creativity was at 1% or 1,000%, no time in between. Don't send me back to Chrono jail. Get back in the box. Evoker is alternate Tempest, just with hitting the F5 or whatever 3 to 4 times instead of hitting attunement twice. Honestly, there was one line that really stood out to me with Evoker, and I haven't seen today's stream yet, but from the blog post, they said that whatever elemental companion you have, the cooldown on that element will be reduced. If that is the case, that alone can completely change rotations for like every build for Ellie. That really, really stuck out with me. And I don't even know what else the class can do yet. Easy to respect the effort and disappointed with the result. Oh yeah, sure. Like, okay, you know, let me say something nice here. Gale Shot, the big airbow thing, it's beautiful. The art department did a great job. It's gorgeous. Honestly, I think it might be too intense on the graphics. Like, if you've got multiple Gale Shots next to you, it's going to be like standing next to someone with 14 infusions because it's so flashy. Like, it's an absolutely gorgeous weapon graphic, but I think it might be a little too much if there's a bunch of them in a group. But I do think that looks really good. I think the art department did a fantastic job. Let's see. Muck, that is a lie. What's a lie? I'm talking too fast. What did I lie about? The Airbow was already in the game, wasn't it? Doesn't Tengu, Hero Point, and Savari Starter Zone have it? I don't remember. It's been a long time since I did that Hero Point. But I wasn't just talking about the bow itself. I was talking more about, like, the graphics for, like, all of its abilities and stuff like that. We need a counter for how many times Muck expresses unlimited joy over Gale Shot. Yo, I wasn't even talking about Gale Shot. I was talking about the post today, and everyone's like, hey, Muck, you love Antiquary? So then I started talking about Antiquary, and they're like, no, dude, Gale Shot. So now we're talking about Gale Shot, and you're like, man, you never shuts up about Gale Shot. And it's just like, I can't win. Y'all like, talk about the thing, I talk about the thing, and then you're like, haha, he's talking about the thing again. What a freaking, I almost said a word. Anyway, moving on. Muck, go to therapy, please. I can't afford it, dude. This is America. The only therapy I can afford is wake up each day and just be like, it is what it is. Until the day I just explode. That's it. That's all the therapy I can afford. Muck, you're talking about things so much. Yeah, pretty soon I'll wrap back around to Souls-like. Therapy takes away from streaming. How are you today? Am I doing all right? Yeah, man, I'm great. I enjoyed some Warhammer gaming this morning. Played Rogue Trader. Did some YouTube work in the afternoon. Lots of people saw a video about me that was very embarrassing. Thanks, Noxxi. Then I played some Total War off stream. Really enjoying my time with the Undead Pirates, the Dead Coast. Very challenging faction. They're very fragile, but it's very fun to play them. Now I'm here, gonna watch the new previews. And then later, I'm going to try out Harry Potter. The game that our generation could not even successfully boycott and made it a bestseller. So we're going to see if we like it. I don't know. Speaking of Souls-like, did you see the news that the ladies Hades... Wait, I think you meant to say latest, but you said the ladies Hades. Yo, I mean, Hades is for the... I mean, it's equal opportunity, but have you seen what they're wearing? It is the ladies Hades. The Ladies Hades 2 patch is the last planned EA patch, and the next patch is full release. Nice. Harry Potter or Hogwarts Legacy? Oh, I mean Hogwarts Legacy. I didn't even know there was a Harry Potter game. Hogwarts Legacy is what I'm going to be trying. Someone sent me a free copy, and they said, I think you might like it. I'd love to see you try it, and I've been sitting on that copy for a long time, and I feel I'm in the mood to try it today. So, after the thing, we're going to try it. Who are you playing, Muck? What are their names? Give me a second. I don't remember their names. I know them by picture. Okay, I'll answer this real quick, and then we'll start on the thing. All right. So this guy, I played him on stream once a long time ago. Honestly, I think he's overpowered. His whole thing where he can make the Necrofex Colossi be like almost free, and just have a full army of them, and then just like auto attack everything. He kind of turns into a Protoss Death Ball. I think he's too strong. And then there's these three, right? These are the three other legendary lords. The fat opera singer ghost, the guy with a split personality dementia or something, like he's a revenant, and a gun. And then she is really weird, and not even a vampire. But anyway, she's supposed to be like the most challenging one. And so I'm like, oh, I want to try her. So I tried her, and I'm actually loving it. So my off-stream campaign right now is Aranessa. She is really crazy. You know how like a pirate sometimes has like a peg leg? She has a peg leg, but instead of like wood, it is a swordfish's nose on both legs. So she's running through battle and doing like flips and cartwheels and stuff and just like knocking people's necks out with her saw legs. It's pretty crazy. Also, she has a spear polearm thing as well. So she's got like 3 pointy things that she's like flipping all over the place. Really, really cool combat animations. But it's weird that she's a member of this faction because she's not even like a vampire or anything. But she still has access to all the same units the others do. I've been really enjoying it. Anyway, that's my answer to the question. Okay, let's focus on Guild Wars. What's her Hogwarts house? I don't... Okay, here, real quick. All right, Slytherin are the bad guys. Gryffindor are the pompous good guys. Hufflepuff are like chubby kids who eat cupcakes after hours when they're supposed to be in bed. And then Ravenclaw like to think that they're intelligent. So I'm probably Ravenclaw. I like to think that I'm intelligent. We'll see. I don't know if the game, like, chooses for you or if you get to choose. Okay. That's Slytherin energy. No! Dude, do you remember the Slytherin house's, like, bunking quarters? It was like a drippy, cold basement underneath a bathroom. Like, no wonder they turn out evil. I don't want to have that as my bedroom. Okay. What do you want to be, Muk? An astronaut. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Hold on. I have so many tabs. There we go. Okay. Pull this over here. Not fair that you're enjoying that beautiful game off stream where we can't see it. Total Warhammer 3. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, let's see here. All right, so let me check something here. I need to check something of my videos. Let's see, where at least deep dive number 2, 16,000. Okay, all right, that should be fine. Let me see. I'm looking at how I did the last one. Okay, yeah, that was received pretty well. I think there was one single complaint on that one. So out of 17,000 views, I had one complaint. So I'm pretty sure I can do this one the same way I did the last one, and that's fine. Hiccups, excuse me. My wife made this, like, not Alfredo. It was, like, chicken and pasta and cheese and, like, crushed up tomatoes and garlic dish for dinner. And I finished eating right before I started the stream, so now I've got, like, the hiccups a little bit. My soda addiction isn't helping with that either. Let's see. Amok, will you do a final thought today at the end of the reaction of all the elite specs and which one you absolutely want to try out during beta? During the beta, I'll probably... Oh, man. I need to sit... I don't know what today is going to show us, right? I don't know what today is going to show us. But of the ones I've seen already, like in the first batch, Gale Shot, and the Luminary, like, I'm not a Guardian main. Luminary, I thought, was the coolest looking one of the first batch, but I thought the first batch was kind of weak based on my own preferences. The second batch, Antiquary, I'm going to try it. It looks like freaking Looney Tunes Adventures. Troubadour looks interesting. My fear is that it will play so similar to Mirage as a non-Mesmer main, I won't be able to really tell a difference, but I definitely want to try it out. I do like being a bard in games that allow it. And then, what was the other thing? The Ritualist looks really cool. Paragon looks kind of neat, and I love the Warrior Staff. I just am not real big on playing Warrior, but if Paragon is more fun with Warrior Staff, I could totally get into that. And then I need to see what we got for today. I need to see what we have for today. Okay, hang on. Let me get to the beginning of this.
Elementalist.
Yeah, so...
7... All right, hold on. Okay. All right, let's get this set up here. And there. Okay. All right, chat. I'm going to go into YouTube mode because later on this will go up on YouTube with, like, timestamps and stuff for the people that get their news from me. And so, here we go. All right, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers. Today is Friday, August 8th, and we've got another Guild Wars 2 Deep Dive Elite Specialization live stream. That is a freaking mouthful. Today, featuring the Revenant, the Elementalist, and the Engineer. Now, before I was joking that if you're any of those three, now you know who ArenaNet loves the most because, you know, you had to wait the longest. However, the phrase, they save the best for last, might actually be true based on when we read the blog post the other day. I haven't seen this yet, so I'm going to be seeing it for the first time. If you just are like, oh my god, Muck, I'm watching for the get to the point videos, and this video, it looks like it's going to be like 2 hours. Well, I don't want to watch 2 hours. There will be timestamps. I will have one near the end where I will attempt to TLDR all of this. However, if that's not enough information, like if you read the TLDR or watch the TLDR and you're like, this isn't enough information, well, guess what? This video has more information. So there'll be a timestamp for each of the classes. Go watch whatever you want, but there will be like a TLDR timestamp at the end where I will do my best. So, without further ado, let's jump into it. There we go.
All right. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Cal.
Once again, we are back. Cal, CMC Cohen, joined by Taylor, Trig Brooks. What are we here to talk about today, Taylor?
Still no Roy.
Talking about the last 3 elite specs: Conduit for the Revenant, Amalgam for the Engineer, and Evoker for the Elementalist.
Yeah, so, we'll reiterate some of the stuff that we said at the start of every stream, so this might sound familiar to everyone who's obviously been watching all 3 of these streams, but we are leading up to the beta, so you're going to see a lot of stuff
Hold on, real quick. Someone in my chat just sent me this. Apparently, ArenaNet posted an album that has all the tooltips from today's thing. So I will include a link to this in the comment section as well. Thank you. That is very cool. Up until this point, we have ended up with pictures like these after each of these streams, but they were made by the community. Like, it would just be some Reddit post that's just like, blah, it's just like a massive wall with all the pictures. So this is really cool that they did this. Thanks.
That is, you know, it's not going to be perfectly balanced. Maybe there's some art that's still being worked on, some designs that aren't quite optimal or, you know, quite where we want them to be. But that's kind of the goal of the beta event in the first place, is we're getting some stuff in front of you, all the players, in definitely a playable state, but not necessarily an optimal state. And we're going to gather a bunch of feedback over the course of that event and take that and find a lot of opportunities to improve these specializations as we get closer to the launch of the expansion.
Yep.
Anything you want to add?
Is,
Yep.
Yeah. Normally at the end of every profession, we like kind of hover over the tooltips for people to get screenshots, but we've done some of the work ahead of time, and there should be a link in the chat. There's going to be a forum thread that'll have an album of all of the skills and traits after we cover that section. So easier to obtain for you guys, less work on your end. So look forward to that.
We won't have a bunch of awkward silence at the end of each specialization as we do some hovering. Unfortunately, Roy could not join us today. He had a prior engagement, but surely we'll see him at some point in the future. Let's just go ahead
Surely
and
we'll see him at some point in the
It's gonna
future.
be- I mean, we've been
Was that
running
sentence even
pretty long on
necessary?
these streams.
He's just like, he's
There's
not
lots to talk
dead.
about,
We
and
promise.
we will continue to do so, so we can talk about everything there is to talk about. We're going to kick things off with the Conduit here. We can see, starting with Legendary Entity Stance, we are obviously invoking the power of Raza. So there's also one other new mechanic. We'll get into the legend skills in a minute here, but we're going to start off with this new F2 button for the Conduit. This is going to be Cosmic Wisdom. And this is going to draw a lot of inspiration from some of the elite forms.
Cosmic Wisdom. Invoke the powers of a dervish, gaining bonus attributes. When you strike an enemy, a magical scythe spins, dealing damage to enemies around you. Form of the dervish, 4 seconds, gives 100 expertise, concentration, condition damage, healing power, 100 vite, 100 toughness, 100 precision power, and ferocity to 5 targets. Wait, hold on. Is that buff 5 friendlies, or is it just 5 enemy targets take the spin hit? Let's find out.
Skills that you guys might be familiar with from the dervish profession of Guild Wars 1. Obviously, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to channel human gods on a specialization that is usable by multiple races. So instead, we are going to be channeling a lot of different professions. So we see here Raza will be kind of representing the dervish profession. People familiar with Raza know able to use every profession in Guild Wars 1 after...
Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Like, why would the human gods answer your prayers if you're a Char who have been at war with the humans for all this time, you know? So, I mean... Lore-wise, I like the reasoning. I think it's important for a class to be both mechanically fun and also it makes sense to be in that world. Looking you, Antiquarian. And I think they did a good job with dodging the the plot holes of having everyone play a dervish of every race.
Some things got figured out, but he will be representing the dervish here, or they will be representing the dervish here. What we can see here is that it's kind of like a stance. I'll probably call it a stance a bunch of times on the stream here. It is not a stance skill type. It does not care about stance, things that care about stances, but it is mechanically kind of similar to a stance in that when we activate this, this is going to give you some stats, and it's also going to give you kind of an on-hit effect. Again, similar to a lot of the form skills of Guild Wars 1. So looking at the Cosmic Wisdom for the dervish here, we're going to get all stats. This is going to be kind of the most powerful of all of the forms in that sense. We'll see some higher numbers on some more restricted stat combinations as we get to other legends. And the idea here is that your active legend determines the Cosmic Wisdom that is available to you. So with Raza, we will get these bonus stats, and then we'll create a scythe when we strike an enemy to deal damage to nearby enemies. So let's take a look. This will happen around you, so pretty good with melee weapons. We're already going to be in melee range. You see this kind of bonus scythe attack happening every so often.
Okay, so when you hit, you also do a scythe cleave, but the scythe cleave has a 3-second cooldown. But what is the duration of the whole mode?
It can only happen once every interval, so you can't get an infinite amount of scythes, especially scythes trigger off themselves, but this is kind of a nice callback to the dervish, who obviously use scythe as one of their main weapons. So,
almost 5 years straight of watching Mr. Mukluk.
Oh,
Here's
thank you.
to many more years to come.
Thank you, Highlands. Okay, I paused alerts.
Extra mechanic here that we see with this specialization is the affinity mechanic.
Oh, Jesus. What is the... Oh, my God. That's so hard to see. Okay. All right. I praised the UI for some of the classes, and I condemned the UI for some of the classes. This is gonna be one. Like I praised the Paragon UI. I praised the Gale Shot UI. I did not praise the Catalyst UI. I did not praise the Luminary one. This is another one in that second one. It's not that bad. Okay, well, all right, we'll see.
The way that this works, baseline, there's going to be a lot of traits that care about affinity, so we'll get into those in
a handful
of minutes here. But every time you use a legend skill that costs energy, which is a lot of them, then you will build up a stack of affinity. And the way that this works is that it will extend the duration of your cosmic wisdom. So in general, you want to use some legend skills. I'll press some buttons that do some things that we'll talk about in more detail shortly. But we see that we built up to 3 stacks of affinity here. So activating cosmic wisdom is going to give us a much longer duration of that effect.
Yeah, God, yeah. So there's 3 pips there. And I'm gonna hashtag old for a second. Like, if I lean back a bit, I can't see the break in the pips very well. Maybe I need a larger monitor. So, I mean, I would almost just prefer a big number there. Just like a 1, a 2, or a 3. Like, that's... I gotta lean in slightly for the...
There's also going to be some other traits that care about your affinity. So we'll be talking a bit more about that as we get into the trait section as well. You saw some other stuff happen when I pressed Cosmic Wisdom, so that might give you some hints toward what some of the traits are. Notably, when you swap legends, that's going to reset your affinity back to 0. The idea is you're kind of building up, well, your affinity or your rep with the legend, your bond with the legend that you are currently invoking. So it resets back to 0 as you swap legends. You obviously get some energy back, get some new skills that you can press to build up that affinity again. But let's just go ahead and look at the other Cosmic Wisdoms. Malix here is going to be representing the Mesmer profession. I don't know if Malix really had a profession in Guild Wars, but they're both purple, so it makes a lot of sense.
I'm glad. I respect that he didn't even try to lie to us. He's like, oh, well, actually, Malix in the year 1482, the year of our Lord, it's a little known fact that... No, he's purple.
But obviously Malix is more of that condition-focused legend, so we're going to see a lot of condition stuff, which Mesmer obviously does a lot of torment and confusion, and some bleeding as well, so it makes sense. So the form of the Mesmer here, bonus condition damage, bonus expertise, and then on hit, you're going to be inflicting one of these damaging conditions, whether it's bleeding, torment, or confusion. So you can just take a quick look at that. See some conditions being applied to these golems as we strike them. Moving on to...
That's so wild. So if you play Raza with Demon Stance, you're a combination Dervish Mesmer hybrid.
The Centaur stance, this is going to be Cosmic Wisdom of the Monk.
Invoke the powers of a monk, gaining additional healing power and vitality. You heal whenever you strike an enemy. Okay.
Ventari, very much that supportive character. Don't know if he ever saw a lot of combat, but a lot of themes of Ventari make sense with the monk, so we're going to see kind of this self-sustaining, gives you some healing power, gives you some vitality as you channel this, and then also going to give you this kind of on-hit healing buff that you'll see a bit better if I'm actually in combat. You can see you're just getting some, a little bit of that coming from the tablet, of course, but we are getting some nice healing procs here. Next up, we'll look at Shiro, obviously representing the Assassin, Legendary Assassin sense. This one is kind of the most on the nose. We do see that the form of the Assassin grants you bonus power, bonus ferocity, leading into...
So again, for anyone who didn't play Guild Wars 1, all of these classes he's talking about were classes in Guild Wars 1. The Dervish was in Guild Wars 1, and the Monk was, along with the Paragon and the Ritualist, and none of those 4 had been in Guild Wars 2 up until... Well, I'm sorry, as playable characters. The Paragon and the Ritualist are coming to Guild Wars 2 as playable characters. The Dervish and the Monk are not, but the Revenant is channeling a guy who is channeling them. We got a channel chain going on. And Shiro was an assassin. Now, assassin is really freaking close to thief. It's not identical, but it's really close. So I guess it possibly wasn't enough to fill out an elite spec. I don't know. But Shiro was an assassin, so this one was easier. They didn't have to say anything like, oh, well, he green.
that power DPS, and also going to be inflicting some debilitating conditions here, whether it's cripple, weakness, or vulnerability. Again,
you're channeling someone outsourcing?
We're getting some vulnerability from the sword auto as well. And we are getting the lowest duration of this Cosmic Wisdom, so again, you will want to build up your affinity and get the maximum duration to give you the maximum value of this stat bonus, these on-hit effects. And last but not least, we have Jalis, channeling the form of the warrior. This one makes a lot of sense, because Jalis is a warrior. This is going to give you some more personal defense. We're going to see toughness, concentration, giving some boon duration to play into these kind of defensive boons on hit. You could get resistance, protection, or resolution. Same idea. It's just kind of like, you know, one of the introductory mechanics is this Cosmic Wisdom. And this does, I am not cheating, my recharge, you'll note that this recharge does not refresh by default as you swap legends, so you will have to kind of pick and choose which legend you want to channel that form of and get this bonus for, because it's not going to reset as you swap legends. So now we talked about that, we can hop into the entity stance skills themselves. So we're going to see a lot of, I'll just hover one of the skill facts here as we're talking, but we're going to see a lot of kind of flexibility.
Resonance. Channel revitalizing energy that heals you with every pulse. While channeling, you take reduced strike and condition damage. If a legendary centaur stance is equipped, you additionally will heal allies around you during the channeling, and you take reduced strike and condition damage for a short amount of time after the channeling completes.
As each of the first 4 skills that we're going to look at has kind of an association with another legend as well, so we see this resonance mechanic being explained. On the healing skill, it's going to be resonant to Centaur stance, and the idea is that based off the other legend that you have equipped, there will be a bonus effect if you have the matching legend. So here, if we have Centaur, which we don't, but we can kind of show off the base of this skill, and then we'll show the Centaur version of the skill. But if you, as you can see, this is just going to be a personal kind of pulse healing. Let's comment again. Pulse heal, get some damage reduction. This skill is called Shielding Hands, so you know it gets that Guild Wars 1 callback. We see some damage reduction, we see some healing. And then the idea is that if you have Centaur stance, this is going to change the skills just a little bit, where this heal is also going to affect allies, and it's going to extend the duration of that shielding hand. So if we come over here, now that we have Centaur equipped, we see that allies are being healed, and we see that damage reduction lingering just a bit longer.
Now, that was a very small heal, but I would guess he's not in, you know, gear that has any healing power on it, so I don't know how well it scales. It might be much more powerful than that, or it might just be a little, you know, close to what you just saw.
It's kind of the goal of these skills, is that the baseline effect is a good skill, and then we'll see that the kind of the resonant bonus makes the skill, you know, I don't want to say overtuned, but a bit above budget, because there is only one of these 4 skills that will get kind of that empowered effect, depending on your alternate legend. And we will see the elite skill, spoiler, does get a resonance bonus regardless of what your other legend is, and it's just a different bonus based off the legend. But basically, we will get a bonus effect on one of your skills, plus the elite, depending on your alternate legend. So that's starting off with the healing skill, pretty straightforward. Next up, we'll see the Assassin Resonance. Beguiling Haze is going to be a pretty powerful mobility tool that has a bit of crowd control attached as well. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to send out Assassin.
Send an unblockable fragment of Razah toward a targeted opponent. If the fragment reaches the target, shadow step to the enemy, doing damage and dazing them. If it hits, you can use the skill. You can use this skill this up to 2 more times with no energy cost or casting time. Daze is not inflicted again when targeting the same enemy more than once. If Legendary Assassin Stance is equipped, the skill becomes ground-targeted AoE, except while underwater, and strikes enemies in its radius.
Resonance. Beguiling Haze is going to be a pretty powerful mobility tool that has a bit of crowd control attached as well. So the way that this is going to work is we're going to send out kind of a fragment of Razah. And this is going to potentially strike your enemy, and if it does, you'll teleport to them, get a pretty short daze, and then you will be able to reactivate this skill a couple of times, assuming that you continue to hit enemies. An important note is that the daze out of range, I recommend being in range, but the daze of this skill will not hit the same target multiple times. So
you can't spam it for CC.
You can get it kind of multiple times for the damage, but if you are striking the same enemy, that is not going to be dazing the same enemy multiple times. So if you want to maximize the value of that component, you're going to be dashing kind of between different enemies here. Yeah, recommend being in range, but that's what the range indicator on the skill is for, right? And then if you are also channeling Shiro on your alternate legend, we're going to see that this becomes a ground target. So this gives you a lot more flexibility and kind of where you dash to, because obviously you can go up. There's not a lot of Z-axis here, but you will be able to like port up a ledge or whatever. A lot more flexibility. Notably, you still do need to hit an enemy in order to get the refresh, but you can still use it as a better escape. Notably, the AoE, or the daze and the strike are AoE on the resonant component here as well. Next up, we'll take a look at Gladiator's Defense. This is going to be the stun break and also the dwarf.
Break out of stun, damaging and weakening enemies close to you. Gain boons if the skill strikes at least one enemy. Remove additional energy if the skill was used to break a stun. If Legendary Dwarf Stance is equipped, the additional energy cost for breaking stuns is reduced, and the boons are also granted to allies in a radius around you. resolution, and resistance.
Resonant skill. We see that this is just kind of a nice little quick activating stun break. It's going to do a little attack around you as well. This is going to inflict weakness. If you strike someone, you're going to get resistance, you're going to get resolution. And this kind of has a similar idea to one of the skills we saw before, where if you break a stun, it's going to cost a little bit more, so it will drain additional energy from you. But if you just want to use this as a strike, as a weakness applicator, as a boon generator, then it's just going to have a much lower baseline cost, and then only if you are breaking stun will this cost additional energy. The resonance bonus here is that if you are channeling Chalice as well, then the additional energy cost will not be taxed or consumed or whatever you want to call it. You always get the low cost of this skill, so a very powerful stun break. If you have Chalice as your alternate legend, you will also be granting these boons to nearby allies. Last up, we have the Demon Stance Resonance
Hex Eater Vortex. Remove condies on yourself, then fire projectiles that inflict condies at random enemies within your radius based on the number of conditions removed. Conditions remove 5. It does between 1 and 6 projectiles. So if you don't remove any conditions, it just fires 1 bolt. If you remove more than that, you can fire up to 6 bolts. If Legendary Demon Stance is equipped, the max number of projectiles is always fired, regardless of the conditions removed, and all projectiles are fired at the closest enemy instead. And the projectiles do damage and torment.
Eater Vortex. This is going to be a condition removal skill. And that will also be a bit of condition damage. The way that this skill works is...
That honestly looks like a really fun button.
By default, you will throw a projectile and consume, or remove 5 conditions from
yourself. Only a 5-second cooldown.
And if you actually remove conditions from yourself, I am not currently removing conditions from myself, but you'll see that additional... I'm going to put some conditions on myself real quick. We will get some additional projectiles being thrown here. So I'll get some burning, get some bleeding, and... There we see 3 projectiles being fired as I removed 2 conditions from myself. So that will be up to 6 projectiles. Obviously, just a 5 condition removal from yourself is a pretty powerful skill. And notably, if you have the Demon Resonance, this will always throw the maximum number of projectiles, and it will always throw at the...
Dude, that could be fun in PvP. 5-second cooldown, get these conditions off me, and slap the other guy and punish him. 5-second cooldown. As long as you got the energy. The energy is the main limiter here. Like, that looks like it could be a lot of fun.
Nearest target. So this just gives it a lot more usability as that Conduit DPS skill, which is relevant, assuming you have Malix. You are probably going to be playing a condition damage build. So you don't need to worry about having conditions on you. You're always going to get the maximum damaging aspect of this skill. I'm going to take a quick drink of water as we hover probably the longest tooltip in the entire game on a single skill.
Impressive, but no. Because I have some skills, well, I guess I have some attack chains on my ranger that go off the top and bottom of my monitor. But that's like a whole bunch of tooltips stacked on top of each other. Twin Moon Sweep. Spawn a fragment of Razah at your targeted location. Both you and the fragment attack with a scythe, damaging and inflicting condies on foes at your locations. Gain might for each enemy struck. Resonance. This skill gains bonus effects depending on the legend in the other slot. Damage, might, power, bleeding. Number of targets per scythe, 5. If your other spot is Assassin, does increase damage, apply additional conditions to enemies struck by you in the fragment. Immobilize. If your other thing is Demon, you and the fragment shatter after the initial attack, doing additional damage and confusion. If your other stance is Centaur, you heal allies in range of you and the fragment. For each enemy struck, remove conditions from yourself. 1 condi removed, and almost 2k base healing. That's pretty big. If your other thing is Dwarf Stance, you gain stability, resistance, and resolution when the skill begins casting. Enemies struck by both you and the fragment are additionally stunned. Okay. So really, this is a big tooltip, right? But it's just like, which thing do you care about? What is your other thing? Is it Assassin? Is it Demon? Is it Centaur? Or is it Dwarf? And you just have to really read the one that you kind of care about.
But you might think of this skill as 4 different skills, so it's pretty fair that this tooltip is this long, right? So the way this works is, like I said earlier, there's always going to be a resonance effect. So we see all the different resonance effects here. Assassin stance, Demon stance, Centaur stance, Dwarf stance. The base of this skill is just that you and Razah will kind of attack together. You'll spawn Razah at a target location. You'll both perform a nice, powerful scythe attack. And then we will see additional effects based off the legend. So here right now I have Malix, and what's happening is the fragment of Raza is going to do a kind of a shatter explosion as it disappears. That's going to inflict some confusion. So again, leaning into that more condition damage focused aspect.
I just read. I can't remember. Rev mains, I know you guys don't get a lot of flexibility on your buttons over here. Do you guys have 4 utilities for each of your elite specs, or do you only have 3?
If we have the Assassin, that's going to give
It's only 3?
some
Okay,
bonus
thank
damage. Again, leaning into the most powerful strike damage version of this skill. And if you and the fragment both strike an enemy, that enemy will be immobilized. So you're... I cast it at range, but casting it in melee, getting that immobilized on all these targets. Pretty powerful setup. And again, going to be like the largest damaging version of the skill. Next up, we can take a look at Ventari. So if we have Centaur Resonance, we're going to also do a little bit of healing around ourselves and around Raza. There we see a bit of healing coming through. And this is also going to do some condition removal based off enemies struck. So notably, you will want to potentially strike some enemies if you want to remove conditions from yourself, or you can use it as kind of like a range support skill as you cast it on allies only. Or, maybe you're enrolled
Only 10-second cooldown, but 30 energy.
And enemies, and kind of get the full value of this skill. Then last up, we have the Dwarf Resonance. This is going to give some defensive boons again. On activation, we see getting some stability, getting that resolution, getting some resistance. And
I like the little stone road around them in a circle.
Double hit component of this is that you will stun enemies that are struck by both you and Raza. So again, pretty decent damage as well. We see some baseline might being generated, we see some baseline bleeding being applied, and then some extra bonuses based off which resonant legend you have also on your bar. It's a pretty fun skill with a lot of flexibility. Next up, we can take a look at some traits. Just wanted to add anything, Taylor?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways to play this. As you we can see the resonance adds different things to each build. Like if you're a Condi, you're gonna play Malix and really get a strong resonance with the Hex Eater, put a lot of throughput there. But you won't say if you're playing the Assassin, you get a lot more mobility. So it's a way to really focus in on what we want specs to be doing when we play these things without having to worry about how the interchange between them. Like if you're a Jawless build, you won't have that really crazy mobility, but you'll get a lot better defenses there. So really trying to heighten what the core legends want to do while you're playing with Raza.
Yeah, for sure. So let's run through the traits we see here. Enigmatic Connection, this is going to be the baseline. Explain the spec. So you can obviously scroll through all the different Cosmic Wisdoms here if you want to, or you can look at the album that we posted with all of these tooltips as well, or you'll probably catch them on social media somewhere else as well after the stream.
I'll have it linked in the description.
The first minor trait that actually does something. We see that based off your equipped legends, you're going to get some extra stat bonuses. So
gain attributes based on your equipped legends. Note, it doesn't say while in the legend. Additionally, get 50% more attributes while you are in the legend. So Assassin is plus 120 power, Centaur is healing, Demon is Condi damage, Dwarf is toughness, Entity is 50 to all. And then increase that by 50% when you're in that legend. That's pretty cool.
The active legend will also give you a little bit of a bonus on top of this here. So here I am currently invoking Raza, so I'll be getting 75 to all.
Why is the guy talking at 2.5 speed? It's a 2-hour-long video. We're watching it on 1.25 speed. It's 25% faster because that will shave off like a half hour of our time. I did that on the last video, and out of 17,000 people, there was one complaint. And I'll accept one complaint.
Stats instead of 50 to all stats, and then Jawless as my off legend is currently giving me 120 toughness, but if I swap to Jawless, then I'll be getting 180 toughness from that, and then the 50 all stats from Raza. So this again kind of just gives you those build-defining stats based off which legends you have equipped and kind of what expectation your build has, whether it's more damage-focused, healing-focused, condition-focused, or defense-focused. And then we have Numinous Gift. This is a trait that some of you may have noticed going off as we were pressing Cosmic Wisdom.
Gain boons when you use Cosmic Wisdom, depending on the legend you have equipped. Fury, Prot, Stability, Resistance, or Might. Okay.
But this is going to give you boons based off which legends you have equipped. So as we see Raza giving us Fury, Jawless will give us Stability right here as we press Cosmic Wisdom. If you have other legends, you'll have other boons being applied every time that you activate Cosmic Wisdom. So Raza, Fury, it's fine, but it is kind of the weakest of the boons here, but Raza is kind of the most flexible of the specialization of the legends and gives you a lot of opportunity to do different things, whereas the others are a lot more specialized. We see the protection from Inventari, stability on Jealous, resistance from Malix, and a bunch of might with Shiro. So we can move into the adept traits, starting with conductive armaments.
Gain affinity when using a weapon skill that costs energy.
This is going to give you kind of an extra source of affinity. So now anytime they use a weapon skill that costs energy, you will also be getting affinity. So I can just press a weapon skill. I believe I need to be in combat, which is the problem here. And there we go. Actually got some affinity. So this makes it just a bit easier to build up that affinity. Some legends have more expensive legend skills, would make it a little bit more difficult. So maybe in those cases, you want to be playing with this trait so you can build up that affinity cap a bit quicker and fire off that max value Cosmic Wisdom. Next up, we have Ethereal Purification.
Remove condies from yourself when you reach max affinity and when you activate Cosmic Wisdom.
It's going to be a really powerful condition removal option, and here's one of those traits that cares about affinity. So as you build up affinity, once you hit the cap, you'll get a condition removal, 2 condition removals rather, and then again, anytime that you activate Cosmic Wisdom, that's going to give you 2 additional condition removals. So this is potentially really strong because affinity does reset as you swap legends, so we can kind of swap to a legend, build up that 3 affinity, cleanse 2 conditions, then fire off Cosmic Wisdoms, cleanse 2 more conditions, and then maybe we swap legends and start building up that affinity again and get another Condi removal.
So if you can somehow go from 3 affinity to 2 back to 3 to 2 back to 3, you cleanse 2 conditions every time, which could be very powerful depending on the content.
In a pretty quick succession, potentially. Last up, we have Expanded Consciousness. This
Max affinity increased from 3 to 5.
one's going to give you a larger affinity pool, so this will obviously allow you to build up to 5 affinity, which is going to give you even additional duration on Cosmic Wisdom. We will see some traits pretty shortly here that there will be kind of a build that is more focused on Cosmic Wisdom, so you might want to play this affinity bonus trait so you can really lean into that mechanic.
Recurring Insight, when you swap legends, reduce the recharge of Cosmic Wisdom for each point of affinity that you had before swapping. Each point of affinity reduces it by 2 seconds.
First of them is Recurring Insight. So the idea here is that when you swap legends, you will reduce the recharge of Cosmic Wisdom for each point of affinity. So, we look at this skill with a base cooldown of about 20 seconds. If we build up to 5 affinity because we have Expanded Consciousness, let's just go ahead and do that. We can stop shooting for just a little bit. I need to, again, put myself in combat. Build up to maximum affinity, then we swap legends. We see a big cooldown reduction coming through on the Cosmic Wisdom. And then, it's much more readily available because...
Hey, Fandril, thank you for the raid, buddy. I've got alerts turned off right now because we're watching the thingy, but appreciate that. Welcome.
If you are, again, at 5 affinity stacks, that's going to be a 9-second duration, potentially reduced to a 10-second cooldown, so maybe you get a little bit of alacrity in there, and then you can potentially now have a full uptime of the Cosmic Wisdom bonus that you could bounce between legends, or maybe you swap and then swap back and try to really maximize the uptime of a single legend's Cosmic Wisdom.
All good, just realized I don't want to interrupt. Hi, YouTube. Lingering Determination. If you have at least the listed amount of affinity when swapping legends, you regain affinity afterwards. Heal yourself and gain endurance when gaining affinity. So if you have at least 1 affinity, you gain an affinity afterward. Endurance gained 5, healing 968.
Next up, we have Lingering Determination. So this is going to give you kind of some bonus affinity back, or a single affinity back when you swap legends. And I don't believe it's indicated in this tooltip at the moment, but you do need to have 3 affinity at least to get this triggered. So
oh, it's 3 is the minimum.
Again, real quick. Press some buttons, press some more buttons, and then we're going to swap legends here. And I didn't even have the trait equipped. Great demonstration. But notably, this will also heal yourself and gain...
Wait, he's not going to try it again? He just gives up?
This is another trait that's pretty useful with Expanded
Wow.
Consciousness, because if you are at the affinity cap, you can't actually gain affinity for this trigger. You will need to swap legends, so this just gives you a little bit more space
net
to
production.
build this up. 5 triggers every legend as opposed to 3. But this is a pretty strong heal, get some endurance back, and of course will be triggering when you swap and get an affinity back for free, assuming you meet the requirements. And equip the trait, I would recommend it.
So one thing, hang on a sec. One thing, it's crazy to me. Heal yourself and gain endurance when gaining affinity. So that last sentence. One of the first traits he showed is you gain affinity whenever you use a weapon skill. If you have both of those, do you heal for 1k every time you use a weapon skill? That would be, again, wild in some game modes.
Assuming you meet the requirements, and equip the trait, I would recommend it. last up, we have Boundless Knowledge. This is just going to really power up those Cosmic Wisdom effects.
Oh,
This
wow.
lists all the bonuses to the stats.
Everyone
We're also
loves
gonna get some
passive
bonuses to
stats.
all of the on-hit components here. So we see some extra really power up.
So Warrior is 180 toughness and concentration. Monk is 180 vitality and healing power. Mesmer is 180 expertise and Conduit. Dervish is 150 to everything. Assassin is 180 power and ferocity.
Those Cosmic Wisdom effects. This lists all the bonuses to the stats, but we're also going to get some bonuses to all of the on-hit components here. So we see some extra stuff here, getting a little bit of a daze attached to the scythe as part of the bonus of Cosmic Wisdom for the Dervish. And we can kind of scroll through all of these over here on the minor trait as well. We can see that Assassin getting some extra damage.
All right, hold on. I'm going to say some stuff, and I want you guys to correct me if I'm wrong. So you gain affinity by using the skills over here on the right-hand side, unless you have that trait which makes weapon skills also gain affinity. And then you lose all the affinity when you swap legends. And what exactly, like, how do you, what does it do? Other than this trait that, you know, it lets you keep affinity when you swap, like, what exactly are you getting by having the affinity? I don't understand, like, how you're spending it. It makes the F2 button have longer duration. Got it. Okay. All right.
Getting some extra stats, getting that extra cripple, weakness, vulnerability. I'm actually getting the days from a different trait. Don't believe me. Just getting some extra damage on the Dervish Scythe. Then we see kind of some similar patterns. Increased condition durations, increased healing, increased boon durations, and so on and so forth. So this really just powers up those Cosmic Wisdoms. You can kind of make this kind of a burstier trait as opposed to Recurring Insight, which gives you more uptime overall, but this is going to give you more potency every time that you activate Cosmic Wisdom. And still going to be good with Expanded Consciousness because, again, you can have that longer duration of this effect. Notably, the days was coming from Misfire, and this is the first Grandmaster trait going to be...
Apply conditions to enemies when you disable them. A reminder that skill where you teleport to and hop on an enemy is a disable. Damage and daze enemies around you when activating Cosmic Wisdom. So some damage, over 4k burning, 1 second daze CC.
More condition damage focused. Anytime you disable an enemy, you're going to inflict conditions on them, notably burning. And then when you activate Cosmic Wisdom, that's going to do a little bit of damage and a little bit of daze. To kind of get a guaranteed trigger there, you can obviously be getting some additional disables coming from maybe the hammer or what other weapons you so choose. This does have a small internal cooldown, so you can't staff 5 through somebody and get maybe 200 stacks of burning or whatever number you want. There is some amount of a safety valve there, but still a very powerful trait.
I missed what Cosmic Wisdom even does. It's different based on what legends you have. If you're in the Conduit mode, if you're in Razah stance, whatever it's called, then when you hit the F2, it makes it to where when you attack, you have a scythe swing around you, cleaving through up to 5 enemies, so it's more damage. The scythe has a 3-second internal cooldown, so if you are attacking really fast, you'll see it like every 3 seconds. And then if you are in your other stance, whatever it is, your F2 will be dependent upon that stance. Like, if you are in Centaur, it's related to healing. If you're in Demon, it's related to doing condition damage when you attack, stuff like that.
Next up, we have Twofold Embodiment. This is
Using Cosmic Wisdom also grants you the bonuses of your other equipped legend. Oh, wow.
going to cause Cosmic
double
Wisdom to
Cosmic
grant you
Wisdom.
all the bonuses for both legends. So we see that we currently have Raza and Jalos equipped, and we're going to get both Form of the Warrior and Form of the Dervish when we activate Cosmic Wisdom. Again, a trait that makes Boundless Knowledge kind of even more impactful, because you will be getting the empowered version of both of your legends' Cosmic Wisdom. So pretty powerful.
That's a lot of
if you're
stats.
leaning into that kind of combination of traits, especially.
So you would like, okay, let's say you're like Assassin and Dervish, right? And then you activate the double Wisdom. You would gain 180 power, 180 ferocity, and then 150 of everything on top of that. So you get 330 power, 330 ferocity, and then 150 of everything else.
Both of your legends' Cosmic Wisdom. So a pretty powerful effect if you're leaning into that kind of combination of traits, especially.
And that's not counting the procs.
And last up, we have Perpetual Wisdom.
The effects of Cosmic Wisdom now last indefinitely. but they drain energy continually while it's active. When you swap legends, gain energy for each point of affinity that you had before swapping. Okay, so this would probably encourage you to build up affinity and swap every time that it was off cooldown to try to keep it rolling as much as possible. Because it'd be like, you know, swap, draining, 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 swap, draining, 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 swap, draining, draining. That's how I envision it. I feel like this might be the noob-friendly way of playing it. This is, you know, you basically just memorize, like, hit the buttons when it light up, and it'll just keep rolling. I feel like I would want to try to, like, get good at the other one with the double stats.
This is kind of shifting the gameplay around Cosmic Wisdom. It's going to turn it into an upkeep skill, and so this will work with all of your upkeep traits, like things that care about upkeep. Will get that count of 3 as your upkeep in Cosmic Wisdom, and this will just kind of, you know, give you more uptime of this effect at the cost of energy. I guess potentially an infinite uptime if all you want to do is channel Cosmic Wisdom and auto attack with your sword. Probably pretty solid. And there's another extra component here that when you swap legends, you will get some energy back for each point of affinity. So another trait that is quite good with Expanded Consciousness, but still pretty good with the cap of 3 affinity. You get, you know, between 15 and 25 energy back when you swap. So that's what we got for the Conduit.
Okay, so once again, I did not see a quickness thing or an alack thing anywhere. So you could be, you know, DPS. You might be able to support with Centaur and do like Centaur plus Entity, but then you wouldn't have any of the primary boons. So I don't think anyone's going to take it, but maybe in PvP. Because in PvP, there are some heal supports that work even without providing boons. So for PvE, I'm really just seeing a lot of DPS builds. There's like, you know, power DPS build. There is Condi DPS build for sure. The other, so like power would be Assassin plus Conduit. Condi would be Demon plus Conduit or Mesmer. And then it's just like, when is the Centaur Conduit and the Dwarf Conduit going to see the light of day? The Monk one and the Warrior one. When are they ever going to show up? That's the current thought in my head. Maybe PvP or World v World, open world.
Obviously, as we talked about, a lot of flexibility depending on what you choose to kind of specialize in based off your build, which alternate legend you have equipped. You know, you don't have to play Raza with this elite spec, of course, but it is a pretty powerful legend for pretty much every build, so we would expect to see a lot of Raza and alternate legend of choice based off what your build is trying to do. I'm just going to go ahead and get set up for our next demo, which will be the Amalgam.
Yep, and as we mentioned, all those tooltip screenshots are going to be on the forum. There's a pinned link to it, so you know we don't have to take all the time to hover through it. But now it is slime time. Talking about the Mercurial Mold, the Amalgam.
Yo!
You know.
Watch his face.
But now it is slime time.
That is nefarious. Yeah, he heard slime time and went full Joker. Like, holy crap.
Talking about the Mercurial Mold, the Amalgam.
That's the face of slime time.
You know, Conduit.
Like, that could be a meme right there. Just CMC's face in that moment. It just says, it's slime time.
It was also pretty versatile. This one, I think it got it beat in versatility. This is probably the most versatile elite spec I can think of.
That's the thumbnail?
You know, Cal split it in here, so you see the UI. You can see 3 blank slots. They might look familiar. They're basically like utility slots. Cal can show you the menu. Pop it up. You
Oh my god, there's so many options. I love options.
can pick any of those. So we have 7 more skills, 3 slots, a lot of permutations here. Before we go into what they do, we can talk about the new F5. It's going to be Evolve. So if Cal hovers over it, it's just pretty simple. It says Evolve.
10% attribute increase. Your attributes are increased for 8 seconds. Gain additional effects based on the morph skills you have slotted.
It evolves.
So this one, you're going to kind of like
Okay, wait. Are the morph skills down here or up here?
merge with your slime, you know, become 1, and it's going to give you bonuses based on the morph skills that you have selected in your F2 through F4
The
slots.
top ones.
So baseline,
Okay.
all it does is just give you a bit of an attribute increase, nothing special, but the real bonuses are going to come as we get into those more skills. quick like side note is that you can see that the F1 is still not selectable. That one is just going to be a normal healing tool belt skill. We decided to keep it there because, for one, medkit exists. A really big part of medkit is having that F1 mending heal.
Yeah, okay. For the non-engineer mains, if you take medkit, which is primarily used for healing other people, but there's a few outliers to that, the heal button becomes equip medkit, and then that changes your 1 through 5. So when you use medkit, your heal skill goes up to the F1 key, and your self-heal button goes up there instead of being down here. So that's why they did it this way.
But another part is that we do have trait triggers based on healing toolbelt slots now, and we want to keep that as something we can work with. So we didn't want you to have to decide, oh, I need this skill in this F1 slot because that's the lowest cooldown, I'm going to proc those more. We just wanted you to put where you felt comfortable putting those skills as you would utilities. But we can get into it. So the more skills are going to be divided. There are a couple defensive ones and a couple offensive ones. So the first one is going to be the defensive protocol, Protect.
Briefly block incoming attacks. 1.5 seconds, but 20-second cooldown. Resilient Strain. Evolving will grant you 4,800 barrier. That's fat. And 8 seconds of resistance.
When it's used, it's just going to give you a block for a duration. Pretty simple.
Oh, that looks cool! Nice job, you guys. That looks neat. That looks neat.
Pretty good. Having a block in
You got that Venom shield.
your toolbelt slot is, pretty powerful. But you also see at the bottom of that tooltip, you have the Resilient Strain. And these strain bonuses are what I talked about, how it's going to upgrade Evolve. So you see here that Resilient Strain grants you a barrier. And
I want to see. That looks sick. Oh my god. Yeah, I knew it. I knew they were gushing.
When you evolve. So it's a pretty big barrier. This one's super defensive, as I keep saying. This one's probably the strongest defense you can get out of all of the board skills. But that's just going to be one of the 3 bonuses you get, so it's already pretty strong. We can move on to the next one, though, is going to be Defensive Protocol Cleanse. It does what it says. It's going to cleanse you.
Okay, when you press the button, you get 800 barrier, convert damaging conditions to barrier, and non-damaging conditions to protection. Wow, okay, so up to 3 damaging conditions become 800 barrier each, and up to 3 non-damaging conditions become prot for 3 seconds each. So this is up now in ideal conditions. This is a 6 Condi cleanse on a 20-second cooldown. That's really nice. That is really freaking nice. Now, granted, if you had like 6 damaging conditions on you, it's only going to remove 3 of them, right? But yeah, it's pretty cool. Replicating Strain. Evolving will heal you over time. That's 3,200 over 8 seconds, and give you 8 seconds of Alacrity. And it's a stun break. So Evolving becomes a stun break with this.
It's going to convert damaging conditions to barrier and non-damaging conditions to protection. So it's going to kind of single out both. So if you have like a lot of non-damaging on you, but some like pretty heavy damaging conditions, you'll be able to get that. This is what you want to take if you're going into like maybe a PvE fight, has a lot of conditions like career, or if you're fighting maybe like a conditioned conduit in competitive modes, you can take this. Its strain bonus is going to be the replicating strain. It's going to give you a heal over time and alacrity, kind of like more sustained healing bonuses when you use that as opposed to the more immediate defensive bonuses from Protect. Good note on this skill is it's also a stun break. You're losing some of your tool belts, and a lot of the good ones are stun breaks, so we wanted to make sure you had the options to take stun breaks with part of these more skills. And that can kind of open up even more normal utility options, because sometimes on Engineer you were kind of constrained of what you could take because you need some stun breaks. But now you can maybe take utility skills that don't have a stun break tool belt because you can get it here by selecting these specific more skills. The next one is going to be the last defensive one.
Defensive Protocol Thorns. Grow protective spikes, damaging nearby enemies. For a short duration, the spikes react when you are struck, damaging nearby enemies again. Initial damage 882, Thorns damage 588. So 6 seconds of Thorns, deal damage to nearby enemies when struck. 1 second of stability. That's odd. Number of targets 5, interval half second. So at maximum, if you're getting hit every half second on the dot, this could proc like up to 12 times. Which that's going to be rare, but you know, it might be enough that if someone's like wailing on you, they might, you know, panic and back off for a second because of all the spikes coming out of you. While evolved, strike foes an additional time when you hit them for 8 seconds. 1/4 second cooldown between hits. The additional hit is 200 damage, and it also makes your morph a stun break.
Offensive Protocol Thorns. It's also going to be a stun break. This one is more dubiously labeled a defense. It is pretty offensive in what it does. It gives you a buff that's similar to, people might remember a long time ago, there was a boon called Retaliation. It did damage to people when they hit you. This one is going to be a pretty similar effect. The Thorns are going to kind of react and strike when you're struck, dealing damage to enemies nearby you. Pretty important to note that this does have like a melee range requirement. So if there's like ranger rapid firing you from far away, you're not going to deal any damage to them. But if you're in the thick of it, maybe in like a worldly world situation, getting hit a lot, this one's going to pump out a lot of damage.
Notably, there is kind of a limit to how often it will retaliate, correct?
Yes. There is a small interval, so you can't do like infinite damage if you're getting hit a lot, but it still does have strong damaging capabilities.
I remember dying to retail because of long range. But yeah, that was the primary weakness, or the biggest weakness of when I first made the arrow cart build. That was like the double longbow build in World v World that could like hit enemies behind walls, stuff like that, with non-stop quick draw barrages. And the main thing was retail. If I was just constantly peppering groups of enemies with arrows and they had retail, I was constantly hitting myself. So I was having to burn my heal skill like on cooldown and occasionally stop attacking just to keep myself alive, even though no enemies were anywhere near me.
Its strain bonus is going to be the Rapacious Strain. This is similar effect to some other buffs we have in the game. When you strike foes, you're going to strike them additional time. So it's kind of like One Wolf Pack, Shattering Ice on Catalyst we have, just generating some extra damage. So this one's really, like if you want a defense, a stun break, but you don't want a full defense.
Okay, real quick. He said it requires melee range. I think he meant the Thorns part required melee range. The offensive part, he's using a rifle right now, and I'm seeing the second attacks.
Don't want to be offensive aggressive, maybe in PvE situations. This one's a pretty good pickup for that. But then we can move into the more offensive ones. The first one is going to be Offensive Protocol Pierce.
Thrust forward with a spike, piercing the defense of your foe. 2k damage, vuln, 2-second unblockable stun on up to 3 targets. 20-second cooldown. 20-second cooldown. When you evolve, 2-second stun on nearby enemies. Either of those stuns is 400 CC.
You're going to create a spike and then jab out with it, stunning enemies. Big note on this one is that it is unblockable. It has a really high wind-up time, so it's pretty easy to see coming, but if an enemy is like shield blocking right in front of you and you've decided to take the skill, it can be a pretty good counter to that. Just very offensively minded. It is loaded with CC. Its strain bonus is going to be when you evolve, you're going to stun nearby enemies after a delay. So if Cow evolves with it on, you'll see that there's a little white circle, and after a delay, another bang. It's going to stun people. So, you know, if you want to do some break bar damage in PvE, this is the one you slot on. Get a lot of combo potential as well in competitive modes. CC someone, use some other of the offense we're going to get into. A lot of potential here. Then the next one is going to be Offensive Protocol Obliterate. This is
create a giant blade to maim your enemy. This attack destroys the barrier. What? What? Just flat out. Just period? This attack destroys the barrier of enemies hit. Alright, for any new bloods, that's new. That's not a thing that's been in the game up until this point. There was no just get rid of barrier. That's a new thing. And also, Scourge is extremely prevalent in PvP right now. So, yeah. 2,500 damage from the blade. 1k bleeding, so this might be like the Conduit thing. Just deletes barrier. Rather short range, 300 range. It's melee. Titanic Strain, involving will improve the effect of Might and grants Might. So it gives you 10 stacks of Might, and Might will grant 10 more power and 10 more condition damage per stack of Might. So at max stacks of Might, this is an additional 250 power and condi damage for 8 seconds.
Probably like the most offensive one you have. It's going to swing a giant sword. I think
Ooh, I like it.
To the artist was like, make this sword cartoonishly large. You can see a really cool.
I like it.
But it's going to deal a lot of
Gamers
damage.
love cartoonishly large weapons. Look at Monster Hunter.
A lot of bleeding, and it has a special mechanic that I don't think we've done before, and that is going to break your enemy's barrier. So that's like all of it. So if you're up against like maybe Ceres in PvE that has a lot of barrier built up on it, or against a Scourge in competitive mode, you can use a skill and break their barrier before you deal the damage. So specifically really good if you know you're going to fight someone that has barrier access, but also just does a ton of damage. Its strain bonus is going to be Titanic Strain. Evolving gives you might and also increases the effectiveness of might. So it's going to be like 10 might stacks and also make that might even better. So if you have 25 anyways in PvE, it's still going to juice you. Pretty good damage increase, like I said. If you're looking for damage, it's going to be the one with the most throughput there.
Dude, I feel like this class is winning right now. And I haven't even seen the traits or any of the utilities or the heal or the elite yet. And I still have got a few more tool belts to go. I feel like this is winning right now.
I think you should make the sword even larger.
I agree. It already
You
is like
should.
cartoonish. Like I think when you're like a Norn, like it scales like most things do to races, and it's like incredibly big there. So the next one is going to be offensive protocol.
Shred. Launch cutting discs at your enemies, piercing enemies in their path. Enemies struck are crippled. If an enemy is struck by all 3 discs, they are immobilized instead. Decent power damage, 2300 base. Pierces. Predator Strain. Evolving grants you 8 seconds of super speed and 8 seconds of quickness. There was one of them gave Alacrity earlier. So you could have your evolution give you quick and alac for 8 seconds. That's without concentration. If you had concentration, you could have a build that gives yourself 16 seconds of concentration and 16 seconds of quickness every 20 seconds. And the alacrity would reduce the 20-second cooldown down to 16 exactly. If you get 100% up to... You could have perma self-quickness and alacrity as long as you had enough concentration. Wow.
Red. This one, you're going to throw out 3 discs, you saw this in the video, that are going to cripple enemies, and if you hit all 3 of them, it's going to apply and immobilize. So this one's kind of a gap closer. The spec isn't going to be as fast as Scrapper with its super speed or Hollowsmith with like Photon Forge 2. So this is a good, like if you want to make sure you're chasing enemies, this is a skill to...
Chrono can already do that. Yes, but there is 27 elite specializations, and most of the other 26 can't. There's a couple, but most of them can't.
Take to go along with that, its upgrade bonus is going to be the Predator Strain, just giving you quick...
Also, Chrono's getting nerfed. You don't know if you're going to be able to do that in a couple months.
And super speed when you evolve to pretty good bonuses to chase people down and deal some damage pretty fast. Then the last morph skill we have access to is going to be offensive protocol Demolish. This one you're going to...
Morph! Spin around with a hunk of metal, then finish with a forward smash. 1700 spin, 1400 smash. It is a whirl and then a blast finisher, one after another. Evolving grants you stability and heals you based on a percentage of damage done to enemies. For 8 seconds, you have plus 20% healing from outgoing attack damage, so lifestealing, plus 20% healing from outgoing boon and condition damage. Oh, wow. Wait, what? Plus 20% healing from outgoing boon and condition damage. What? What is that? Boon damage? What's outgoing boon damage? This is like the Gen 3 Bacon guy. He wrote this. And 8 seconds of 5 stacks of stability. Okay, hold on a sec. Chat. Okay, my earlier example. That with enough concentration, 8 seconds becomes a 16-second buff. And the 20-second cooldown on evolving would go down to a 16-second cooldown. You could have perma-alac, perma-quickness, and 5 stacks of stability at all time if you were running all 3 of those, if you had 100% boon duration.
You swing a hammer around.
Evolve has a 45-second cooldown, though. Oh, does it? I thought it had a 20. Okay. All right, my bad. I thought it had a 20, because all these have 20.
Again, we saw this in the video.
Okay.
This one is really...
That's still really good!
...around doing heavy AoE damage. So if you're trying to cleave a lot of mobs, if you're in World v World, you want to do a lot of damage to the group in front of you, this is a skill you take.
All right, scratch what I said about the perma-quick, perma-alac. The math is different if it has a 45-second cooldown.
Go along with that, when you're in the cut of things, it can be kind of dangerous. So the Berserker Strain is going to give you stability and also heal from outgoing damage. So while you're doing that, you're healing yourself, staying up, making sure you don't die while you're in the middle of things. The spec is, pretty much a bruiser spec. There's going to be a lot of defenses baked in and a lot of ways to deal damage, especially from melee range. So everything's trying to synergize around that. And then, with all those in mind, you can see why Evolve is a pretty powerful button. Getting 3 of those bonuses we just went over whenever you want, customizing it for the situation, makes it a pretty good cooldown to have. It's really like a go time button. You're going to press that and people are going to be scared. But that kind of covers the general way you're going to play with profession mechanics. We can move into the utilities, which are going to be stances.
Mitotic state. Your slime stimulates your cells to regenerate, healing you rapidly over time. The healing is increased while you have barrier. 7,600 base healing, which is very respectable. Over 5 seconds. 20% increase with barrier and only a 20-second base cooldown. All right, this is very similar to a Ranger's Troll Unguent heal. Basically, it's very high base numbers for the healing, but it's over a few seconds. It's not instant. So because it's over time, they pumped up the value of the skill. This looks very similar to that. But then this also increases further if you have barrier.
Important to hydrate. But the heal is going to be mitotic state. You're going to
80-second cooldown. It's a 20-second cooldown. You
command your cells to
80-second cooldown healing. Get your glasses.
To separate, regenerate. It's going to heal you over time pretty rapidly when you use it. And then it's got a little hook that is going to increase its effectiveness while you have barrier. As Cal's been pressing the skills, you can see that you're getting some barrier when you get more skills, so it's pretty easy to trigger that. We'll get into that when we talk about.
Oh, interesting. So it doesn't just check for barrier when you click it initially. It checks for barrier on each pulse of it.
Traits. But this one, it's not going to give you like a burst heal like you normally do. It's going to be a heal over time. And so it's kind of vulnerable to pressure. If people are hitting you while it's healing, they're going to break your barrier pretty fast. So you're going to lose out on that. You might not get the direct healing that you might get from like an AED or like the normal elixir heal. But it is a pretty strong heal over time, so really good sustain benefit. But then talk about the heal. We can talk about this heal tool belt.
All right, so tool belt. Okay, so once again, just for the sake of any new bloods, most engineers, if you pick a skill down at the bottom, it comes with the tool belt skill up at the top. So like for most of them, if you pick a skill that goes here and that comes with an extra button there, you pick a skill that goes here and it comes with an extra button there, and so on and so on and so on. But for this guy, the heal comes with the button there, and then the rest of it just has its own selection. So this comes with a tool belt button, which in this case is barrier on self and magnetic aura. And magnetic aura reflects projectiles, so arrows and bullets for 4 seconds.
It's going to have one because you don't get a morph in that slot. It's going to be symbiotic shielding. It's going to be instant cast if you barrier mag aura. Pretty good defensive cooldown. Get that barrier to trigger the healing. Magnetic aura, as we talked about, not a lot of range or mobility in the kit, and so having that little counter pressure to use just instantly is a pretty good thing to have in the kit. Then we can go on to the just normal utilities. There's going to be 4 of them based on the states of matter. You saw liquid state in the video, and it's like super cool, but there are also other ones. The first one we're going to talk about is solid state.
Solid state. Stance. Leap into the air as you command your body to compact, stunning enemies upon landing. What? As you command your body to compact? You're going to crush up into a ball like Metroid? Stunning enemies upon landing, gain stability, and increase outgoing stun durations for a duration. Okay, so you get 5 seconds of stab, you do 1,500 damage when you crash down, and then for 5 seconds, any stuns you deal are 33% stronger, and it's a blast finisher.
That one is going to be a CC ability. You're going to leap up in the air, harden yourself, give yourself some stability, and then you're going to crash down, stunning enemies. Then you're going to get a buff for a little bit that increases outgoing stun duration. So this pairs pretty well with Pierce we talked about.
Really
if you have Throw Mine, if you have Hammer on, just if you need to do break bar damage, start with this, and then throw all your things out. In competitive modes, getting stability and stunning people, pretty strong thing to have. Really good initiation tool. Then next one, we talk about liquid state. You're going to melt down into a puddle. Most importantly, you can move while being a puddle.
Hold on.
Then next one, we talk about.
All right, liquid state. Melt down into a puddle. Evade all incoming attacks. Also, it does damage, it does poison, and it does cripple.
Liquid state. You're going to melt down into a puddle. Most importantly, you can move while being a puddle. And then while you're in that state, you're going to deal damage around you, kind of ticking damage and poison.
So straight up, like from my own background, this is Vladimir's pool from League of Legends. Vladimir was a vampire-type character, and he could just drop down into a pool of blood. He could still move under enemies. It did ticking damage while he was under them, and then after the end of the duration, he would snap back up. Very similar.
People that stand on top of you, crippling them, making sure they don't have much mobility. But this one's going to be kind of a short defensive cooldown mostly. You're going to evade while you're under there. So it's going to be a shorter duration than something like Elixir S, but it's also going to have a lower cooldown, be a bit more usable, and also can keep up some pressure while you're, taking poison onto people that stand on top of you. Then the next one is going to be Gaseous State. You will
Sublimate. Breaking stun from yourself, remove movement impairing conditions, and prevent the reapplication. Okay, so it's a stun break. It removes Cripple, Chill, and Immobilize. And then for 5 seconds, you have 66% faster movement speed, which is faster than swiftness, but slower than super speed. And you are immune to getting Cripple, Chill, or Immobilize on yourself for 5 seconds.
sublimate, vocab word, breaking stuns, and then you're also going to remove movement impairing conditions and prevent the reapplication, because you're kind of like in a gassy, airy.
I kind of expected that it was going to look like mist form, but instead he's just like farting a lot.
State, so how can people immobilize you? You're not going to be completely incorporeal like maybe mist form, but you are going to be a bit hard to hit. So this has a little bit of a new mechanic where incoming strikes against you are going to be glancing blows. So it's basically like as if anyone that hit you had a weakness on them. So can't be crits, really good damage reduction, cool. Not completely invulnerable, you can still be CC'd during this, but again, pretty good defensive cooldown. Then the last one is going to be Plasmatic State. This one is going to be the most offensive.
Plasmatic State. Superheat your body and lash out, damaging and burning enemies struck. Your outgoing strike and condition damage is increased for a duration. It does 2 power hits, then it does burning applications, and for 7 seconds you're in the plasma state, which you do 15% more power and condition damage.
Option you have. You're going to strike out twice, giving yourself a pretty good damage buff, and also doing heavy damage from the strikes
Spiky
themselves.
boys.
This is a pretty high modifier, so usually you want to stack it. You want to evolve and then use this, stack all your damage multipliers. I think in PvE, the spec is going to have a more bursty damage profile, where you're going to want to save your cooldowns for when you have Evolve up, and stack all of them at once, get a really high damage burst off. So managing those cooldowns is going to be kind of important. And then competitive modes, this one is going to be, if you want just more damage from the kit, this is a pretty good button to have. Then lastly, we can talk about the elite. It's going to be Flux State. You're going to
Flux State, 50-second cooldown. Stance. Your slime rapidly spins around you, creating a magnetic field. Pull in nearby enemies as a metallic storm swirls around you. So, 1k damage, and then 12 hits of storm damage for a total of 4,700. Then each of those 12 hits also do bleeding application, so this might scale with power and Conduit both. It does a pull, 360 range. Not huge, but it's omnidirectional. I think, what was the range? It's a lot shorter range than Spectral Grasp. 5 targets, half-second interval. Now, I assume that it just pulls once and then does 12 hits, and the interval is for the hits. I don't think it pulls 12 times. And then radius 300 and 150 CC.
kind of command your slime to swirl around you, creating a magnetic field. You're going to initially pull people in and then create like a storm of those like spiky metal things you see going on that's going to take damage.
I like the animation a lot.
So pretty good control thing to start with, and then as you pull enemies in, there's going to be a storm that damages around you. So pretty simple elite skill. Again, pretty good to have up when you're bursting things. Simple what you want out of the slot. That kind of covers all the utilities, so we can move into the traits here quickly. Yep, the first one is going to be Experimental Union, explains what the spec does. That's, can move on to the first interesting one, is going to be Hybrid Vigor.
Gain 240 vitality. Wow. Okay, so baseline, just right out the gate, 240 more vitality for anyone who plays this class. Gain 700 barrier when you use a morph skill.
You're going to gain vitality, and then this is where the barrier is coming from as Cal was pressing the skills. Gain barrier when you use a morph skill.
So morph skill is the buttons up here. These were stances. So those are morph.
This one kind of built in sustain, kind of the heat therapy equivalent of this spec. Doesn't give vigor, so maybe it's like an unplayable thing, but hybrid vigor is like a biology term, so get educated, I guess.
He's like, I've got a chance here to call our entire audience stupid. I'm gonna take it.
To the next minor is Willing Host.
Using a morph skill increases your damage for a duration. For 10 seconds, you get 15% bonus damage and Conduit damage. Okay. Most of these skills, if not all of them, had a 20-second cooldown. This lasts 10 seconds. You could easily, if you were trying to, keep this buff up 100% of the time by just cycling these. So in PvE, that's probably going to end up being part of the standard.
This one, when you use a morph skill, you're going to get yourself a damage increase. Again, kind of like the baked-in damage increase for the spec. This buff, when you use it, it's not going to stack duration, it's going to reset duration. So it's a bit of an incentive to spread out your cooldowns to make sure you always have this buff up. You don't want to maybe slam all your morph skills at once and then run out of the damage bonus. You want to make sure you have spread them out so you can, you know, make sure that buff is always on you, getting the most value out of it. Then going to the adept tier. This tier is kind of a theme. They're all going to be defensive.
Stainless Steel. Convert conditions to boons when you use a stance skill or evolve. Stance skill converts 1 Conduit to boon. Evolve converts 2 Conduits to boon. Okay, so that just basically just adds condition cleanse to everything over here. Which Ranger has a thing like that for wilderness survival, but it's for F1 through F5. No, it says stance skills, not morph skills. Stance is the ones over here. So Ranger has that, but for Ranger, it's a Grandmaster trait, but then it also does a couple of other small things.
Some of them are going to give you a damage bonus, but it's going to be how do you want to pick that defense. The first one, Stainless Steel, is going to be oriented more towards conditions. When you use one of the stance skills or evolve, you're going to convert conditions into boons. So again, if you're going into a place where you would want that cleanse morph against, again, Career, any Condi boss, or in competitive modes, this one is probably the one you want to pick. The one below it is going to be Innervating Alloy. Heal every second while you have Barrier.
Heal for 100 every time you have Barrier. When you evolve, heal for 1,000.
Heal when you evolve, so this has pretty good innate synergy with that hybrid vigor trait we talked about. This one is not going to...
Ranger doesn't get boons, though, it just removes condition. Yeah, that's correct. It adds 2 condition removal, nothing boon related to that.
Provide you an active defense, but it is going to give you sustain over time. So if you can't really decide if you want the top or the bottom, this one's a good middle ground to have, always useful. The bottom one is going to be protection against kind of burst damage.
Morph skills and evolving grant prot to yourself. 2.5 seconds on a morph skill. So again, that's F1 through F5. 4 seconds on evolving.
Damage, that strike damage, harden chrome, morph skills, and evolve grant protection to yourself. So it can potentially be a lot of little triggers of protection. So it's good with that Inventions trait, anti-corrosion plating. Get a lot of triggers off of that. But if you're up against heavy strike damage, this is a trait that's probably going to give you a lot of value compared to the other two. Then, you know, the interesting level of these traits is going to increase if we go with the tiers. The master trait going to be a bit more interesting.
Carbolic composition. Amalgam skills inflict poison on hit. Poison you inflict lasts 33% longer. Okay, so Condi.
Grandmaster is pretty spicy, so just tease you with that as you talk about the master tier. The first one is going to be Carbolic Composition. This one is going to focus on poison application. It's going to cause all your Amalgam skills, which are just any skill that's special to the Amalgam, all the morph skills, all the utilities on hit, they're going to apply poison. And then you're also going to get a pretty big duration increase for poison. Engineer has pretty big duration increases for both bleeding and burning in the firearms trait line, but poison was kind of not there. So this hopefully make it easier to condition duration cap, specifically with some condition builds, and also be a more biological focus on applying poison and just getting some extra damage, enabling some condition amalgam builds here. The middle one is going to be Mercurial.
Disabling an enemy reduces the cooldown of evolve by 3 seconds. Quarter-second internal cooldown.
Mercurial tendencies. Disabling an enemy reduces the cooldown of evolve. This is a pretty powerful effect if you can get a lot of CCs in your build. This one is specifically going to give a lot of synergy towards hammers, I think. You know, if you're a Darkroot owner, you want to use it with this spec. And hammer can get a lot of CC procs off. So again, using that, you get evolve off cooldown more, can mold your rotation some, based on getting those CCs matched up a bit better with plasmatic state damage bonus. Should be pretty interesting. Something you definitely want to be capitalizing around on a damage amalgam build.
So, hold on. I'm doing some rough math in my head. So, if you were running concentration in open world with this, and every time you evolve, you get 16 seconds of a lack and 16 seconds of quick. On a 45-second cooldown, a lack would make it a 36-second cooldown, down from 45. And then that 36-second cooldown, every time you do a CC, would get shortened by 3. So... if you were able to do 6 or 7 CCs per cycle, you could have very high quickness and a lack up time, even when you're running around on your own. I'm sure Lord Heisen will find a way.
Then the last one is going to be Silver Lining. It's...
let me see. Audience. Hey, Destroyality. Hold on, let me answer this guy real quick. So, Destroyality, I have a whole, like, video thing on that topic. If you click that link right there, the top video, if you watch that, it answers your question by, like, a large part. And if you still have more questions, feel free to hit me up again.
Gonna do what it says. There's gonna be a bit of a downside, but
Okay, next trait is Silver Lining. Evolve no longer inherits bonuses from strains. Morph skills grant their strain bonuses at a reduced duration. Okay, so Evolve will no longer get the bonuses from these three, but these three will now give you their bonuses the moment you hit them, but 50% reduced duration. But keep in mind, these buttons have a 20-second cooldown, so they can be hit way more often.
pretty good upside. Evolving no longer inherits the bonus of strains, so it makes so all you do when you evolve is get that stat bonus, but instead, morph skills are going to grant their strain bonuses at a reduced duration. So this one shouldn't give you a lot more uptime on those bonuses, but a lot more flexibility of when you use them. So if you do that hammer spin, as Cal's doing with it, you're going to get stability at the start. It's a pretty good time to get stability is when you're doing that long cast, and also that healing buff. So you're going to have it when you use Obliterate, get that damage bonus when you want it. So yeah, like I said, just a bit more flexibility. Might be better in competitive modes where it's risky to get all those bonuses all at once, but this is more spread out, but again, lower duration. You might be thinking with this trait that like, okay, Evolve kind of sucks if I take this trait, but we haven't gone to the Grandmasters there. So all the Grandmasters are going to kind of change what Evolve does
First of all, I like how this tooltip is a happy little slime.
a bit, and make it to the button. That's already interesting, is like super interesting. To talk about them,
Symbiotic Synergy. Evolve recharges your morph skills. Ooh! Morph skills deal 33% increased strike damage. So you could just do like F2, F3, F4, F5, and then that brings F2, F3, and F4 back off cooldown. Actually, wait. Do we know if you are running the Amalgam Heal, is the Amalgam Heal's tool belt skill considered a morph skill? I would have to rewind to see. I don't know if it is.
we go to Symbiotic Synergy, the top trait, which has the best trait icon in the game. It's just a little ooze guy that's smiling. But what it's going to do is it's going to cause Evolve to recharge your morph skills, and then morph skills deal increased strike damage. So recharging all three of those abilities is pretty strong. Getting all that damage back can get your block back, stun breaks back when you evolve.
I'm also reminded of, I can't remember which trait line it's in, but there is a trait for Engineer where whenever they use a tool belt skill, it fires Chain Lightning at enemies. That you might be able to do something magical with that in this.
They had a pretty good cooldown to have. Pretty big strike modifier for PvE. All these traits, everything you're seeing on the stream is like kind of split for competitive modes. You're seeing the PvE balance. But again, making that cooldown, kind of want to use all your morph skills, then evolve, and then having them all back for that moment of power. Pretty strong moment. And then I think all the other Grandmasters are going to be strong as well, compete with that. We can skip to the bottom to talk about Double Helix.
Evolve has 2 charges and grants a 50% increase attribute bonus. I believe Evolve granted 10% to all stats, so this would make it 15.
Evolve is going to grant an additional charge and grant a bonus to its increased stats. So this one is going to give you double the Evolve,
Yes.
which is pretty good, and make it a bit stronger, getting that stat bonus to 15%. But having 2 charges means that you can kind of choose when you want to evolve. Again, when we talk about Silver Lining, some of these bonuses are things you want to time specifically. So just having that extra charge and knowing you can use one of them off cooldown, but always having another one when you want that stability, that resistance, anything that you want, that quickness, super speed on demand can be pretty powerful. This trait has a lot more burst potential. You can use 2 evolves back to back to get some really high bonuses, where I expect maybe Symbiotic Synergy is a more sustained damage option. But then there's one last Grandmaster trait. And this one is potentially the most interesting. It's going to be Contagious.
Contagious Mutation. Strain enhancement effects are shared to nearby allies when activated with a 25% reduced duration. Strain enhancement. Ooh.
Mutation. Strain enhancement effects are shared to nearby allies when activated with a reduced duration. So that's all the effects we just talked about. You give your allies the resistance, the quickness, the super speed. Even the special ones, you can give them that strike bonus from Rapacious Strain. You can give them increased might effectiveness. They're going to take a duration decrease. You're sacrificing a lot to take this trait. You're not going to get like the cooldown reduction from Evolve. You're not going to get the double charges. But if you're in a group situation, this is probably a really good trait to have. A lot of potential, a lot of things that this could just be broken. That's what betas are for. So very excited and interesting to see what people do with this trait. Going to keep our eye on it for sure. It does work with Silver Lining, so if you have both Contagious Mutation and Silver Lining, you're going to share to allies when you use those morph skills, so just even more choosing when to give things. They are going to stack the duration bonuses, so I think it's like only 3 seconds you share to allies, but still pretty powerful application. You do have the ability to grant both Quickness and Alacrity if you take both of those, but you have to make a lot of sacrifices to do that, so potentially fine, we will see. But yeah, that is the Amalgam. Pretty good.
So I don't see a way, like an obvious way, for this to keep Quickness or Alacrity on its group 100% of the time. So at a glance, I look at this and I'm only seeing a DPS role in a PvE party. Like, it can do some quick, but it would fall off. Same with Alac. You might be able to do some healing or something, like if you have like med kit and then you've got like the bonuses for your group. But again, similar to the Conduit, you would have a healer that doesn't provide the essential boons, so the community would probably be kind of weird about it, unless it was like in like PvP or something.
What's your favorite morph skill?
I think Obliterate, like the sword is just so good, and just like cranking with it, like it hits really hard, so you should dodge that if you see it coming.
Cranking with it. Next is Evoker.
Okay, that means we have covered all the elite specs. There's nothing more to see here today. Although I guess we can talk about the Evoker.
Before we get into the Evoker, I think there's one question on everyone's mind, Cal, and of the familiars you get, which one is your favorite?
Which one is my favorite? I really like the hair, I think.
The
They're
air
all
hair.
so good, though. It's like...
The Firefox, the Water Otter, the Road Toad, and the Air Hare.
Show them all off as we get in here. Let's see, just make sure everything's set up properly. Put on some skills. All right, let's do it. Evoker, the last elite spec preview before we get into the beta. So we talked about this a lot in the blog. You know, you probably watched a video. So first things first, you pick an element to specialize in. You do that on the F5 slot here. Similar mechanic to how the Amalgam skills work, where there's kind of selectable profession skill. And here we can choose from, you know, the fox or the otter or the hare or the toad. Let's just give them the time that they deserve here on the screen. So here's the fiery fox, of course. Water otter. The air hare.
Come on, say Road Toad.
And of course, the earth toad.
Ah. So
the
close
idea
to
here
greatness.
is that you pick an element to specialize in. And it's going to do a few things. First of all, there will be some traits and utility skills that care about your specialized element. We'll get to those in a little bit. They're also going to see a significantly reduced recharge time of the element you specialize in. So here I am specialized in fire. So when I swap out of fire, you're going to see it goes on the short recharge time that all of the other attunements go on. This is a number that we're definitely playing around with, trying to find like the right balance between. This really feels like you have more flexibility. Like obviously people know Fresh Air, the trait, just gives you a lot more flexibility in how you use your air skills, when you need to use your air skills, because you're going to kind of always go back. Similar idea here. There are a number of traits, obviously, that trigger when you enter an attunement. Some of these are balanced for the Weaver profession in that they cannot trigger when you attune to the same element. And those traits specifically will have a internal cooldown when you have the specialized element. So if I have, for example, Healing Ripple is the example in the water trait line, the one that says heal when you swap to water, that will not be able to trigger every single time if you are quickly swapping in and out of water, because it might be a little bit too powerful, but it will still have more, there will be increased access to that, because you can just wait a little bit longer, or you know, it's going to be every other time that you swap into water, or every third time.
I'm realizing if you had the Water Otter and you also had the Otter Infusion from Drizzlewood, you could have 2 otters.
Depending on how quickly you are swapping, keeping a pretty close eye on how that plays. You know, is this short recharge the right number? It fit pretty well with just how attunement mechanics work already, so that was kind of the baseline. But it could be a little bit longer. Maybe the traits don't need internal cooldowns then. But that's something we'll be looking for a lot of feedback on during the beta. But for now,
Is there any otter miniatures? I'm wondering if there's 3 otter options.
is just your specialized element will always have this low recharge time. And that, again, just gives you a lot of extra flexibility. I think Dagger with Air is a great example of this, where Shocking Aura, Ride the Lightning, Updraft, these are all skills that are pretty situational. So if you swap out of air and then you don't have access to those for like 10 seconds or 8 seconds or whatever your attunement recharge is and how much alacrity you have, there's so many variables that go in, but you have that longer window of opportunity for like enemies to capitalize on, I know there's no shocking aura available, but now you can have a much lower recharge and always be able to go back to those utility focused skills, or always go back to the auto attack that you like the most.
Sorry, did they say the exact amount of the recharge reduction yet? Or did I miss that?
As you
I was too busy thinking about otters.
use the other skills in your build. So last up, we have the familiar. Obviously, we get a familiar when we specialize in an element. And the way that this works is it's obviously not like a...
Real quick, I'm noticing he did 2 small movements there, and the thing didn't move. So it's not anchored above his shoulder like a function gyro is anchored above your shoulder if you're an engineer. It's actually following like an invulnerable mini type of thing.
Ranger pet or a mechanist mech. It is intended to be more of like a companion combatant, where we're really trying to capture the feeling of this familiar kind of fighting alongside of you. So the way that it works is using a weapon skill is going to start charging up this meter, and we talked about this a lot in the blog too. Here I use
Oh no.
it's an air skill with my Firefox, so it gave me 1 charge. But if I go back to fire attunement and I use a fire skill, that's going to give me 2 charges toward my, we're calling it the basic skill. We see another note here about an empowered skill. We'll get to that pretty soon. But the idea is, again, you can charge up your familiar skill more quickly, and then that will, as you're fighting, build up your familiar's power. It can contribute a attack as well. You can see a nice little fireball. We'll talk exactly about these skills. There's still a little bit more to explain about how this charging mechanic works. Currently, for the beta, it will not charge up when you're using an auto attack, and it will not charge when you use a flip skill. And the goal here is that trying to normalize the rate gain across different weapons a bit better. Obviously, comparing something like Scepter, something like Staff with Fire, the auto attack speed is significantly different. So it would blow out pretty heavily if you got 2 from using an auto attack. It could use 1. This is still something that we're thinking about a lot. Whether or not there should be charged from using utility skills, whether it should be charged at a reduced charge for auto attacks, maybe even give like half of a charge, for example. So we'll definitely be looking for feedback on this in the beta. But for the baseline, the first implementation is that as you use basically your 2 through 5 skills, that is going to contribute charge to your familiar's basic attack. So you will be using your skills, and then the familiar will power up here, and we're going to see firing up Ignite here from the Firefox. This is just shooting out a burning projectile, and the idea is that each time you strike the same enemy in quick succession, it's a pretty generous window, so quick is kind of a misnomer. I think it's like a 10-second window to hit the same target. That will inflict additional burning. So I'm just going to start cheating and have infinite energy here, infinite charge, and so we will kind of start from 0. It did not quite start from 0, but we see here that inflicting 1 burning, then 2 burning, then 3 burning on the 3rd hit, and after we use the basic skill 3 times, so I hope you guys like counting to 3 because you can count to 3 in your fire attunement, and then count to 3 as you use the basic skill to the empowered skill, and that will then unlock the empowered skill of the familiar. The idea is that you can then conjure it into the world and it will form a much more powerful attack. So here we see Conflagration, kind of the ultimate skill of the Firefox, is that it will spawn into the world, attack your targeted enemy, inflicting burning, and this will then also spread burning on that target to nearby enemies. So kind of an epidemic effect, but only for burning. So we see here, build up that burning on this target, then we're going to hit with Conflagration. That's going to get a pretty big burn spread, assuming you hit everything. And then the idea here is that there is a cap on how much burning you can do. We thought that applying 1,500 stacks of burning might be too much. So here we see the maximum stack count is 9. It's going to be a little bit lower in competitive modes as well. And there's, again, just another thing that we're keeping a pretty close eye on. Like, we want the skill to feel really strong. Transferring 9 stacks or copying 9 stacks of burning to nearby enemies is pretty strong. But, maybe it could be a little bit higher. We'll see as we get further into the beta. And then once you have used the empowered skill, we see the center meter reset back to 0. And
Are you rewatching this? No, I'm watching it for my first time. There's lots of people here who are seeing it for the second time, I think, though.
Familiar will kind of come back to its floaty hover state. So notably, the familiar will just follow you around in this state. It will just, float, chasing you around the world, but companion for your adventures. Importantly, when you activate the basic skill, the familiar will find you wherever you are, just to make sure that it's in the right position. It will kind of teleport over to you and make sure that, this is firing off a projectile with a certain range. We want to make sure that it is based pretty closely to your range, and we'll see this on a number of other skills as well. But the familiar will always come to your
So every time you give it an order, it snaps to your side. That's good.
Get really far away, the familiar...
Similar to the ritualist attack.
If you get far enough away, it will eventually just teleport to you again. Kind of a nice catch-up mechanic here, similar to how like a lot of pets work as well. But most importantly, this is not a ranger pet. It's not a mechanist mech. It's not something that is attackable or in the world. It is a familiar, like ally combatant that is powered up through your own weapon skills. So that is the Firefox. We saw Ignite and Conflagration. So let's go ahead and move into the Water Otter next.
I mean, as a pet build / summoner enjoyer, it's literally the origin of my icon on Twitch and YouTube, the shadowy guy with the puppet sticks. It's basically fireballs with a different skin, right? Instead of you shoot the fireball, the glowy fox thing to the left of you shoots the fireball. But if he's not attackable, and he's not repositionable, and it still comes from your current position, and it's still a fireball, it's a reskin. That said, this still looks beautiful. It's a really good reskin. But as like someone who really enjoys playing pet builds, this ain't a pet build. This is just, you know, a fancy version of just like the idea of shooting a fireball from a familiar.
We will see quite a bit of flexibility on this spec. I'd argue that it rivals Amalgam, if not overtakes it, with the amount of flexibility in this profession based off which element you choose to specialize in. Obviously, we're going to see a lot more condition damage from fire. We'll see a lot of heals and supportive stuff from water, strike damage, power damage coming out from the air, hair, and more of that bulky bruiser type playstyle from the earth toad. Let's go ahead and move into the otter. So
they didn't say it was a pet spec? No, I know. I'm not saying they did. I am just adding what I feel was clarity. That's all. The otter throws orbs of water at nearby allies, healing them and granting regeneration. Now, do you... where is he? Range 600. I see. Is it just around you? Or... oh, I guess
it's going to have Splash. This is going to throw out a few healing projectiles nearby allies. That's a little bit of healing, a little bit
yeah,
of
it seems like it's from
there.
your location.
Nothing too crazy, but just a nice, solid healing skill. Then once we build up to that empowered skill, we're going to see Buoyant Deluge. This is a pretty powerful...
All right, the big otter is summon the otter to throw a massive ball of water at the target location. When the ball lands, it heals allies in the area and removes conditions from them while stunning enemies. 2-second stun, 3 Conduit cleanse, regen... Okay, wow, this is really cool. All right, 4,500 base healing on the area. Regen on 5 friendlies in the area. 3 Conduit cleanse on 5 allies in the area. And a 2-second stun on 5 enemies in the area. Range 900, radius 360.
Powerful skill does a lot of things. So we see here that we're going to just... let's take a look at what the otter...
That's going to be a fun button.
Target skill. I'll pick the area. Let's throw it on our allies when we want to heal them. See the otter kind of come in, play around with a little bit of water stuff, and then fire off a big... I'll pick the area.
Bound it back up. I want to see it again.
We want to heal them.
So he like rolls on his back, plays with the ball, and then whips it with his tail toward where you targeted it, which results in like a 1-second cast time animation. That's pretty cool.
See the otter kind of come in, play around with...
I like it. It makes me smile.
Water stuff, and then fire off a big ball of healing water. You know, mostly healing water.
So it's kind of like that's almost the strength of Tempest Water Overload, but you can like fire it at range to an area, and it doesn't like stun you. Well, I say stun. It doesn't like, you don't channel the overload. But so like the pro, you can use it at range, and it doesn't lock you down while you're using it. The con would be it takes more effort to get to it because you have to get it charged up and have to get it available, and then have it primed.
But it does also have some offensive components here. This skill's really fun. I love the animation of this skill so much.
I really like that. Just if okay, really quick, because I don't know yet. I hope that this class can provide quickness or alacrity, not because I really care, but because the community cares. And I would love, as a support enjoyer, to see something serious come out of this otter, because I like what I see so far.
Heal these allies, create a water field. This is going to pulse some regeneration as well, very powerful with something like cleansing water. And then also remove some conditions. And then the extra bonus here is when you throw it on enemies, generally you're going to be throwing it on allies to heal them. But if you also have overlapping enemies, we're going to see that bubble kind of traps those enemies inside, doing a stun.
Just say you want to play more Ellie. Oh my god, dude. I can't wait to have 8k health again.
So a really powerful skill does quite a few things.
I'm gonna misform out of so many revives you don't even know.
You know, a lot of these empowered skills, they are a little bit less accessible when you are not given infinite charge. So they are going to be all super impactful, very powerful skills. Just give some more screen time to the otter. It's got a nice little shell necklace.
What? He has a shell necklace. Oh my god. I just thought I couldn't. I didn't think he could get any more powerful. What does the Twitch chat say?
We have the air hair. This one's going to be, again, more strike damage focused, starting off with the zap. It's just going to be a ground target damage skill.
Ah, crap.
See some damage. We see this
Hang on.
mark being up.
Hold on. I'm
This
gonna go
one's
back.
going to be, again,
Okay. The hair creates a burst of lightning at the target location, damaging enemies and marking them to take increased damage from critical strikes. Everyone's? Like allies too? Oh, that's a unique thing. So it does damage, and then the enemy takes 7% more damage from crits for 5 seconds.
more strike damage focused, starting off with the zap. It's just going to be a ground target damage skill. See some damage. We see this mark being applied. The way that this works is that it will mark enemies.
From yours? Wait, is it just yours? Oh, it's just yours. Ah! Okay, I'm bored again.
Increased damage from your critical strikes. They won't augment ally critical strikes, but your own critical strikes will get a nice little damage bonus here. So you will be wanting to continuously zap your enemies in order to keep that up, or it will rather create some more bursty windows of opportunity. We really need a close-up on this animation as well. We see the hair doing a little bit of...
Mutt can't read? Well, they can't write. You remember some of those tooltips that we saw earlier? It was like, there is there.
Spell casting does a little backflip to fire off that burst of lightning. And that eventually is going to flip over into...
Lightning Blitz. Summon the hair to Shadow Step to and attack enemies around your target for critical damage. 394 damage. That's very low. I think we saw this in the trailer. It was like the rabbit was like boo 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 all over the place.
Lightning Blitz.
It looked like Geraldo's rabbit from Bloons TD6. Let's see if both of the viewers of mine understand that joke.
It's going to be just a big strike damage skill. The idea is that the hair, you summon the hair and it kind of dashes so quickly between your enemies to the point that it might actually be teleporting. But that is just going to be doing guaranteed critical damage on every strike, so that plays really nicely into the zap debuff, obviously. But this will kind of dash between enemies. If there is only a single enemy, we will, of course, see a hair continue.
I just noticed the heal button is someone petting the water otter, and the water otter has hearts. He's loving it.
You to strike that single enemy. And kind of power up, doing a bunch of strikes, bunch of damage, and then again coming back to the baseline of floating next to you.
I wish the pet had an auto attack. Yeah, I do too. Even if it was a weak one.
Big damage coming out from, you know, assuming you have real equipment equipped that has power, precision, and ferocity. I guess you don't need precision for that skill, but I would recommend a lot of power and ferocity instead of nothing.
So guaranteed
And
crits
last
from the
but
rabbit
not
thing.
least, we have the Earth Toad. Again, leaning more into like this bruisery defensive playstyle, a little bit of crowd control, or a lot of crowd control, as we'll see. I'll take a quick water break though, as we watch the marvel that is the Earth Toad.
Just swimming in the air.
All right, so we're going to start off with
Terratoad.
Calcify. And the idea here is that it's just going to be a quick,
All right.
quick casting interrupt. All right, so we're going to start off with...
Okay. The Toad unleashes an earthen blast that dazes nearby enemies. Gain barrier if you strike an enemy that is using a skill. Gain barrier up to 1 time. Okay, so 400 damage, 150 break bar. If you interrupt something, you get 2k barrier.
Calcify. And the idea here is that it's just going to be a quick casting interrupt, short-ish days. I see again the Toad will teleport on top of you to make sure that it is hitting those nearby enemies. If you do strike an enemy that is using a skill, this is also going to give you a bit of barrier. So a nice little defensive tool. A little bit of strike damage on this, but the main focus is again that crowd control and that defensive component as well. Look at this up times. Earth Toad doing some magic, firing out some rocks, and that is going to flip over into
Seismic Impact. Summon the Toad. Just the Toad at your location. The Toad leaps up and slams the ground, knocking down enemies and creating a rocky barrier that enemies can't cross. Allies in the area gain prot. 1.5 seconds of prot, but 5 times. Maybe it pulses. Cripple, bleeding, 2 seconds knockdown, and a blast finisher.
Seismic impact. This is going to be that big crowd control moment. We're going to see the toad comes in, kind of stomps on the ground. The first hit here is going to knock down enemies.
Demacia!
He's all going to create this ring of earth.
Another joke for maybe 3 viewers.
Similar to like the ring of warding mechanics that we've seen in a few places where enemies cannot cross through unless they do have stability, but it is kind of that earthen cage to keep enemies trapped inside.
The Demacian
and
toad.
See a bit of damage, bleeding, cripple, coming out on the second stomp there as well. So just that pretty solid bruiser skill. We see that this area is also going to give protection to nearby allies, including yourself. So again, big crowd control, a little bit of damage, and a nice little defensive skill is, again, the theme of the Earth Toad. Let's see it one more time. Seismic impact.
I would say I have a very small concern of, like, when he clicked Seismic Impact, it was a 1.5 seconds, maybe, before the ring appeared. In PvP, like, if a Hammer Guardian teleports on top of you, they can put you in the cage, like, instantly, and then you need stability to get out of it. If an Ellie teleports on you and you're moving, and then they do this cage, I'm a little worried you could just walk out of it before the cage finished spawning in. But we'll see.
We'll come back to following.
That's just a first thought.
So that's the gist of the familiar mechanic. Obviously, like I said, we're still looking for a lot of feedback around like charge rates and skill impact levels. And there's a lot of ways that we can tune this mechanic, as we talked about already. It's like, should auto attacks count? Should utility skills count? Should flip skills count? Should it be faster? Should it be slower? The beta is going to give us a lot of this information, and all you guys feedback in the chat and the beta, playing the beta is going to give us kind of the right balance of these things, such that it feels like this is a fairly active companion fighting alongside you. So next up, we can hop into the utility skills. We'll start with the healing skill with this lovely image of the otter getting a pat on its head.
Rejuvenate. Heal yourself and charge your familiar skill. 6,400 heal, 18-second cooldown. How much charging, Cal?
Rejuvenate. So this is just going to be a pretty short cooldown healing skill. Nothing too crazy. It's going to heal you, and it is going to give you a charge, full charge of your familiar basic skill. So this will just kind of accelerate your
full charge of the basic.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
In addition to obviously giving you.
Do we know if you can pre-do this before you go into a fight? Let's say you're in a strike mission or a raid boss fight, right? And you're looking at the boss you haven't pulled yet. Can you spam some stuff to charge up the familiar before going in? Or is it going to be like if you boon before a fight and start combat and then you're stripped of all your boons?
That healing skill. Nothing too crazy, but some nice visuals. This one doesn't really care what your familiar is. The elite skill doesn't care what your familiar is either. But now we'll take a look at these utility skills that do have a slight.
Don't think they said.
Slight.
Yeah, I don't think they have. I'm just thinking out loud. That's something I wonder. Because like, you know, different classes have different systems. Like Druid with their astral power. You know, the boons. Everybody has that. You know, Catalyst has Ellie Jelly. Stuff like that. And just a sec. I disabled alerts. That's a patron. There's no breaks on the patrons. They buy my ramen. God damn it. Anyway, some classes have energies that you can like pre-do before the fight, and some don't. So I'm just curious if this is one that you could kind of like prep beforehand.
Amount of caring about what your utility skill or what your specialized element is. I'm going to swap back to the Fox because the first thing we're going to talk about is Fox's Fury.
Grant boons to nearby allies. Then inflict burning on your target based on the amount of might you have. If fire is your specialized element, this skill breaks stun. Over 20 might does 1k, 10 to 20 might does 700, under 10 might does 500. 10 might, 10 seconds of fury, burning, 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 and stun break if you are fire spec.
This is going to give some defense, or some offensive boons rather. Still, my mind was stuck in the Toad land of defense, but here we are with Fox's Fury. This is going to give some might, some fury to your nearby allies, and then you're going to attack an enemy, do some damage, and do some burning. And the damage and burning here is going to scale based off how many might stacks you have. So we have a few different thresholds here. If you have less than 10 might, you're going to get kind of the weakest version of the skill. And between 10 and 20 might, you get the middle version of the skill. And then if you want the big damage, the big burning, you're going to want to have 25 might stacks, as you probably do as you're running around in raids or open world PvE or anything like that. Notably, the might from this skill will count first. It's not going to be enough on its own to get you over that first threshold. but if you just have a couple of might stacks lying around, you can always at least get the middle
Lying
value of
around.
the skill. And assuming you have, say, 12 might,
So if you have at
13
least 2
is
might,
over 20
and you use that, it pushes you
then
over
you
the
get
10
full value of the
threshold
skill
into the
as
second
you
one.
fire it off. And for anyone reading the skill fact as I'm rambling here, we see that it fires the specialized element. This skill will be the stun break. That's kind of the baseline mechanic that we've implemented for all of the utility skills here. Your specialized element will control which of these skills is your stun break. We think that there still needs to be a little bit more here. Didn't quite get in for the beta, but there is going to likely be. We're already kind of looking ahead toward making the specialized element kind of pump up these skills even a bit more than just having that stun break component.
Yeah,
So
I do not hate the idea of this also makes its associated thing become a stun break. I don't hate that. But it does feel like, you know, if they're trying to do something creative here, there's room for a little bit more. So I share his thoughts on that.
Mind as you are giving feedback around these skills, if there's anything that you have in mind, you know, should it just be more damage, more burning? Maybe that makes sense for this one. Maybe it should do something else. Maybe it could give you more might stacks so you hit that second threshold, third threshold a bit easier. That is something that we are considering moving forward. It's just for the beta, the specialized element will make the associated utility skill into a stun break. So next up, we'll take a look at the Otter's Compassion. Notably, these are meditation.
Otter's Compassion. Convert conditions on nearby allies into regeneration. If water is your specialized element, it breaks stun. 5 Condi Cleanse. So it's a group-wide Condi Cleanse for 5 Condis. And it also gives regen uptime. I mean, if you had any trouble giving regen, it gives you some too.
Not to mention that, but anyone who can read the skill facts will know that kind of fits the theme pretty well. Like, you know, the spirits of the wild, and you're kind of communing with these elemental familiars. Meditation fits pretty well, and you know, there's at least one relic that cares about meditations. So maybe you take that, get a little bit of extra protection. Here we see Otter's Compassion. Again, this will be the stun break if you have the Otter. Only for yourself, not for allies. But the way this skill works is that it will convert conditions on yourself and nearby allies, specifically into regeneration. That is important once we get into the traits. Obviously, maybe cleansing water exists as well. So you can remove 5 conditions, gain 5 stacks of regen, which obviously stacks in duration, but it will give you 5 instances of regen, which could then trigger cleansing water 5 more times. And that's kind of insane when you think about it. It could be a cleanse 10. But just a powerful, you know, defensive Condi removal, a little bit of healing from that regen.
Cleanse 10.
You know, pretty straightforward water-associated skill. Show that. Just a little burst of water.
Regen has max 5 stack, so it won't help too much on regen uptime. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit.
Coming out here as you remove conditions from your allies. Next up, it doesn't really matter that I specialize because we're not showing off the sunbreak.
Hare's Agility. Dash to a location while evading attacks. Your next few strikes create an arc of chain lightning. If air is your specialized element, then use Sunbreak. Striking a foe will create chain lightning attack on that foe for 500 damage 5 times. Each chain hits 3 targets.
Opponent is there, but we do like to have the hare here because the hare again is the best of the familiars, and there is no argument for any of the other 3 except they're all good. Hare's Agility. That's going to be a ground target, mobility skill, evasion, dash.
Okay, so it's kind of like Ride the Lightning.
Pretty good distance. Not super long range, but reasonable amount that you can kind of escape. So it's going to be evading attacks, and it's also going to give you stacks of this.
So that is really solid. So I want to point this out. Let's say you are under pressure. This is a stun break. You go into an evade, so you're basically unhittable for 3/4 of a second while you're moving away from the threat. That's really nice. Like, the only thing this doesn't do is like condition cleanse you. If you're immobilized and you use this, you'll you'll stun break and you'll go untargetable for a few seconds, but you won't actually move anywhere. I've seen that happen with some other similar skills, but still, stun break only if you're in air. Of course, yes. But I'm saying if you are in air, if you're like an air specialized PvP evoker, this is a really nice button. It does a good, and that's like not even talking about the chain lightning. Like it stun breaks you, it starts evading, and moves you away from a threat, and then you could start doing chain lightning.
Venom-esque buff called Hare's Agility, named after the skill. This is going to cause your next attacks to inflict chain lightning. Let me see here, just getting a little bit extra.
Honestly, I could barely make it out. I saw like a little.
Strikes
I could see like, okay, there it is. We paused on it. Oh yeah, it's a little hard to spot, but yeah.
From this buff, we'll see this buff again when we get into the traits. But it is, again, going to be a pretty decent chunk of damage coming out, so kind of a hybrid defensive and offensive skill here.
So in PvE, depending on the numbers, it could be one of those buttons that you just hit anytime it lights up for, you know, more damage. Because it buffs 5 attacks.
Lightning effects. You're not quite as fast as the hare, you don't get to teleport across the entire map, but you can evade attacks as you dash and get that buff. Again, this will be a stun break if you have...
Another thought is the chain lightning hits 3 targets. Can it bounce back to the original target? And what I mean by that is if there's 2 targets, can it go hit, 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 and effectively hit the first target 2 times in that situation? I remember back when Guild Wars 2 first came out, and I dabbled in Ranger then, the throwing axe, the 1 button, had 2 bounces, and it worked like that. So like if you had 2 enemies, it would go like a throwing axe hit, 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 and the first target would take double the damage that it would, you know, if it was alone. And I'm just wondering if this works the same way. Years later, they changed the throwing axe thing to only have 1 bounce, so it doesn't do that anymore.
Here. Last up, we have Toad's Fortitude. This is going to be more of that defensive skill again.
Okay, quick read. Meditation. Block incoming attacks. Duration half a second. That's a short block. Then strike nearby enemies with shattering rocks. Gain protection if this skill completes successfully. If Earth is your specialized amulet, it breaks specialized element, it breaks stun. Does damage, does bleeding, gives 4 seconds of prod if you get the whole thing off.
But it will have some offensive components. You know, we see some bleeding on there. We see protection. We see a bit of damage as well. This is going to be a short duration block. So you're going to want to use this at the right time, block the key attacks, and then this will explode outward, this kind of earthen barrier, explode outward, do some damage.
1, art department did great. That looks really cool to me. I like that. 2, half a second is really tight. If you're playing, if you have got any kind of latency, this is going to be difficult to use. Wherever you play, if you got no lag at all, you might have no problems with this whatsoever. I think with practice, I'd be okay with this, but not like right out the gate. But like, if you're in Australia, forget about it. if you're oceanic, just don't even put this on your bar. You know, it's that's a very short. That might be the shortest block in the game. I can't instantly think of another one.
Bleeding, and also grants you protection, assuming you aren't interrupted by some sort of unblockable crowd control. And of course, if you do have the earthen specialized element, this will be a stun break.
Does quickness shorten the block? Yeah, it would. Yeah, if you have quickness, the block would be even shorter because it's channeled. Yes. Engineer shield block and Ranger greatsword block are shortened by quickness as well, because it's a channel.
Last up, we have the elite skill. So what could it do? You might get a hint from the icon. The idea is that...
So again, I predicted this and this wasn't like a crazy prediction. A lot of people predicted this. Predicted this when we saw the trailer for it, and we saw an ability where all 4 animals were just blowing up one enemy. We saw, you know, there was lightning, there was a water ball, there was earth rocks, there was fire. So I'm guessing this is going to be everybody muck that guy in particular. 60-second cooldown. Summon all 4 animals to use their empowered skills. Oh, that's nice. Because that means whether you're support or power or Conduit, this is just your favorite button with some icing on top. Oh, and it's a CC, because Earth Toad.
This will kind of give you access to all of the familiars, and you guys might have noticed this in the teaser video that was kind of used at the end of the Evoker segment. You can kind of see the...
They did, dude, that's so clever. They didn't even have to do any scaling or math on this. They're like, just the other 4 things combined.
The familiars starting to come together. The idea is you ground target the skill, then the...
Hold on, are they excited? Yeah. Ooh, pog.
Familiars will all kind of do their attack around that area.
Oh, it's ground targeted?
Starting to come together. The idea is you ground target the skill, then the familiars will all kind of do their attack around that area. Obviously, there were no enemies there, so Fox and Hare didn't show themselves, but let's use it on some actual enemies. Toad will come in first.
Okay, so if there's no enemies, you still see the earth and the water, but the air and the fire need something to hit to be visible.
You know, set up with that earthen cage, then the otter's going to toss that water ball on top, get that stun. Fox and Hare will come in, and you know they're set up to hit all their damage, so that's what they're going to do. Obviously, you get the healing from this. You get the protection from this potentially. You get all the things.
Oh,
from
that
this.
is such a fun button.
It's an elite skill. It does it all, and just a really powerful effect. Where it also gives you access to kind of all of these familiars.
That is
you
such a
have
fun button.
Access to, so a very
like I any buttons that slightly tilt a fight for like in your team's favor, even if they're subtle, I love it. Like as in Druid in PvP, when I play Druid in PvP, like when I do the like Astral Form and then the 3 button, it crashes down and it dazes enemies, and with a trait it immobilizes them and it heals my allies. You know, and then Astral 2 is like blind the enemies and cleanse the allies. Like I love skills like that where it does some positive stuff to your pals and some negative stuff to the bad guys, and just, you know, tilts the field of battle a little bit in your favor, just in all ways. And this is that, and I love it.
I don't know what word I'm looking for. This gives you a lot of different types of value all at the same time. So you can use this on your allies, giving that healing from the water ball, giving that protection from the earth toad, but maximum value is going to be somewhere where there are enemies and allies at the same spot. So again, these are just using all those empowered skills. We have Conflagration, we have Seismic Impact, we have Buoyant Deluge, and Lightning Blitz.
I'm gonna say right now, like, I have never been more interested in playing an elementalist in the last 10 years than this moment. That's not to say, I don't know for certain that it's gonna be like my new main or anything like that, but holy cow, this looks so cool. I really like this. This and the Amalgam, I really like it. Like the Conduit looks pretty good, but I don't think that would be like my new main, just because of my own personal preferences. But the Amalgam and this look really cool. Like, oh my god, dude, I just remembered Gale Shot exists. Oh my god, dude, we missed out so much. Like, hey, yo, look at this awesome new playstyle Amalgam got. Here's your 3rd bow, sir. What? If you wanted me to use a bow, why do you... Okay, whatever. This isn't the video for that.
Are all going to be triggered here as we get trolled by skill retargeting. But here we go, using it at the proper location. We see all the familiars coming in and doing their thing. Now, take a quick break for water, and we're going to talk about the traits. Taylor, what is your favorite of the familiars?
It's definitely the toad. You know, really looking to do an earth evoker. Put my hammer on, swing around. Very, very dirt, mud focused. Definitely the best one by far.
Yeah, I see how it is. All right, let's put on some random traits. Wait, flashing. Here we go. This explains all the things that we already explained. You can scroll through.
Muck's mood is going to drop when he has a Gale Shot in the party? Nah, I don't care. I mean, I've never really enjoyed playing Warrior that much. I don't get a bad mood just because I group with a Warrior. There are classes that I think all of us don't enjoy playing, but we don't care if we're in a party with them. It's not like, ugh, Warrior, ugh, smells like pour in here. No, it's not like that at all. It's just like, oh yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's not my thing, but okay, well, let's go. Let's go kill the dragon.
For this one, see all the basic skills, see all the empowered skills, all that good stuff. But let's talk about traits that actually do something.
Improve a boon based on your familiar. Might, okay, if you're Firefox, your might gives 10 more condition damage. If you're Water Otter, your regen does 20% increased healing. Okay, that is very common in healers. There are many healing builds that increase the strength of the regen boon by 20%. Fury will grant an additional 15% critical strike chance. Oh, that opens up some very interesting possibilities for armor. That means if you make a build that specializes in using the rabbit or the hare, it will be that much easier to reach crit cap, which means you need less precision, which could mean you have more room for more power and more ferocity, which means more unga bunga. What's crit cap? 100%. 100% crit cap means that everything that you do will critical hit. Okay, and if you're Toad, protection will also reduce incoming condition damage by 33%.
So here's kind of the first of a handful of...
Now, I am not nearly as skilled of a math nerd as like the Snow Crows guys are. I'm just explaining the thought process to you guys. Like I don't look at that and I'm like, oh well, that's going to allow us to use 3 pieces of assassin gears, 4 pieces of dragons, and I don't know. But I'm saying that's the chain of logic, and I can't wait to see what someone does with it.
Traits that care which element you are specialized in. This is enhanced potency. It's going to improve a boon based off that choice. So where we see might giving you additional condition damage per stack, regeneration going to have that increased healing. That is notably regeneration will heal for more, not an outgoing healing bonus. Hair is going to give you that super fury, increased critical chance while you have fury.
Super
and the
fury.
Earth Toad will cause your protection to do reduced condition damage as well as strike damage. So again, it's kind of like a stat stick trait that just leans into defining which of these playstyles that you selected based off your element: Conduit damage, healing, strike damage, defense.
Dude, another thing that I really like at the sound of this is, again, like, when I played Tempest, when I did videos on Tempest, one thing that I repeatedly said is, like, I really like this, but it feels like you kind of get into a rotation, right? Like, you dip into fire to give people might, you dip into water to give people soothing mist, you dip into earth to maybe keep prod up, and then you keep, like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And if you had just left water and something catastrophic happened, like Billy stood in a red circle or something, I don't know, you could use, like, wash the pain away, your healing skill, but then after that, it was just kind of like, man, I really hope you live till I'm back in water. And or you might have if you were running staff, you might have a staff heal or a geyser or something. The point is that this, in addition to looking like a fun support build for people like me, you also have a shorter cooldown on the water element. So those moments of frustration are either reduced or gone. Because it's like you're in water, you leave, and then bad thing happens, and you might be able to, oh shoot, and go back to water. It's kind of like when you play Lingering Light Druid, which freaking no one can because it doesn't give alacrity, but it lets you go back into astral form after like a second or two if you have enough buffs rolling. And it feels like the way it was meant to be played. It alleviates all those frustrating moments. So I'm seeing a lot of potential on this. Muck, hold that thought. No, I'm going to pause everything. I'm going to stop receiving new information, and I'm going to tell you a whole bunch of thoughts that'll be irrelevant in 5 seconds, and you're going to love it.
Next up, we have Familiar's Prowess. That's a spoiler from the...
What is this? Gain a temporary bonus after using a familiar skill. Fire gives 10% Conduit damage. Water gives 15% healing increase to others. Hair gives 10% to flat damage. And Road Toad gives minus 15% to incoming duration. Each one is 5-second duration, and they stack up to 15 seconds.
Top GM affecting this. We did see this activating or triggering every time that we used a familiar skill. This is just going to be, again, kind of more of that bread and butter, build-defining bonus effect. We see every time we use a familiar skill, whether it is that basic skill or the empowered skill, we will get a buff on our bar for a bit of time, increased condition damage, increased outgoing healing, increased strike damage, or reduced incoming strike damage, again, based off your familiar. We're going to move into the adept traits. So this is going to be kind of an air.
One of my thoughts right now is, okay, the familiars are charged by your 2 through 5 skills. What weapons, like I'm guessing maybe dagger, I don't know. What weapons have the fastest cooldown on a 2 through 5 skill that you could just abuse? That you could just abuse the hell out of it. Just to get so much, Firefox Fire Blast, or so much Water Otter Bolts.
Air focus trait, there's going to be 4 of these, 1 for each element.
They said it can't be a skill that flips over. So like Transmute Earth isn't gonna count, I don't think. Stuff like that. It's got to be something else.
What a surprise. Where each of these care about your specialized element in that they will be a bit more powerful if you have the matching familiar. So here we see that every time you use a familiar skill, we're going to be getting...
Okay, hold on. After you use a familiar skill, your next strike creates an arc of chain lightning. Gain additional strikes of chain lightning if you have the hair. Hair's agility, 6 seconds. Striking a foe will create a chain lightning attack, and 3 seconds of fury. Additional stacks with the hair 1.
Stacks of that chain lightning buff that we saw on the utility skill as well. So that
Pistol has a 4-second cooldown on the 2 skill and a low cooldown on the 3 skill. It'll also depend on the element. Like fresh air will have more. Right.
That's going to be a single stack. Also going to have some fury in there. But if you have the hair, you're going to get 2 stacks of this buff. So basically double effectiveness of this chain lightning buff.
It's kind of funny that there's like a adept rabbit, and then there's like a master otter that's playing, and Grandmaster is just Toad.
Can move into the bottom trait, which is going to be more...
Earth and Fortification. Gain prot when you disable an enemy. Prot duration is increased if you have Toad.
That Earth focus trait, Earth and Fortification, gain protection when you disable an enemy, and again, basically double effectiveness here if you are channeling or if you are evoking the toad. And then in the center, so we'll see the fire and water traits in the master tier. Then in the center, we're going to see kind of a hybrid trait that is
Blazing Restoration. Burn nearby enemies and grant regeneration to nearby allies when you use a healing skill. 4 seconds of regen pre-concentration, 7 seconds of burning. Okay, so this is something that could be useful for healers or condition damage dealers. Very interesting combination of how they did that.
Valuable to both the other two elements. So here we see Blazing Restoration when you use a healing skill, you know, that lower cooldown Evoker healing skill. We're going to do a bit of regen AoE and a bit of burning AoE. This will be important for either of those two traits that we will see basically right now. Starting with Fiery Might, there's going to be increased...
Oh, hold on, chat. Hi. What's up? Was he sleeping?
Yeah.
And you just picked him up?
Well, he wasn't. He was making, like, moaning sounds.
Oh, was he dreaming?
I don't know.
Well, he's not now.
I was putting him here, so if he starts vomiting, you can keep an eye on him.
So you thought he might vomit, and you decided to hold him in here above my head?
No.
That was your train of thought?
That was just an example.
Oh, okay. I hate it. Okay. I know what you want to do. Go ahead. Mwah. He's purring, chat. He's currently okay with it. His torture is minimal. Okay. Thank you for the visit. Put him down while he's patient. Is boy back in school? Yeah, he just started 8th grade. Okay, hold on. I'll put him over there until he leaves. All right.
Burn damage, so again, leaning into...
New trait, Fiery Might. Burning you inflict deals increased damage. Gain Might when you inflict burning. Might duration is increased if you have the Fox. Damage increase is 10%.
That right. Condition damage, a lot of burning going to be coming out from the fire specialized evokers. And then you're also going to gain Might anytime that you inflict burning with a very short cooldown to make sure that it's not completely insane. But
I mean, it's still stacked up really fast.
It's going to be basically doubled when you have the Fox, so just giving more opportunity to stack up that Might.
Very important note here that both this trait and the Familiar's Prowess bonus should...
So this would make it, if you're just running around an open world as fire, this trait would make it insanely easy to always have 25 Might.
Work with Inferno, correct?
I believe that is correct. If it's not, I'll go double check after this trait, but we'll make sure that it does.
The Familiar's Prowess bonus says plus 10% condition damage, but that is like damage from conditions. So even when you have Inferno, it is still a condition despite scaling with power. So you will have increased damage on it.
There you go, Inferno enjoyers.
Inferno, we might see some Infernos with the Fox.
Inferno
next
Fox
we have the
build.
Water trait, Soothing Evasion.
Soothing Evasion. Grant regeneration to nearby allies when you dodge. Heal allies when you grant them regeneration. Healing is increased if you have the Otter. 157 heal when you grant them regen. 208 heal when you grant them regen if you're Otter. And then regen on allies when you dodge. These are really low numbers, but it would be okay if you could apply it a lot.
Again, going to be more of that healing focus trait. Grant regen to allies on
240
dodge,
radius,
and then
too.
when you grant allies regeneration, you're going to be healing them. We can see here that that healing is a bit more potent when you have the Otter. Yet another trait that potentially heals on dodge roll because you will dodge, grant regeneration, then that regeneration will heal your allies. And then last up, the kind of hybrid air-earth trait in the center here.
Elemental Balance. Gain increased outgoing strike damage and reduced incoming strike damage. When above the health threshold, outgoing strike damage is further increased. Health threshold is half health. When below half health, incoming strike damage is further reduced. So 5% outgoing damage buff, 5% incoming damage reduction. If you're above half health, you do 10% increased outgoing damage. If you're below half health, you do 10% reduced incoming damage.
Mental Balance. This is going to give you either increased outgoing strike damage or reduced incoming strike damage, depending on your health threshold. So when you are above that 50% threshold, taking the opportunity to go more aggressive, getting that increased damage, and as you're below that health threshold, it will instead, the Toad will be protecting you with that reduced incoming strike damage.
Toad protects, chat.
Quick water break before we wrap things up with the last 3 Grandmaster traits of these Elite Specialization previews.
Is that exact trait on another
Alright,
class?
we're going to
I
start
recognize
off with
it.
Familiars.
Untamed has a very similar one with the outgoing damage and the incoming damage thing. I don't know if it's identical though.
Focus.
Grandmaster Toad. Familiar's prowess is improved. Heal yourself when you use a familiar skill. The healing is 1k base. The Firefox gains 25% increased condition damage. Water Otter gains 30% increased healing increase to others. Air Hare does 25% more flat damage. Road Toad is minus 15% to incoming condition damage and power damage.
So this is going to be, as we saw, this is really going to be enhancing that Familiar's prowess bonus to even more powerful levels. And it also has this personal heal attached, so it is more like this more selfish combination of like defense and offense trait. So every time that you use a familiar skill, you will get a bit of healing in addition to that empowered Familiar's prowess. So we see here Fox's prowess, familiar prowess, even more condition damage. I mean, it's just increases of everything, except the Toad, again, is going to give you kind of that hybrid Conduit damage reduction and strike damage reduction instead of going a bit too crazy with the strike damage reduction number. And then the rest are just pretty solid increases. This one's pretty straightforward. You know, if you do want that kind of lower impact, lower intensity style of build, you're probably going to want to play with Familiar's prowess, as it is just leaning into the core mechanic.
Did anything in the Evoker kit give Aegis or stability? I think the Toad had some self-stability, but I don't think like group stability, unless I missed something.
Of the elite specialization, using that familiar skill as often as you can. Next up, we have Familiar's Blessing.
Remove conditions from nearby allies and grant them boons when you use a familiar skill. Oh, there it is. Firefox gives might. Water Otter gives alacrity. Air Hare gives quickness, and Road Toad gives prot. So we're looking at Heal, Alack, Evoker, and Heal, Alack, Evoker, and DPS Quick Evoker? Interesting. So they did this in such a way that the DPS variant of the same elite spec, it provides a different boon. Very interesting. Okay. So essentially, with concentration, you're looking at 8 seconds of Alack or 8 seconds of quick per application. And it's whenever you use a familiar skill. So basically, this thing needs what? So like, if you're matching your familiar, you need to fire off 3 things, like 3 weapon skills, to fire a familiar skill every 8 seconds to keep the boon up.
So this is going to be more of a supportive trait. We do see some boons here. This is always going to remove conditions from nearby allies when you use a familiar skill. And then, depending on your specialized element, we see a few different boons here. Might from the Fox, Earth, going to give you protection, and then there is opportunity to apply.
Right now, as a support enjoyer, I'm worried about all the other boons, though. Because, like, Tempest uses Overload Fire to keep Might on the team. And they use Overload Earth to help with Prot. And you know, and other stuff in Earth to do prot. I'm not sure. And then they use their shout skill. What is it, Eye of the Storm or something, to help with Aegis and stability and things like that. It's like, yeah, we've got that essential boon that everyone cries about, but we're missing so many of the other things. I don't know. I'll have to talk to some Ellie mains and see if there's other ways to get these. Like, I know about Transmute Earth on the staff, so that's a stability, but.
Either quickness or alacrity, whether you have the Hare or the Otter equipped. So we will likely see, you know, that strike, that power quickness DPS with the Air Hare, and more of a heal alacrity build coming out from the Water Otter. Obviously, this can just be a powerful defensive tool in competitive modes as well, or a powerful support tool, giving that Conduit lens every time they use a familiar skill, or, you know, giving some of these defensive boons, or even quickness can be a pretty powerful damage.
Chrono found dead in a dumpster? What?
And there's one final trait to talk about. It might be the craziest trait of all of them.
Patreon noise.
I think out of all the things we've shown, it is the most interesting, most ambitious.
Across all of these elite specs, maybe across all existing elite specs, could it be the craziest trait? I want to say yes, and let's just see what it does as I equip the trait.
Is it going to give 3 tomes that each give you 5 new, very competitive skills?
And take a drink of water.
Fire, 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 and fire.
So we see here that I am specialized in fire, as I have the Firefox. And the first thing that this trait did, called specialized elements, is it said, hey, why aren't you...
You cannot leave your selected attunement. Your familiar's basic skill charges more quickly. Activating your familiar's empowered skill recharges your weapon skill and triggers traits as if you entered the attunement. Recharge time reduced 10 seconds. Skills to charge familiar is now 2.
in fire attunement. You should probably be in fire attunement.
So every 2 clicks, you could fire off your pet ability.
The way this trait works is you cannot leave your selected attunement, but there is some bonuses. There's reasons to do this. Are they good enough? We kind of hope so. You know, we do want to have this kind of single element playstyle enabled by this Grandmaster.
I wonder if Water Otter with this can reach the highest level of healing output in the game. I'm not sure if it could, but I'm curious.
Trait that's a little bit crazy. We didn't want it to be like something that you had to do playing with this specialization, but if you want to opt into this as the Grandmaster trait slot, you know, you can just be locked into fire attunement. All of my attunements have become fire attunement. I can't switch out. That's not the worst thing in the world, because we see here that the familiar basic skill is going to charge more quickly now. It's only going to take 2 of these skills. I can fire off a couple skills. That's going to give me access to Ignite, and I can fire off a couple more skills, get access to Ignite again, flip over to Conflagration, and when I activate Conflagration, use it at a pretty bad time, but this is going to give you a flat cooldown reduction to all of your equipped weapon skills. So we see here, you know, let's fire off some skills, do this again, charging up toward that Conflagration, and we're going to hopefully set up a reasonable period of time where we can utilize this. We have all our skills on cooldown. Now we use Conflagration. Those are all reset. Now I can start counting again toward my next Conflagration, toward my next Ignites. And this is like a pretty powerful loop. It's not really going to be like an infinite loop, obviously, but it is going to just lean into that single attunement playstyle where you're just going to be charging out the familiar skill even more rapidly, recharging out skills every time you use that. And this is going to add, you know, this is a pretty interesting trait.
Hang on. A small part of me hates this, and the reason for it is this thing is out-Tempesting Tempest. Because Tempest, like, Weaver, it's like an elementalist has 4 elements, they do 1 at a time. Weaver has 4 elements, and they do 2 at a time. Tempest does 4 elements, but they do 1 at a time harder. And this one is like, I do it harder.
I don't want to call it a flexible trait because it's kind of the opposite of flexible, but there's a lot of different ideas that you can play around with here. So you can play like Scepter with Firefox, or you can play Staff with the Water Otter. You know, I switched to the Otter, and it says, hey, now you have to be in Water Attunement. You're not allowed to be in another attunement. Air Hair, you know, this is going to be that air specialized strike damage. You know, a lot of lightning strikes, a lot of blinding flashes, maybe more gales coming to the table. You could play with Scepter, you could play with Dagger, you could play with, you know, finding the right combination of specialized element and weapon combination. There's a lot of opportunity to play around with this, and I think we've been having a lot of fun. You can probably hear it even in my voice as I talk about this. Like, we've been having a lot of fun with this trait internally, and this is something that we want it to be good, and it might not quite be good enough yet. So play with it during the beta, let us know. We're going to be playing with it a lot during the beta as well and iterating on this trait, but we do really like the idea of promoting this like single element playstyle in kind of an opt-in situation. It makes a lot of sense for this specialization because you are already specializing in an element. So if you really want to lean into fire, you can now do that in the most extreme way possible by playing with specialized elements. Notably, one thing I did forget to mention, because I'm just rambling on and on about
Excited.
just too much excitement. But when you activate that empowered skill, it is going to get that cooldown reduction on your skills, but it's also going to trigger all the traits as if you enter that element. So that will be triggering Sunspot here. That will be triggering, you know, Elemental Attunement if you have it, Healing Ripple if you're in water and specialized in water. So you don't completely lose access to those traits. You just get them whenever you fire off that familiar's empowered skill. So, you know, Taylor mentioned he's probably going to be playing around with the Earth Toad specialized elements. Maybe he has a hammer, but see what happens.
I think Dagger Earth is right now the best, you know, Earth specialized elements I can get, but, you know, I need the throughput. I need as many Toad skills as possible, and this is what that trait enables.
Yeah, so that's all we got, I think. There's nothing else to talk about. We ended things on a crazy note.
Muck, someone said give Ellie weapon swap with this skill or else it's terrible because we lose 15 skills for this trait and then we're stuck. So the thing is every 6 weapon skills with that trait, all your weapon skills reset. So if you can find a way to do it well, where like right when you hit the 6th one, everything's on cooldown, then you hit it, and then they all come back up, and then you start firing them off again, you wouldn't need 15 other things, because you would just be machine gunning the 5 you got. Now, I don't know if it's going to be good. You might be right, it might be terrible. I'm just trying to tell you the way that it could possibly work.
Let's just reiterate, it's a beta event. There's some crazy stuff. This is obviously a crazy trait. We've seen some other crazy traits. We've seen some other crazy profession mechanics, crazy skills all across everywhere, but they're all really interesting and they're all really fun. So play with them during the beta. Let us know what's working, what's not working, where does these things need to be stronger, weaker, so on and so forth. You know, I've said it so many times that it might just not mean anything to you guys anymore, but it is really important that there is a reason that we're running the beta event, and it is because we want to make these specializations the best versions of themselves before the expansion even launches. So you're getting that initial taste of not quite perfect, not quite final, but it's just going to give us so much more information, so much more data, so much more feedback around these specs that they're going to be so much better going into launch than if we just didn't run a beta event.
Yep, and the beta is August 20th. That's 12 days away, less than 2 weeks. So get excited.
Get excited.
And a note on that, just a small thing, is that normally the PvP monthly automated tournament would fall under that beta window, but we really want you guys to focus on these beta elite specs. I don't have to worry about that. So we're pushing the monthly automated tournament back a week. There will be a post in the forums about that. Just an FYI, right now we have the push beta going on. You can queue up in ranked, try out new push changes.
Yep. I think that's all we got, unless you have any final words on any of the specs. They're probably the ones we talked about today, but I guess you can add thoughts from anything, or thoughts on betas.
When you play specialized elements, which element do you pick?
It's got to be fire.
Right.
There are other elements.
Inferno, Burning, Ellie, the Max.
Fire, specialized
Stab,
element,
of course.
for sure. That's the one.
Does he think we
I
can
might
see him
pretend
right
that
now?
You can, play daggers, and just burning speed over and over and over. Yeah, it's probably Scepter.
He's like, this one shows nothing.
Yeah, so let's just go ahead and wrap up. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone who stuck with us through 3 weeks in a row of hour and a half of the two of us rambling here about elite specializations. Hopefully you saw some stuff that got you excited. Hopefully you saw some stuff that made you want to log in during the beta. We're historically bad at outros, so let's just wrap it up.
Yep.
We will see you guys in the beta, whether that's in the mists or not in the mists. It could be either one. Thanks all for watching, and have a good weekend.
Okay, that's the end of it. All right. Okay, again, I'm focusing more on the support side of things because I enjoy that. My leading thought is that like Evoker looks really fun. However, I'm very concerned about every boon it should be giving to its party other than the main one. It's got Heal Alack, it's got DPS Quick. What about everything else? Can it keep up regen, prot, vigor, might, fury, all that other crap that groups are going to whine about? I'm a little worried about that. Does it have Aegis on demand? Does it have stability on demand? I think they might have forgotten all those. So like, it's good that they gave it the main 2 boons, but I'm worried about all of the core ones. So I think the answer is no. So if it doesn't, like I said, Tempest has a button like Eye of the Storm where they can do like an emergency Aegis, or they can do a button for like emergency stability. And I might have the buttons flip flopped. I don't mean Tempest, but my point is it has one. Druid, Glyph of Equality from the Druid utility is their stability on demand. None of the utility buttons for the animals gave Aegis or stability on demand for the party. And on top of that, I didn't see anything that was giving the group the a lot of fury and might and vigor and prot and regen and stuff like that. So I think if you're considering doing a support water otter build, that is the situation that we've got to find a solution for. The rest of it sounds really cool. The Amalgam looks like a ton of fun. The Evoker looks like a lot of fun. The Revenant Conduit looks very interesting, because not quite in the same way as the specialized elements thing, but the Conduit is like, oh, you like Assassin? Well, now you can have Assassin, and then dervish / buffed assassin. So it's like you can take, if there's one legend you like, you can take this conduit thing and then kind of buff that legend. So like if you like playing assassin, but you hate that you were always forced to bring something else, you could just take this now and buff it. I think it looks cool. It's not gonna make me a Rev main, but I think it looks very interesting. Like they put thought into it, and I like that. Let's see. Tempest doesn't even have resolution. The only source of group resistance is Warhorn. Core Rev plus very curious how that will work out. Open world viability will suffer too. All of Tempest utilities without the boons. You get boons for swapping elements. August 20th, you picked a heck of a time to touch grass. Oh, I'll be in Seattle on the 29th. I'll still have some time to enjoy the beta event. That's fine. Okay. Cool. So, yeah, that is the end of the video. What I'm going to do now is for all the people that skipped all of that and they went all the way to the end of this, I'm going to do my best to do a TLDR. So here is that. So this is the TLDR for those of you that just skipped the bulk of the video. You just want to, the gist of what's going on. Let's talk about each of it. If you want more information, well, there's this lovely video that you just skipped past. You could rewind and go see whatever you wanted more of. Revenant is getting Conduit. Conduit is getting Legendary Entity stance. Legendary Entity is this Raza guy from Guild Wars 1 that you're channeling, and he was a character that could become any class in the game. He was kind of a blank slate, and they're really emphasizing that. When you are in Conduit stance, your F2 is this dervish thing. It's called Cosmic Wisdom. But Cosmic Wisdom, when you are in Conduit stance, does a dervish-type blessing, where when you attack, a scythe spins around you. Now, when you use your 6 through 0 skills, you gain affinity, which is a very hard-to-see little bar right here. When you use your F2, it spins the affinity to increase the duration of the F2. When you're in dervish stance, the F2 gives you a buff that when you attack, it will also do a scythe swing around you that will add damage in the area with a 3-second internal cooldown. And again, the duration of the buff that adds the second attack to your attack is based on how much affinity you had when you pressed F2. There are traits that increase how much affinity you can stockpile. There are traits that also make it to where your weapon skills will fill the affinity bar and not just the 6 through 0. Basically, the first whole column of traits is related to how you stockpile affinity. The other thing you have, like when you are in Demon or Centaur or whatever, and your Conduit is, the off legend, your F2 will be dependent upon the thing you're in. If you are in Demon stance, it will add a bunch of conditions to your attacks. If you are in Centaur, it adds some healing to yourself, some like life-stealing type thing. In Assassin is more Assassin, it's more damage. And the Warrior one, I honestly can't remember off the top of my head. Fast forward. There it is. Oh, it's resistance, prot, and resolution, and some toughness and concentration. So, tankiness and some boons, essentially. And again, the duration of how long you will keep applying these to yourself is based on how much affinity you had when you press the Cosmic Wisdom button. Small feedback, I need these pips to be more visible. If you're playing Guild Wars 2 on a Steam Deck or something, this is completely impossible to see. I think it would be better if there was like a big number here, like the Paragon had the little symbol for their motivation that had just a big bright number between 1 and 10. It was very easy to see even on a smaller screen, but it was still pretty good. The skills over here. Oh, each of the skills over here are associated with a different thing. Like the heal skill is associated with Centaur. So if you use this skill, it's good. But if you use this skill and you have Centaur as one of your legends, it's really good. And each of these is like that. One of these is buffed by having Assassin as one of your legends. One of these is buffed by having Dwarf as one of your legends, and so on and so on and so on. Additionally, this Elite Specialization has a lot of passive stat bonuses. Like, there are a lot of traits in the tree. You can easily get like 150 to all stats, 300 to a couple of them, or more. There are a lot. Like, it's almost like there's a bit of celestial armor built into the profession. There's just a lot of raw stats in there. There is some group healing skills. There is some damage skills. I did not see like quickness or alacrity, so I think in a PvE scenario, it's primarily just going to be DPS. But in PvP or open world, you know, the sky's the limit. You can do whatever you want. The next one was the Engineer, which was the Amalgam. And going to fast forward a bit till we find the Amalgam. The Amalgam looks amazing. The Amalgam has a button, the F5, called Evolve. And you basically look chromed, and for 8 seconds, you are in this mode where your stats are increased by 10%, and you get a lot of bonus things. Now, your F2, your F3, and your F4 are selectable. There are 7 options there. Every one of them, when you select it as a choice, it will give you a button there with a 20-second cooldown and add an additional effect to Evolve. So, for example here, just this one I just happened to land on while fast forwarding, the button was a 20-second cooldown and gives you a block. But it makes it to where when you use Evolve, Evolve grants you a 5k barrier and resistance. There is throwing saw blades, there is thorns erupt from your body, there is hold a shield in front of you, there's all kinds of stuff here. But there's 7 options up here, and honestly, the class looked so good even by the time he had just finished showing these. So every one of these is a 20-second cooldown something, and a buff to this. There is self-stability in there, there is self-quickness in there, there is self-alacrity in there, and just a whole bunch of other stuff. This does not apply to the F1 button, which is a toolkit heal. Hey, is it your bedtime? I'm going to tell my son goodnight. I'll be right back. Fast forward if you don't want to wait. Okay. He is bye-bye. He is off to bed. Okay, so that is how those work. Again, those are morph skills. There are 7 of them. Your F1 is a standard tool belt skill. The reason they did that is for reasons like medkit. Medkit, of course, if it's in your 1 button, your heal skill gets moved to your F1, and they needed that to not be, you know, interfered with. That's the block, by the way. The skills for this, they very clearly use the texturing from weapons like the Juggernaut, but then they applied it to different things, and it looks really cool. I think they did a great job with it. So that's how morphs work. That's how Evolve works. So again, the different engineers using Evolve may look different because like those spikes erupting are a result of one of the morphs up here. The shield in front of you is the result of a morph. Some of them even have stun breaks, or they make your morph become a stun. Some of these morphs make your Evolve become a stun break. Things like that. So it's very simple. There's no meter. There's no freaking charge bar. There's no power thing or juice to fill up. It's just this has a cooldown. These have cooldowns. These are twofold. They do a thing on their own, and they also buff that in different ways, and there are many different flavors. The heal skill is just heal over time if you're using this one, and then of course it has a thing up here which is I believe barrier and something else. But that's how that works. These things down here are stances. They are pretty easy to remember. There was one for solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, and flux, I think, was the elite one. But each of them do different things. Like the gas one is like you're basically immune to getting immobilized, and you can move a distance while that is active. But if you want to see each of the tooltips, that will be in the description. It does have one unique thing that we've never seen anywhere else in the game before. This thing here, it's one of the morph attacks. It's like a giant sword. It deletes barrier. They've never had this in the game before. If this hits a target and that target has barrier, is gone. So there's a few elites PvE fights in the game that have barrier, and there is, of course, like PvP versus every scourge on the planet. It just gets rid of it. It just gets rid of it. On its own, it has some power scaling and some Conduit scaling. It does bleeding, and it just makes barrier gone. And that's a thing that's just not been in the game before. Not much else to say on this one other than it looks really interesting. It doesn't supply group power or quick, I don't believe, but it can give I said group power. It doesn't provide group alacrity or quick, but it does have some self-alacrity and quick on a cooldown. So you could likely give yourself ample amounts of it for short to medium length fights in open world or PvP, things like that, assuming that they give quickness and alacrity in PvP. Sometimes they don't. Those are saw blades made out of molten or made out of liquid metal that he's throwing right now. But the sheer customization of this thing, because it has 4 utility skills to choose from, on top of all the old utility skills, and it's got 7 morph skills to choose from, and the evolve, which is different based on which 3 morph skills you take, and the traits. Like this looks really, really cool. There is also a trait worth mentioning that shares the some of your perks of morphing with your group. So like this hammer spin has life stealing. It heals you. And so if you have the sharing trait, it will also give the group, healing on attacking and stuff like that. So kind of reminds me of stance sharing on Soul Beast. Not quite the same, but similar. But there is a lot of flexibility in this, and I really liked what I saw when I saw this one. Okay, last one, Evoker. Let's go over to Evoker. Skipping ahead now. Now, the Evoker has a thing here, the F5, where they pick a animal as their focus. I don't know if you can change it when you're in combat. I'm guessing you can't, but you pick one as your focus, and it buffs that element. Whichever, so Firefox, Water Otter, Road Toad, or Air Hare. Whichever one you're focused on, that element has a very short cooldown. I do not know exactly how much, but it has a shorter cooldown. So like if you're, Water Otter, and you're healing your group because you're the healer, and you swap out of water, and then Billy gets in trouble, if you were Tempest, you have to wait 10 seconds to go back into water. Hopefully you can save him with weapon skills or wash the pain away or something. But this might be able to go back into water in that situation because the cooldown on it is so low. So that is the first thing. When you use any skill that's not of the same element of this thing, you get 1 out of 6 charge. When you use a skill that is the same element as your pet, it gets 2 of 6 charge. So if you're Firefox using 3 fire skills, that's your 2 through 5 at the moment, it will charge it up and you can have it do a blast. After it's done 3 blasts, which is, again, if you're just camping fire the whole time, that's 2 skills blast, 2 skills blast, 2 skills blast. 6 skills total between your 2 and your 5. Then it can do a big blast. And it depends on what you select. So the big thing here is the Firefox dives into a group of enemies, does a lot of burning to one target, and then basically casts Epidemic with burning and spreads the burning on that target to others. And there's a cap of like 100 stacks of burning or something like that. So it will spread that around. If you are, Firefox, it has a big emphasis on burning, and it does work well with the new Inferno trait that makes your condition damage burning scale with power damage. There is also the Water Otter is all about healing, and its big move throws a giant water ball that will heal an area. Let me see, he's going to show it here in a second. It'll heal an area, condition cleanse, and also daze enemies, and also apply regen. It looks like a very fun button for support enjoyers. The Air Hare just does a whole bunch of power hits that are guaranteed to critical hit, so doesn't need precision for that specific attack, scales well with ferocity. And the Earth Toad does a lot of CC. It's Demacia. It's Jarvan from League of Legends. It makes like a stone ring that enemies can't cross after doing a lot of CC and some bleeding and stuff like that. So that is what each of them do when they charge up. The skills down at the bottom, whichever skill for your utilities, there is a Fox utility, an Otter utility, a Hare utility, and a Frog utility. Whichever one is your main element. So if Earth Toad is your main element, the Earth Toad themed utility will be a stun break. Whichever one is your chosen element, that utility skill will be a stun break. They said they want to add more to it. They haven't yet figured out what they're going to do there for the added bonus. They want another bonus there besides just this one is your stun break. But that's how it is right now. For the utilities, what each of them do, I'm not going to go over that right now. You can go and watch those or see the tooltips page that's in the description. The elite skill is worth mentioning. The elite skill will basically do every single one. I don't remember at what time, the timestamp it was. The elite skill does every single one of the pet's thingies. Oh, perfect. At the same time. It will do the Air Hare Chain Lightning around, the big water daze heal and condition cleanse and regen of the otter. It'll do the CC and the you can't cross this wall of the toad, and it will do a whole bunch of fire from the fox. It is literally, it basically just does every single animal's big button. So everyone's going to love this button. It doesn't matter if you're the main healer, if you're DPS, if it's time to CC, it's going to do all of that at once. It's a very fun button. So if you are playing this class, I can't imagine you're going to use a different elite besides this because it looks so good. Other things worth mentioning. The traits for this class that does give alacrity or quickness gives both in a unique way. It makes it to where if you are using the air hair, anytime you use the air hair button, it gives the group quickness. And air hair is power damage, so that means that this class is going to have...
It's the Tree of Birds. How are you today?
That means that this class is going to have power damage DPS quickness builds. It also makes the water otter give alacrity when you're using it. So there will be heal alacrity builds from the same class, which is awesome. The main thing that I am concerned about seeing this, like this looked really good. My primary concern though is that it doesn't have at first glance great ways for literally every other boon in the game. They made it possible to pump out alacrity or quickness, but I think they forgot about everything else. For example, a Tempest gives alacrity, but it has a shout for Aegis and a shout for stability. This one, they didn't do that. You know, you use Overload Fire to keep Might up. This one doesn't have anything for Might. You know, you use, you go into Earth for a little bit to keep Prod up. This one doesn't have much of that either. So I'm concerned. Now, I'm not an Ellie main. You are welcome to correct me if I'm wrong here. I am concerned about its ability to keep up literally every other boon besides the alacrity or the quickness. Okay? That's my thoughts right now. I hope they address this because I have never wanted to play Ellie more than I do now after seeing this. The Water Otter support build looks hella fun, but it's got a bunch of like major holes in it. And you know, you need like it needs Aegis on demand, it needs stability on demand, and it needs to be able to reliably give at least Might and Fury and Regen and Prod. Swiftness and Vigor are nice. You can get by without them, but I didn't see those either. So that's my main concern right now is boon uptime, because otherwise people aren't going to let you in groups. Now, you could still be a Water Otter healer enjoyer in other game modes, you know, PvP and open world, you know, meta events, and Worldview World. I couldn't remember the other game mode there for a second, but that's the thing. The last thing that I think is worth mentioning is a very unique trait that they are concerned is going to be completely broken, but they're going to see how well it does, called Specialized Elements. Look at this right here. You'll notice he is currently in fire, out of fire, 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 and fire. Everything's fire. Specialized Elements makes it to where whatever animal you have selected, you cannot leave that attunement. So you're either all fire, all water, all air, or all earth. That's it. Now, when you are using that element, every time you do 2 weapon skills, not 3, this gains a charge. Which means every 6 clicks of 2 through 5 will fully charge this for the Giga attack. After you do the huge attack, it instantly pops all of these skills back up. Which means if you're using a weapon that has a reasonably short cooldown on at least 1 or 2 of these skills, you can just machine gun these. You just be like, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, there we go. And someone's going to make a mixtape out of that. So I don't know how that's going to go. Because, for example, for water, you know, that might be the highest healing per second that this game has ever seen, but you're going to have, like, no boons at all. You're going to have, like, you'll have alacrity, and that's it. Nothing else. So I don't know how, like, what that would be effective for, but it's there. For fire and for the DPS enjoyers, I think it might be amazing. Now, this trait is competing with the alacrity and the quickness traits. So you're not going to run this and be providing alac as otter. You're not going to run this and be providing quick with the hair. So this is just a lot of healing or a lot of damage. That's it. Now the question is, you're giving up 15 other skills. You're giving, like, if you're running fire, you're giving up your 5 water, earth, and air buttons. Is that going to be good? I don't know. I'm going to let other math nerds figure that one out, but that is how it works currently, and they have stressed, this is a beta. If this ends up being a really stupid idea in either direction, like it sucks or, oh my god, it's so broken, no one's playing anything else, they're going to address that. But this is how it is for the beta. Also CC. Yeah, if you had a CC skill there, you could machine gun that too. And a couple of final notes on the classes. My own personal things, I think Conduit looks really interesting. If you've ever just been like, man, I like playing Rev, but I really only like playing Assassin, and I don't like how I have to swap to another legend that's not Assassin. Well, now you can play Assassin and thing that buffs Assassin. Or you can play Centaur and thing that buffs Centaur. And so on and so on. So it might be really cool. I don't think it's going to make me swap to being a Rev main, but it looks pretty nice. Amalgam and Evoker, those look really nice. Like, as a Ranger main, this makes me extra sad after seeing Gale Shot. My own personal opinion, if you love Gale Shot, that's fine. I'm not trying to change your mind. It's just, these are such completely new and creative ways of playing the game. It makes me sad that I just got a longer longbow. Like a third freaking bow. Like, that's not a new way of playing the game. That's an existing way with better numbers. Like, they could have just buffed the bow and it would have been the same. But these are completely new, very interesting things. And I am really looking forward to trying out the Amalgam and the Evoker after seeing this. A reminder that the Elite Beta starts on August 20th. That is 12 days from the time of this recording. That is the Wednesday after next. And it will be going for about a week, and you can try all this stuff out during that time period. Usually, that is when the monthly automated tournament happens. They said that they pushed back the monthly automated tournament so that, because honestly, they want people to focus more on the beta test so they can get data. They don't want people to be, some people be focusing on the monthly AT, and, some people focusing on this. They want everybody focusing on that if possible. I think that's it. I think that's everything I got. That's my attempt at TLDRing this this 2-hour-long thing. And usual stuff. If you got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, if you see anything I missed, put it in the comments section down below, and I'll fight you there. Cut! All right, that's it. We're done. All right, y'all, have a good night. I'm kidding. Please don't leave. I got bills to pay. All right. Will the beta be available for everyone who bought the expansion pack? To quote my video today, available to everyone. I don't know. Do you guys know? Is there any requirements to getting into the beta? I don't know. I'm not sure. Historically, it was accessible without the associated DLC. In the past, you just had to be an account in good standing. In the past, were free-to-play accounts able to get into the beta? Oh, I didn't realize this was still playing. I was looking at my thermometer. Until I got flashbanged. Free-to-play was able to be in the last beta. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, I guess just be an account in good standing. Okay. All right. One thing I need to do real quick, I need to just do a few clicks here because it's going to start a process that might take like an hour, is get Twitch to start cutting out the video. Need fan art of Muck with 3 bows fighting like Zoro from One Piece? We really don't. All right, hang on. Me, and so... God, I'm so self-conscious of it now. All right, hello Guild Wars 2 gamers. I've learned 2 things today. 1, I need to write a script and not try to ad-lib things, and need to work on the thing. And 2, I need to not breathe while streaming, because Noxxi will make me regret both. And I'll fight you there. Nice. Like the flash there. All right. Guild Wars 2. New. I just did it again. Oh no, now I'm breathing. No. Okay, so it's processing this, and this might take like an hour. So I wanted to start that now, because then I need to download it and upload it to YouTube, which is also going to take like an hour or more. And that way this part at least is getting done while we're doing the rest of it. What's the command for the affiliate link? That is it. I'm putting it in the chat right now, and I thank you for considering using it. All right, let's move this back over here. And let's move this back over here. Fantastic. I only caught the back half of Evoker. Well, don't worry, friend. It's recorded. You'll be given some temporary beta character slots. You can make any level 80, and you'll be able to pick any stat gear, etc. Yes, that is true. Yeah, and usually you get like a box of relics, and you get access to a copy of anything in your bank. So like if you have a full set of Ascended gear and you put it in your bank before the beta starts, there will be a copy of that gear in your beta bank for your beta characters to use. You play Warhammer 3? I was playing Total War Warhammer 3 today and learning how to play the Vampire Coast, which is undead pirates. Imagine zombies, but with guns. It's pretty fun. They also use their necromancy to bring to life like dead leviathans and stuff, so they got all kinds of crazy things. Are there videos of you playing? Only a few hundred. Yeah. Hang on just a second. Open. Hang on a sec. Let me see. All right, so if you go to, so Mukluk Plays, my second YouTube channel, which is linked here. If you go to the playlist section and you search like Total War, there's a playlist for the first time I played every faction. So there's Dark Elves, there's Vampire Coast, there's Dwarves, there's High Elves, and so on and so on and so on. So there's a playlist for every single one of these. And if you want other Warhammer games, you can just search the word Warhammer, and there's other games on here as well. So yeah, there is hundreds of hours of me playing that on there for your binging pleasure. Muck, you turn the TTS back on. Are we gonna release the flood? Here we go. There's a bit of it.
Press more buttons.
More
Do
buttons.
more things.
Things. Muck, I have a bit of a concern regarding two of Evoker's Grandmaster traits. I'm a bit worried that taking the specialized into one element trait would be useful
Fandral
in any
raided
kind
my
of build.
stream with 55 viewers.
Thank you, Fandral, 3 hours ago. Any kind of build other than Conduit, DPS, Fire, Evokers, because the lack of quickness is so important, taking a trait to specialize in a single element. What about Power Rabbit? I'm wondering how much damage that could do. Again, though, it'd be pure damage.
I am now dubbing that bean stance.
Bean stance? When did someone say something that would be bean stance?
With those numbers, the hair needs some Rogaine.
I think that joke was in regards to the air rabbit, the hair having low damage. Yeah, it was like 300 or 500 damage baseline, but I don't know if that guy had any gear on at all.
Wibble wobble, you are now manually breathing. Mukluk bobble.
Okay, that was the last one. Yeah, at the moment it does, because it's a DPS only thing or a Giga healing with no boons thing. And what content do you want Giga healing with no boons? I mean, if you were in like a World v World blob and you were one of like 5 healers there, maybe? I don't know. Very niche for sure, with just how the game is set up right now. Like, if the game was such that you would run like 2 boon DPS supports and they covered all the boons, and then 2 normal DPS, and then 1 just pure crazy healing healer, it would have a spot in the game. And so would the Paragon. There was a Paragon trait that it did big healing and stuff, but it didn't give quickness or alacrity. So I said no one's ever going to take this. And then Lingering Light on Druid. Like, there's a lot of healers that have a trait that make the class, in my opinion, much more fun to play, but they lock you out of the quickness alacrity trait, so no one ever takes it. Maybe the water trait line gives the boons? I'm not sure. I'm not an LE main. I would need to refresh myself. I know they would be able to splash some boons around as they like swap elements and stuff, but again, what really matters is 100% uptime on 25 might, fury, regen, and prot. If you can, vigor and swiftness also, and then quickness or alacrity. With a druid, I could do all of those except the quickness. With a tempest, I could do all of those except the quickness, you know, stuff like that. But this one seems like it can do quickness or lack, and then everything else is kind of maybe. I don't know. They should not call the Razah F2 Cosmic Wisdom Dervish. Tying Dervish too much to Razah is bad. Well, I mean, the Razah has got a Dervish button and a... What was the rest? It's got a Dervish button, it's got a Mesmer button, it's got a Monk button, it's got a... Anyway, it's got a little splash of a lot of things. And it's really... It's one single button for like 6 different classes. So basically they're just really emphasizing the fact that this guy was, you know, a lot of build flexibility and was pulling from a lot of different things. And I don't really mind it. I mean, I think it was an excuse to have a scythe swinging around in there. Let's see, should be Cosmic was the comment. Ellie, really, Doan, Might, and Fury, but those are both mini Fire and Air. Yeah, I know Tempest, Heal Alack Tempest, when they are keeping Might up, they do a lot of Overload Fires to do it. So they get some fire from their other things, like the Warhorn and stuff, but if they don't have the Overload, because you're an Evoker, that's less Might. And I don't think it's going to be enough. And then, of course, like I said, they don't have it. Oh, they also don't have Stability or Aegis on demand. If they're running Staff, they would have Transmute Earth for a short stab, but they don't have consistent Stability or Aegis when they need it, because they don't have, was it like Tempest gets it from a Shout, and this thing doesn't. So, big concern. I hope that they address that, because I would love to try it, and I would love to see it do well, whether I stay interested in it or not. And right now, it doesn't have some crucial tools. What about Conjure Earthshield? Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I don't even remember what that does, because I haven't played a build that used it, I think, ever. I'm disappointed with Conduit as a support player. It took this long to finally get Alack for Vindicator, and now they're giving Conduit nice healing, but missing Quick or Alack. I mean, you said they finally gave Conduit nice healing. I really don't know if they did. Like, it does have some healing buttons. I don't know how it's going to compare to, like, Centaur, for example. But yeah, it doesn't have Quick or Alack, true. But, pre this round of Elite Specs, the Revenant is the only class that has 3 big boon options. It has a quickness option with Herald, has an Alack option with Renegade, and it has an Alack option with Vindicator. Nobody else has 3 choices like that. So the fact that it's not getting it for their 4th choice, I think, is not too crazy, considering it already has it for every choice that it's got right now. Muck, can you switch to the next game, please? Bertree, that was incredibly rude. No! Now, just to make you mad, I'm going to talk about Evokers for the next 30 minutes. Look at Fire Warhorn 4. That solves the Fury problem. And if already existing, might as well. The Fire Warhorn 4. Okay, hang on. Goes to Tempest Warhorn. Let me see. Okay, well, damn it. There's actually a weapon in the game called the Tempest Warhorn. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Goes to Warhorn. Okay, here we go. Heat Sink. Give 3 Might to yourself, 1 Fury to yourself, and then copy your Might and Fury to others. Yes, I know about. I didn't know the skill by name, but yeah, I've used this in heal support skills before, or heal support builds before, and it helps with Fury. It alone doesn't handle Fury. It's got, well, with concentration, it would be 20 seconds of Fury with a 30-second cooldown. With Alacrity, it almost covers it, but not quite. You need a little bit more. So it almost, it's like, with Alacrity, it would be a 24-second cooldown with 20 seconds of Fury and 3 stacks of Might. And then, but then it also helps, like, spread it around. Tempest also gives a lot of Might through its shouts. Yeah, the main thing is the Tempest has is stability on. Right now, Evoker does not have any stability on demand, it has no Aegis on demand, and it does have access to the Alack or Quick, but then no other boons I saw from the Evoker line. So everything's got to come from somewhere else, and I'm concerned whether or not that'll be enough. But I would love to find out I'm wrong on this. I would really, really love to find out that the it's got everything fine, and I'm just completely blind and I'm not seeing it. Because that would be, like, the best ending. Let's see. Conjure Earth Shield is more so World v World of PvP. Decent damage, but no heals, long charge times. So ANET needs to add some Evoker-specific mechanics for the lacking boons. That's how it feels, yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know. There was the Water Otter utility button. Maybe have it also, give out, regen and vigor, like copious amounts or something. Maybe I wouldn't want to tie up all the utility buttons. I'd rather it be on a trait. But you could have, like, the Earth Toad utility button do stability to the group, or Aegis to the group, or both on demand. It needs something like that. It needs a stability and or Aegis on demand. And it needs some traits that help it with the other boons, if possible. Now that we've seen them all, what do you want to try the most? Hold on, I gotta picture them all in my head. Paragon, I have a small amount of interest in trying out. The Revenant one, a small interest in trying out. The Luminary, honestly, the Luminary looks really shallow. A very tiny interest in trying out Luminary. Gale Shot, I will try it out, but it is my all-time least interest one. Antiquary, Antiquary, I don't have any problems with any of its mechanics, or it's just the theme. It's like having Mickey Mouse as a playable character. And it's just like, this doesn't belong here. You know? And even if the mechanics all work, it was like, why is Mickey Mouse here? It's just all this going through my head. The Amalgam looks amazing. The Ritualist looks awesome. The Evoker looks awesome. Troubadour, pretty low interest. And that's just because the Troubadour still runs what's basically the Shatter system. So I feel like it's going to feel almost the same to play Troubadour as it is to play Mirage. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's more unique than that. But it looks like it's going to be just a new coat of paint. Let's see. Troubadour is probably one of my top 3. Out of principle, as a Ranger main, you'll play Gale Shot. Gale Shot is definitely, in my opinion, the worst looking one of the 9. Because the Gale Shot is simply longbow with a better numbers on the attacks. Even the skills are basically the same as what we've got. It's got rapid fire. It's got the short bow 3 where you jump backward and evade and fire a shot forward. It's literally got like the same buttons our bows already have, but on a 3rd bow. So I am the least interested in that. I'll try it out at least once for sure because it is my main, but I'm feeling rather bleh about that one. Antiquary to Muck is his one human character in the middle of the Asura, but the Tobey Maguire is just being part of the Asura family. Gale Shot's longer, yeah. So the thing is, the Gale Shot doesn't offer a new way to play the game. We already had a bow. We could already shoot it. This is just a different bow, and you're shooting it, but the numbers are better. So it doesn't give us a new way to play the game. Like Amalgam is a whole new way of playing the game. Gale Shot is an existing way of playing the game, but instead of buffing it, they just made it a completely different weapon that does it but better. There's only so many ways you could do bow attacks. I agree. I don't think Gale Shot should have been an archer at all. But it is what it is. I don't want to focus too much on that, but you asked my opinion, I'm giving it to you. The main problem with Gale Shot is there's no 3rd bear. 3 bears and 3 bows. Your thoughts on specialized elements? Because you cannot take specialized elements and you also take alacrity or quickness, it is going to be either pure damage or pure healing. And no one wants a pure healer that cannot provide boons. So it's going to probably be pure damage, and then the entire question is it good? Is it good damage? If the damage is respectable, it's going to pretty much be a low intensity build. People are going to be able to learn how to play it very simple. Hit 2 and through 5 every time they light up. Hit F5 every time it lights up. When F5 is giga charged, make sure all your weapon skills are on cooldown before you hit F5. Boom! You just learned how to play the new Fire Wizard. If it's not respectable damage, then it's crap everywhere. So that's the whole thing. It's just when it is played well, what is the max damage per second it gets? Is it if it's not too high or too low, then it'll be balanced and easy to play. Just tested it. You'll miss on 6 seconds with a lack accounted for if Fury using F Horn 4 and A Dagger 2. Okay, got it. I understand. Sorry, I had to read that twice. Zephyr's Boon Air grants boons to allies you grant auras to. Elemental Shielding Earth auras you grant to allies also grant prot. Powerful Aura Water, any aura you grant yourself is granted to nearby allies. This is an issue to get all the boons here, but you need air, earth, and water. So you can't take Evoker. Do a poll for what house we think you'll get in Harry Potter. No. Sure, we'll get at least 30 minutes of the game tonight. Yeah. Not sure it's going to be as respectable damage as other classes. If it is, it'll get nerfed. Now, I don't think it's a bad thing if there's an easy-to-learn class that does good damage. Rifle Mech is like that. If it does respectable, it doesn't need to do top in the game, but if it's easy to learn and it does respectable damage, that's totally fine. There are players who enjoy gaming Maybe they have shaky hands. Maybe they're 80 years old. Maybe they have Alzheimer's. Maybe they're shaky 80-year-olds with Alzheimer's. You know, maybe they're Norns. They might have some disability, and having something that's really easy to learn and play is not a bad thing. You know, it's not a big deal. So if there is a really easy to learn fire build, then fine. Yeah, I mean, there already is. There already is easy to learn fire builds. But, you know, if this is just a different one, we'll see how it goes. Again, though, I kind of want it to do good damage on the high side because you give up all your utility. You can't go into water, air, or earth in an emergency if you're specialized element fire. That utility is not just a click away, it's gone. So I feel like it should do damage on the higher side. And when I say the higher side, I mean like if everyone's doing 30k, you should do 32 to 34. That's my thoughts on the matter. Not, you know, 80k. We'll see how it goes. Are there any downsides to changing a character's name in Guild Wars 2? People that have you on your friends list might suddenly get confused. But no, not really. Not really. Will it change birthdays? Not that I know of. You know what? No, it won't. Because when I came back to the game, I had a Asura Ranger on my account that was 10 years old, that had hardly been played, and I started playing it and loved it. And I was like, I'm gonna make this my main. And I did a paid, I did a name change to Mukluk Twitch to advertise my Twitch channel on that character. The character itself is much older than my Twitch channel. And it did not change the fact that I got like the 10-year birthday gift. So, no. I can tell you confidently it does not affect that at all. Okay. All right. Cool. That was pretty neat. With that, it is time for part 2 of tonight's stream. Let me change categories here. Give me just a moment. Boop, boop, boop. Cold Mystery says, Evoker will be fine on Fury. Fox's Fury grants 10 seconds of Fury. This is in addition to the 22 seconds of Dagger Horn. All right, cool. There's still every other boon, but yeah. All right, and let's set this up. All right, we are going to try out Hogwarts Legacy. I've never played this game. I was gifted it some time ago, and I was like, yeah, I'd be down to try it out. And I have been sitting on it, trying other games for a long time, and today I am in the mood to try this out. I know it's an RPG, and you go to Wizard High School. I assume something bad is going to happen, because otherwise, where's the story? But I have no idea what that bad thing is going to be. So we are jumping into it now for the first time. I opened it earlier just to get all the shaders preloaded and stuff like that. So we are going to hop in here and see if we like it. And if we like it, we'll just play the whole freaking thing. If we don't like it, then maybe it'll just be a one-time thing. We'll see. You're a wizard, Mug? I'm about to be a wizard, yes. I'm about to be. Bad things the Harry Potter universe never. I know. I wonder if I can play Dementor. Screw those kids. We don't need to play those kids. We're gonna play Dementor. Hufflemuck? I hope I'm not Hufflemuck. My mental image of Hufflepuff is that they're all like chubby kids who are like sneaking snacks after they're supposed to be asleep. This is a really long load. Okay, so I can't skip any of this. Gonna play Slytherin? I mean, their dorm room was down in like a leaky dungeon. What is wrong with being chubby? It's weird to have a whole like class in school associated with that. Is this supposed to take this long to load? Hold on. There it goes.
Menu
Wow.
reader. Off. Press spacebar to toggle.
Okay. Alright, so I turned off camera shake earlier. I didn't change anything else. Alright, continue. Sure, yeah, sell my soul, whatever. Okay. Skip rewards. I don't want to link it. I don't have those Warner Brothers accounts or whatever that was. I did all this earlier. I was doing it again. Adjust. Dude, I did all this earlier. What the heck? Until it didn't save this after the last launch? Nah. Okay. Hogwarts, Witchcraft, and Wizardry. We are pleased to inform you that you've been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a 5th-year student. Term begins on 1st of September. Preliminary supplies have been collected for you and will accompany you on your journey to the castle. As you may be aware, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits the use of magic by those under the age of 17 outside school. However, due to your unique circumstances, the Ministry has graciously agreed to allow Professor Ilazor Fig to help you hone your spellcasting before escorting you from London to the castle for the start of term feast and the sorting ceremony. Yours sincerely, Ma Weasley. Oh, hold on. If only I had a fedora, I could tip it right now. Professor Weasley, Deputy Headmistress. Wait, Headmistress. Is it Jenny? Jenny? Whatever her name was? It's been a while. Choose your person. Are they all pre-gen, or can we make changes to them? You can make changes to them, okay. Sure, we'll start with the pasty guy template. Let's see. This is long before Harry Potter. Oh, I thought this was like years after the fact. Like Harry was like a cop at this point. Ugh. So they said you can't do magic if you're under 17, but you have special circumstances. So we're under 17. I don't know how old we are. I don't know. I would guess like 15 looking at this kid. If he was gonna really look like a 15-year-old, he just needs to freaking have like zits all over his face. Just absolutely atrocious acne. Meh. He used magic to fix his eyes. He's fine. Oh, yo! That's me, but, his hair is fuller. Alright, perfect. I don't even need to look at the rest of these haircuts. Alright, what is this? Scars. Is there one on the chin? I got this big line on my chin. Dude, what is this? He wrestle a bear? Dude, did you get hit by a hot poker? What is that? Not quite what I'm looking for. Okay. Eye color. I have never in my life seen a slider for eye color. That is a choice. Alright, I got brown eyes, Chad. I'm looking for brown in here. Alright. Eyebrow color. Oh gosh, it doesn't update till you release the mouse. Yeah. Eyebrow shape. Hold on. I'm looking at my brows here. That's pretty close. Okay, what's this? Voice 1.
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Nope.
A few cobwebs and some dust.
That's
Nothing
fine.
to be concerned about.
Pitch, fine. Normal, fine. Name your character. Muck. Last name, Von Luck. Dormitory, witch or wizard? I guess that's like this game's version of like pick your gender. Okay. Alright, start your journey. Wizard.
It appears we are almost ready to depart.
Yay!
It's a pity we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I
can't
presume
pause
you've
it.
been practicing the spells we worked on.
I have, Professor.
Well, I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own.
Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me before the term begins.
Whoa! It's raining men!
Eleazar! George! Glad my rather
So I
cryptic
can't pause it
description
and
of
I
our
can't adjust
location
the
did not
volume.
thwart your finding us. I've apparated to more vaguely defined destinations than this. Though I confess I may have miscalculated slightly on my first try. Gave quite the fright to some theatre-goers in the West End.
It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I...
Best not speak here, Eleazar.
Of course. Why don't we speak en route to Hogwarts? We have a start-of-term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to.
Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Not at all, sir.
After you.
Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
Oh, I just remembered the condition for seeing the horses. Okay, that's a nice touch. That's a nice touch. I had forgotten about that. Okay, the fact that you can't pause it or control the volume. Alright, I'm turning down the outgoing volume for you guys. It's still blasting for me. Muck, it's fine. Dude, it's not. I popped my earbuds out. They're outside my ears right now. It's really loud. I just turned it down for you guys like 50%. What you're hearing is half.
Before you left for Scotland. Just barely.
And
Right, I'm turning
who
it back
is
up.
your traveling companion?
A new student.
New?
Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a 5th year.
How extraordinary.
It is indeed.
Starting
None of the
school
faculty
as
has
a
ever
5th
heard
year.
of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late.
Nor have I.
Of course, as the other 5th years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better mentor. Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Mr. Osric is prone to flattery. I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the Ministry.
Brown nosing.
Have you seen this?
Regarding Ranrock and the Goblin Rebellion.
Opinions differ as to how great a threat Ranrock really is.
Although I've yet to convince my colleagues at the Ministry, I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago.
Miriam? How?
She wrote to me about Ranrock before she died, wondering what the Ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume
That she had to get rid of it quickly. To keep it safe.
presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed.
It looks like goblin metal. That symbol.
What's that glow?
I don't see a glow.
Nor do I. Merlin's beard. How did you...
Wait! We do.
Hang on!
Are we on the side with the horses? I'm sure he's fine. Oh, now we can see them because we just saw someone freaking die. Yeah, he's not fine. That was confirmation of death. Okay, so when the key touched his hand, they teleported. Because Accio is just like the pull spell. Oh, it's the scroll from Baldur's Gate! We can kick it again!
Right? You're hurt.
Perhaps a bit.
Oh, a
Take
low health
this.
gauge in the bottom
It's
right.
Wiggenweld potion. That stuff will right you in a second.
G to heal. Okay, can I press escape and open a menu? Still no.
What happened?
Poor George. I can't believe he... What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never...
Professor? Sir, where are we?
I'm not sure.
Mouse to
But
look
that
around.
key you discovered was clearly a port key.
Port key?
An item enchanted to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
Oh, great, we're gonna miss school.
I'm feeling better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit.
I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
Okay. I can finally open the main menu and adjust the volume after I don't know how many minutes in this game. So it's a minor complaint, and it's not going to affect the whole playthrough, but that is really rough design when you open the game and you have to play like 20 minutes before you can adjust the volume. Okay, let's do that for now. Keep subtitles on. A lot of my audience likes subtitles. Oh, nice view.
How far did that port key take us?
Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands.
Sir, those ruins. Do you think...
The port key was meant to lead us there? I do. This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that port key to George for a reason. And I believe that she, and now George, died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right, and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around.
Absolutely, sir.
Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be.
I'm trying to
Mind your
remember
step.
if there was teleportation in the Potter universe, and the only thing I can remember
Where
was
do
that
you
stuff that they would
suppose
throw
you
in a
might have got the
fireplace
port
and
key
then
that
jump in
brought us
like a
here?
portal.
A good question. Miriam spent years searching for evidence of a long-forgotten form of ancient magic.
Ancient magic?
Yes, a powerful magic wielded by a rare few that seems to have been lost to time. Hogwarts Castle was built by, and is itself a stronghold of that ancient magic. I don't know where she came into possession of the port key, but I am certain it was to do with that search. Ah, there's the path down below. This way.
But
It was
sir,
flu
why
powder
was your wife
operating port
searching for
keys.
evidence of lost magic?
Miriam wanted to understand why such powerful magic disappeared from the wizarding world. Spoke of the good it could do. But magic is no different than any power. What really matters is the one who wields it.
Unless you're flinging the abracadabra spell around. I mean, that's kind of...
Is that ice?
It's not cold enough here. It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that wand work you were practicing. Focus on the center.
Left click for basic casts. Swish and flick!
Excellent!
Use your camera to select an active target.
was a bit rougher than I'd expected. Your wand work's improving with every cast.
Thank you, sir.
Hey chat, look, I'm an Antiquary. The real ones will get it.
Ah, up there.
Oh, you can scamper up cliffs.
We're close now. It's just ahead.
Auto aim? Yeah, it just locks on target.
Steady yourself. Reparo!
Imagine one of the blocks is behind you and it comes like flying back into place and just nails you in the head. That was really cool looking though.
Almost there.
I wonder what house he'll get. Is it random or does it do like a personality quiz?
Why would someone have built this here?
I suspect they valued their privacy.
I'm like, hi, Jackals.
Portkey led us here for a reason. Let's have a look around for anything that seems out of place.
Mini-map shows your surroundings, with you in the middle. The is your objective. Press and hold V to toggle quest objective details. Okay. Investigate.
Professor, this statue...
This may have been his home.
That enchanted crystallized stone again. But what could it be blocking? What's this? Professor Fig!
Yo, Fig, what up?
How odd. Why would someone have conjured that enchanted stone here?
And
like
how is there a room behind it?
What room? I don't see anything.
There's that glow again, like the glow on the portkey container.
What in Merlin's name?
Now they're gonna turn around in a different place.
Where are we?
I don't believe it.
Yep. Wait, is that a goblin? Are we at Grimgots?
Hello?
Maybe I should just keep the hat on, chat. The redeem's over, but it feels right for this game.
It can't be.
Just a moment. Oh. Where are we here? Welcome to Gringotts Wizarding Bank.
Oh wow, I was right.
Vault number 12, I presume.
Precisely.
The key?
Hmm?
Your wife's portkey.
Oh, yes, of course.
This way, then.
Stay close.
Imagine being that guy and going to work every day on the off chance that someone shows up for room 12. So he effectively has to do no work most days of the year. I like how we missed the
Keep your
first 4
hands
years of
inside the
school,
cart
and now we're
if you
going to
don't
miss the
wish
first
to
day of
lose
school.
them.
How many vaults are there in Gringotts?
Hundreds. In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vaults you see now are the newest.
Are
we did a
private
flip.
entrances to the bank common at Gringotts?
They are most uncommon. Only one with great wealth or power, or both, could have arranged for such a service. You'll want to take a breath.
A what?
Oh no!
That waterfall washes away all enchantments. It's a security measure.
Experienced the thief's downfall before, have you?
Heard of it?
These are the lower vaults that we're passing now.
How deep is downfall?
Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in. We've quite a distance to go.
I was gonna say, if there's hundreds of vaults, 12 is a pretty low number. That's like having a phone number and it's just 9.
Vault number.
Vault 12. Momentous day.
On your way.
Professor, the armband that guard was wearing was glowing.
Like the glow you saw on the portkey container?
No, darker. I saw that same glow on the dragon's collar.
Yeah, what was that? We were just wondering about that goblin back there. He watches over the oldest section of the bank. Rare anyone goes there anymore.
So the kid has the unique power of seeing glows that no one else can see so far. He's got the magic touch.
Here we are.
Oh shoot, I forgot there's a game in
When was
this
the
movie.
last time this vault was accessed?
A goblin has been stationed at my desk for hundreds of years. In that time, no one has visited Vault 12. Until today. Vault 12.
Thank you for your help.
What do you suppose we should be looking for?
I'm not sure. Sir, I wonder if you
The
might...
instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I am to grant access to the holder of the key and then close the door.
Wait!
He's like, good luck surviving.
Professor?
That was certainly unexpected. Let me think. There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps?
Revelio?
Yes, a revealing charm. No time like the present. Let's see what we're missing, shall we? Ready your wand and focus.
Steady your wand with mouse and guide it along the symbol's path to learn the spell. Press the corresponding input when prompted to accelerate your wand's motion along the path. So I just draw an R? R for Revelio.
Revelio. There! I saw something.
Move a bit closer and try again.
A door.
Well, that's a start.
Revelio.
There's that symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to...
I do, Professor. That symbol has the same glow as the one I saw on the portkey container.
If what you can see reveals the way forward, then I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this.
Revelio.
Lead the way. Lumos! This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here.
What do you mean, earn our way out? Do you think this is some sort of test?
I do. But to what end, I can't say.
Revelio.
Stay close. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of Gringotts.
What house are you, Mark? Yeah, right now I got no house. I'm homeless.
I see something up ahead.
What is it?
That glow again, but on the floor.
Lumos! What happened?
When I moved towards the glow, it suddenly seemed as if the ground was swirling about.
Are you all right?
Yes, sir, I'm fine.
You seem to have caused the floor to change.
That statue?
What statue?
Dude, can you just not see anything?
I see some sort of statue, but only as a reflection in the floor. Revelio.
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
It is. The reflection's still there, but the statue's positions don't match. Wait.
They do if I move.
When you moved, the reflection turned in the direction
Oh,
of the
it's
light.
him. He's moving.
Perhaps you should cast Lumos.
Okay. You've acquired the Wand Lighting Charm, Lumos, which has automatically been slotted to your spell set. Lumos creates a light at the tip of your wand to help you see in dark areas. Press 1 for Lumos.
Lumos.
Well done.
Now the reflection is turning towards me. It does follow the light.
Uh-oh. Quick, get a Vada Kedavra ready. Get it ready twice. Get it ready 3 times. I can't count that high.
Look out!
Protego!
Accio! Descendo! Levioso! Deposo!
Chant Latin faster.
Deposo! Confringo! Levioso!
I didn't see the guy behind me.
Exposo! Confringo! Potato! Descendo! Levioso! Deposo! Expulso!
33323.
Confringo! Levioso! Deposo!
What a first day of school it is.
Revelio.
Stay close!
Lumos.
Oh! Oh, they stole my man!
Professor! Professor Fig! Professor, where are you? This isn't good. Where am I supposed to go? What's happening? The wisps of magic seem to be leading me somewhere. Ah, that's where they're leading me.
You're leading me to treasure!
Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. I suppose I'm on my own this time.
the monk get anything from the chest? They dropped gold. So yeah, I guess I robbed the bank. Assuming I'm still in the bank. We went through a portal. I don't know if I'm still in the bank.
I need to align these statues with their reflections.
Yeah, that's already done. Oh, all at once. I didn't realize they
Seems
reset.
I have no choice. I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. Protego!
Hold Q during Protego to stun enemies with a Stupefy counterattack. Stun enemies take extra damage.
Protego! Stupefy! 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 Protego! Stupefy!
Oh my god. I'm gonna have to hear him say Stupefy the whole game, aren't I?
Stupefy!
Blah 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 magic. Shift to sprint. Oh no, it's a horror game.
Revelio.
That like a potion bottle? Looks like it might be full of liquid or light. Yoink. What's one more stolen item?
There you are. How did you... What is this place?
I don't know. But I found this floating above that basin.
That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories.
Oh, I remember. Okay, I remember that. With Harry and Snape.
Follow my lead.
Imagine if it started playing that one YouTube video that's like, Accio bomb. As soon as he sticks his head in the pot.
All is in place.
The portkey is well hidden.
Perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created
may be impossible to follow. It will only be impossible for one who cannot see traces of ancient magic as I can.
Your ability to see what others cannot will not be enough, Percival. We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Yes, and if we are correct, Charles, the witch or wizard who completes the trials will have proven themselves worthy of that knowledge, and the responsibility that accompanies it.
Sir, I haven't even passed first grade of magic
We've done all
school.
that we can.
That's what you're seeing. The glow that surrounded them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, since he saw it through a memory, he can see the
Astonishing.
glow.
Can I see magic?
Traces of an ancient magic, to be precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed, but could never. Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge
Not
that
perhaps,
has been dormant
no.
for centuries. And you, it seems, are the key to understanding why. We were...
It all looks rather different than it did a moment ago.
Someone's coming.
Who were they?
I don't know. But, sir, you shouldn't be in here.
I was right.
Ranrock.
Seems my reputation precedes me. I was beginning to think no one was ever going to visit Rackham's vault.
And why are you here?
No need for that. Just give me whatever it is you found here and we can let bygones be bygones.
Sir, they have the key to the vault.
Choose your next words wisely.
I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear. Sir, I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you didn't have.
I have no patience for traitors. Now, where were we?
I'm not giving you anything.
Well,
Oh, I can't pause it.
perhaps
Dang it!
your young friend here will be more.
Freaking 1995 game. It looks like he's got magic gloves or something. Okay, some kind of defense mechanism happening. Oh shoot, it's King Arthur from Tainted Grail. Parry this, you filthy casual!
I know a way out. Professor!
Wow, that thing has terrible aim. So I wanted to ask you guys, can goblins learn magic? I don't remember ever seeing goblins do magic in the movies, but it's been a while.
Are you all right?
Fine, sir.
I've never seen so powerful a goblin.
Yes, they
He
can.
seemed-
Okay.
Wholly unaffected by my magic.
Where are we?
It can't be. It seems those who set up the
They have their own
Pensive,
magic?
the
It's different.
Locket, and the Path to Both wanted someone with your ability to end up here. Come. We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
Yeah, how late are we to that? Now that I've had multiple life and death situations in the last half an hour. Oh, the W in warts is the same symbol that we've been seeing. It's better than AC Odyssey's title card sequence. It's been too long since I played... Wait, did I ever play Odyssey? If I played that one, I can't remember what this title card sequence was. It's been too long.
We haven't missed the sorting ceremony.
Oh, good.
I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate. Now,
imagine if the
I
kid
need
was
to
like,
study this
oh,
lot
you
as
changed
soon
my
as I
underpants, I have a
can, but
wedgie
first
now.
I must contact the Ministry. They need to know what happened to George and be warned of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black.
The way he
Prepare
just spat
yourself
the
to
last
meet
word.
The headmaster.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony's over.
There were complications.
Complications?
It seems the goblin problem has...
Enough. Goblins. I've no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever patience I had left. If you're lucky, we might still be able to get you sorted this evening.
I'll be in touch.
Professor Weasley, we've one more to be sorted.
What, he just said I had to wait till evening.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
So that's Professor Weasley. Imagine if the hat just goes, "You've been fighting a monk and dragon?" It just starts like screaming.
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you?
I failed first grade 3 times.
You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations.
I mean, if magic was real, I would be really eager to learn some spells. Like, exploring this place, I know there's a tree outside that'll kill you, there's centaurs in the woods that'll kill you, there's a spider cave to the east that'll kill you, there's a troll in the dungeon that'll kill you. I don't want to explore this place. This place sucks when you go out of bounds. I can't wait to start classes.
I'm looking forward to meeting my professors and learning all I can at Hogwarts.
Indeed.
Okay, that was kind of a kiss-up way of saying what I
Hogwarts
clicked.
has much to offer a dedicated student. And what you learn in class will prepare you for challenges outside the classroom as well. I wonder... I detect something in you. A certain sense of... what is it?
Hunger. I'm hungry. Alright, ambition, that's Slytherin. Daring, I don't know, might be Gryffindor. That's Ravenclaw, that's Hufflepuff. Still can't see. God damn, freaking, okay, here, I'm just gonna put myself right there. Is that better? God, you guys are so whiny. Curiosity.
A desire to learn? I do enjoy a good puzzle, and I believe I have a ready mind.
You're clever indeed. You have the ability to reflect clearly on that which puzzles others.
Alright, there we go, perfect.
And you've a ready mind, quick to learn. Perhaps you belong in Ravenclaw.
Wait, that's it? Is it just 2 questions? And it was really obvious too. Dude, you guys played this up so much. The sorting hat will take your choice into account when sorting you into your house. Intelligence, creativity, and wit, yes. Steam achievement. The sort who makes an entrance.
You belong in Ravenclaw!
Yay! Oh my god, everyone's changing my clothes. Freaking adults are all perverts. Why is the whole room cheering for me? That's odd. They didn't cheer for the last kid.
Oh, and one more thing. Due to the unfortunate injury on the pitch in last spring's final, this year's Quidditch season has been cancelled. Enough! It's not as though I've banned flying altogether, but don't tempt me. You are here to focus on your academic futures. I'm sure you will have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow. I said, I'm sure you all have plenty to do before classes begin tomorrow.
Quite an entrance.
That was a very
It's lovely to
interesting
meet
way
you.
to get out of putting Quidditch
Professor
in the game.
Weasley, would you be so kind as to show our new student to their common room?
I shall see to it, sir. As I was saying, I'm Professor Weasley. Pleased to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well, Professor.
As Deputy Headmistress, it is my distinct honor to show you to your common room. Right this way. It's quite uncommon for a student to begin as a fifth year. Might be a bit of a challenge, but one I'm sure you're up for.
I am, Professor.
This is the entrance to the Ravenclaw Common Room. You must solve a riddle to enter. I won't be of much help, I'm afraid. This sort of thing has always confounded
Watch it be
me.
a super easy riddle, and it's like, really? She was confounded by this forever?
Who lived longer? The ghost or the poltergeist?
A ghost or a poltergeist? A non-being can never have been.
So the ghost lived longer. Because the poltergeist was
Well
never
done.
alive.
Now, go on in and get some sleep. You have a big day ahead of you tomorrow.
I'm
shall
kind of
be back
bummed
in
out.
the
I thought it
morning
was going to give me some
collect you for your
choices.
first class.
He solved it.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy your first night at Hogwarts. Sleep well.
You're just that good, Mark. It's like grouping with the kid in Dad of Boy, God of War, where the kid just yells the answers constantly. Except we're playing the kid.
Looks like everyone's gone. Better head to the common room.
Why is there fog in my room? That is a very dirty mirror.
I suppose some introductions are in order.
Only 123,885,638 months to go.
I'll meet you there. Thank you, Broken. Quick save. Because we have done no saves yet.
Must be different. Starting Hogwarts not right either.
Doesn't know what to do with that time, so she did. Sends us each a new
Nom,
doctor
nom,
every
nom,
week.
nom, nom, nom. Samantha Dale.
I want him to be in the perfect place. A place he'll be happy with. But I can't seem to find it. Great golden gobstones! I want him to thrive here.
Golden gobstones.
My own little expression. I bought this Dittany seedling from home and I so want him to feel cozy. Dittany is amazing, isn't it? So much healing power in such a little plant. I've a bit of a thing for plants, as you can see. Pleased to meet you. I'm Samantha.
Nice to meet you, Samantha. Is Dittany used in Wiggenweld potion?
It is. Looks like someone's been studying up on their potion making.
Actually, Professor Fig told me about the Wiggenweld potion.
Of course. I heard you were studying with him before term. He's an enigma, Fig. Teaches about theory, it seems to know a lot
Can't
about
pause during
practical
conversations.
magic.
Mike, how much side content or collections are you gonna do? I don't know enough about this game to be able to answer that.
Professor Fig does know a great deal
quite
about
knowledgeable.
different forms of magic.
Well, I hope he told you about more than Wiggenweld. You've lots to catch up on, I'm sure.
Do most students grow their own ingredients?
Is it common practice for students to grow their own ingredients?
Oh, yes. In fact, our herbology teacher, Professor Garlick, encourages it. And I
Professor
don't think
Garlick?
Professor Sharp, our potions master, cares where you get your ingredients as long as your brews are all perfect.
An affinity for herbology is more typical of a Hufflepuff than a Ravenclaw, isn't it?
Ordinarily, perhaps, but it runs in my family. We've a full plot of these little fellows back home. I suppose you could say herbology is in my roots.
It was nice to meet you, Samantha. Good luck with your dittany.
Thank you. And good luck to you too on your first day.
Mark, is this the Dark Souls of Harry Potter? We have already had to parry.
That's just brilliant, Amit. Brilliant. You'd think you could... Ah! That is not how that... Why, hello. Would you like to take a look? Can't see too much in the day. Well, except for stars like Sirius, Canopus, Vega, and Arcturus. I'm Amit.
Obviously.
Pleasure to have you in Ravenclaw. Never met someone who's been so close to a dragon before.
Can't say I'd recommend it, frankly.
How does he know?
It's nice to meet you, Amit. I take it you like astronomy.
Oh, yes. So much to be learned from the stars. Also, there's something about the open air and night sky above the tower. It's invigorating. You will adore astronomy. Professor Shaw is incredibly knowledgeable.
I thought we agreed to keep secret what I went through. How does he know about the dragon? Going to Lord Kevin early morning. See you, Mandar.
I'm afraid I'm not much for memorizing constellations. Enough to worry about on the ground.
Well, you should know that all fifth years must take astronomy. However, I think you will feel differently after one night up on the tower. A quality telescope can show you things you never dreamed of.
I suppose I'll see you in class then.
Yes. Oh, and speaking of class, better get to my first one of the year. Nothing like the smell of fresh parchment, is there? Be seeing you.
The smell of fresh parchment.
Just have to wait for the right moment.
Is he crushing?
One moment. Watch this.
Oh, no, he's not.
What is this? Someone threw a dung bomb. Let's get out of here.
That wasn't quite the reaction I wanted. Oh well.
Right. What did you hope would happen?
I suppose I hoped it would lighten the mood. Ravenclaws can be a bit on edge the first day of class.
So he threw a sting bong and hoped they would
by the way.
laugh at it?
You seem downright calm next to some of these characters. And you survived a rather harrowing trip here.
Harrowing indeed.
Bit nervous.
I'm still a bit on edge myself and a little nervous for classes to start.
Oh, you needn't be worried. Truly, there's no reason to be nervous. Most professors are firm but fair. I mean, not all of the tricks I play are as simple as a tossed dung bomb, and I'm still here.
Wait, did you say most professors are firm but fair?
Ha, I did. But probably best I let you judge for yourself. I do tend to push their limits. I should wander off before someone traces that dung bomb back to me. Nice meeting you.
You threw it from 5 feet away. Traces it back to you.
New Ravenclaw. Professor Weasley is looking for you just outside. You'd best...
Starting new school this late.
Good morning. I trust you're ready for your first day at Hogwarts?
I've been dreaming of this day for a long time. Can't believe I'm here.
Well, you are here. Make the most of it. You only have one first day at Hogwarts. Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind. Especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
OWLs? Owls?
Yes, your ordinary wizarding level exams. They will determine what type of career you can have when you leave here. After much discussion with the headmaster and the Department of Magical Education at the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
Oh wow, a book. Ma'am, I need a new one. The book exploded. Oh god, I just threw up everywhere.
What is it?
It is a wizard's field guide. It will help you to keep track of what you are learning so that you master all that's expected of a 5th year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Do I have sleeves
Thank
of holding?
you, Professor, but what do you mean it will keep track of what I'm learning?
Perhaps seeing it in action will answer any questions you may have. Walk with me and we shall put it to the test.
Okay. Is this going to be like a quest journal?
Revelio.
This way. The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding lore.
Whee.
Lumos.
She doesn't care.
I certainly would have appreciated something like the field guide when I was a student.
Revelio.
Why don't you cast Revelio on this bust?
I just did.
And see what details the field guide can provide.
This bust, created in honor of a Ravenclaw house, resides in the lofty Ravenclaw Tower. You just unlocked a field guide challenge. Your progress towards completing challenges appears here. Collect field guide pages in Hogwarts 1 out of 2. Field guide challenges are the only way to acquire XP points or XP. This is your wizarding level. XP earned from challenges increases your level and power. The field guide tracks your current challenge progress. Select the challenges menu to continue. Collecting your first guide page unlocked a new challenge category. New challenges you unlock throughout your adventure will appear here. Select field guide pages. Each challenge has tiers. Special rewards unlock at each tier you complete, from appearances to critical upgrades. Rewards must be claimed from the challenges menu. Come back often to collect rewards you've unlocked. Okay.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle.
Revelio.
Oh,
No time to waste. We've classes to attend.
For all the hamburger helper, chip crunchies and guild
What?
dues.
But I need... Weasley, hold on. I need to get the stuff.
Revelio.
Huh. But I can't get too far from her. Alright, this feels like a puzzle I need to not be in the middle of this escort to do. Because if I walk too far away from her, it says I fail it.
Revelio.
Ah, good timing. Perfect opportunity to show you how to use flue flames to get around a bit quicker. Your field guide contains a map of the castle. Open it up and find Central Hall.
You discovered a Flue Flames fast travel point. You can open the map at any time to fast travel to any discovered Flue Flame. Hogwarts is divided into two main areas. The left side of the map is where the students and professors live and includes the house common rooms and the Great Hall. Select the Grand Staircase region. In this view, you can see the flue flames available in that region. Green flue flames represent flames you've discovered, including your own house common room. Gray reveal the location of undiscovered flames. The right side of the map is where you'll find academic points of interest, including the Astronomy Tower, Library, and Greenhouses. Select the Library Annex region. Professor Weasley has unlocked the Central Hall Flue Flame for you. Use it A and D to rotate the map, and fast travel to the Central Hall Flue Flame. Oh, it doesn't even show it? Oh. Okay.
And here we are. Quite the time saver. These stairs lead directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall.
Okay.
Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive. Our King's Cross station, so to speak.
Sometimes the prefect sits next to me.
That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
Can you tell me more about Charms?
What will I learn in Charms class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan. He's a clever and entertaining wizard, and a talented teacher.
What exactly is Defense Against the Dark Arts?
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become Aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our students' education in that regard.
What is Hogsmeade?
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You will also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
Now, do I have, like, dead parents that left me a ton of money to buy school supplies? Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class.
Thankfully.
You'll be up to speed in no time.
Thank goodness they're giving me extra
Judging by your
homework.
adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
He did, Professor.
He showed me
He's
that today.
been terribly vague as to the events preceding your arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
Nope.
I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm afraid that's all there is to it.
Almost precisely what Professor Fig said. Speak of the devil, Professor Fig. Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
Ah, I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
Well, I'm just glad you both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself. Might I rely on you, Professor Fig, to explain the details of the field guide's map?
Of course.
Thank you. Good luck today. And remember to use your field guide.
Like wands, the
It will
dragon
be
chooses the
invaluable
wizard.
to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date on your progress.
Yes, Professor.
Come and find me in my classroom after you've attended both classes today, and I'll explain more about those assignments I mentioned. And we'll see if we can't get you to Hogsmeade for those supplies.
Talk to Fig.
It's good to see you, Professor.
And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today, before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you masterfully evade Professor Weasley's interrogation regarding our late arrival?
I don't like lying.
I did try to evade her questions, though I feel a little deceptive. That said, I'm fairly certain she suspects that we're not being entirely forthcoming.
Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with the headmaster that would be better left between us.
Understood, Professor.
Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map?
Mischief
Unfold it and have a
managed.
look.
Open the map. This represents main quest. Completing main quest farthers the story, unlocks new features, and grants XP. Some quests are locked by spell and or level requirements. In these cases, you'll need to be the required level and or have the required spell to activate the quest. New spells can be earned by completing professor's assignments or as quest rewards. Charms class.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way.
This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you.
Now, sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious locket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
Imagine his face if I was like, can you teach me the killing curse? Cast Charmed Compass. Will lead you to anything you're tracking.
Revelio.
You don't really press a button at the doors, you just kind of run into them and wait for them to open.
Revelio.
It's got pictures of butterflies around it.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
I promise. You make a point. I'm sorry. Not now, Annabelle. It was a long time ago.
Professor Ronan tells
Revelio.
We sometimes have to remind him to finish the lesson.
No one knows what happened.
Some of us don't necessarily want him to get back to the lesson.
And then the werewolves joined the goblins in the uprising.
Werewolves, where were you? In the Goblin Rebellion of 1752?
And by the end of it, the Minister for Magic was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, what fun! I won't say my goodbyes. I shall cheer for the boy who says you're telling lies.
I'm not telling lies, Peeves. It was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flack.
Oh, fight! It's a bold attack. Was the Minister a boot or the Minister a flack?
5, 12.
Stop it, Peeves. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't give Peeves a smack. She says it's a boo,
10.
and he says it's a flat.
Peeves, enough. You'll get us all detention.
Peeves, I'm trying to do a puzzle. You shut up.
And you're both wrong.
Revelio.
It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't Boots and it wasn't Flack, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
Oh my god. Alright. Alright, figure another puzzle here. Okay, so there's a 5 and a 12. Can't open it. There's 2 things nearby that I can fiddle with. Symbols around the outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 symbols around the outside. Possibly the 5 is like the 5th symbol.
Revelio.
Which is... I can't tell what that thing is. Is it over here? Yeah, that's it. And then 12, there's only 10 symbols. Maybe it wraps back around, so then 1, 2 would be a unicorn. No, it's not that. Although, I do see a unicorn, a 4, and a question. A unicorn, a 4, and a question make 12. Maybe the 3 combine to make 12. So 5 is a 3, a 0, and a question. So the question would be a 2. But none of these are numbers. But the second symbol, if 2 translates to the second symbol, would be the unicorn thing. Which is already over there. The other thing, if it's unicorn, which we already think is 2, and a 4, plus something else is 12, then question means 6. If it's translated to the symbol, then 6 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is... I can't tell what the hell that thing is up there. Something with its tongue hanging out? No. That's not an option. Okay, so it's not that. What about over here? That thing. But if that's the case, hold on. Okay, no. That thing is not involved in it at all. So that train of logic might not have been it. Is there another button? That's just the flashy thing.
I did.
He doesn't know? No, I don't know. Orange eye newt goggles. What the hell? Three, 5 in question. Wait, what is this?
Lumos.
Level 1 lock. Don't know how to lockpick. So that's question. That's question. Still thinking, okay.
Time to become the darkest wizard of all
I still think
time.
it's those 3 combined to make the number in the symbol. So 0, 3, and then that has to be 2. So question mark is 2. The question then, okay, maybe it's just like 1, 2. And then this one, 4 plus unicorn plus question. So maybe if question, my earlier logic was that the unicorn represented 2 because it's the second symbol, which would be 2, 4, and blank equals 12, which means that's 6. So what if I just roll this 6 times? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 6-sided dice though, right? So 6 just goes back around to question mark. So that's not it. All right. Let's do this for a second. I'm just gonna brute force the... Oops. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna brute force the right dice and see what happens. Okay, my logic was correct on that one. What number symbol was that? What is that thing? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8. So my logic was correct on that one. And then I'm not positive if I had the right logic on this one. I think I had the correct logic on the left one, and I brute forced the right one. So I'm not really sure why the right one was the right answer. Do you want the confirmation? No, I want you to stay quiet about it. Stylish, informal school uniform. Yo, I just stole some kid's clothes. Small game tables.
Revelio.
Okay.
Obviously, the best
all right.
greenhouse is the one with the danger.
What was the... Oh, that's not it. Crap. What was the button to... There it is. V.
All of the shopkeepers like.
Here. Behind you. There is an open seat here.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student.
She's natty, so no roids.
Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work. But I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right, now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms? Anyone? Anyone? Hmm? I am afraid it is too late to study now.
Wait, no, you just told us to turn to page
My,
517.
the summer months must have really taken a toll on you all. By the looks of it, you all spent your holidays practicing Obliviate on one another. Do you even remember how to perform a basic summoning charm? Well, it seems that we are in dire need of review. Everyone get into pairs and take positions on opposite sides of the classroom. Now let's put those textbooks to use as the blunt objects you so believe they are, and take turns summoning them out of one another's hands. Only one book will be needed per partnership, Miss Dale. Thank you. Get into place now.
Steady your wand with mouse and guideline. Oh, it's the same as before. Okay.
Accio.
Yoink.
That is not bad.
You are a swift learner.
No one taught it to me.
I see a lot of potential, but remember,
I just learned that out of thin air.
Potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is
no one else in the class did anything
day,
yet.
I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me.
No, I'll get grass stains on my robe.
I've always found that fun goes hand in hand with mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our prowess with the summoning charm to the test, right?
Can you teach me the spell to make instant board games, please?
So why don't we have our newest student start us off? Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish your charm at the last possible moment.
Accio.
Now, think of this like splendid! Don't lose your composure. Very good. Not to worry.
Okay, releasing the button does not release the charm.
Excellent control there. Stay focused. Very good.
Okay,
Points to Ravenclaw.
so I was
There's
holding down the
certainly no
button
sport
and
in
then
playing
releasing
without
it,
some
and
friendly
it wouldn't
competition.
stop. You had to
Miss
actually release it and
Onai,
press the
would
button
you
again.
care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up.
Alright, so it's a double tap, now I know.
You'll be the blues, just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Look, it's terrible at this game. I am, but I will improve.
Be sharp.
Sublime!
Phew.
Accio.
Dang it!
Don't lose your composure.
Watch this. That is how it's done.
I don't think there's any catching up now. I got it now, but I think it's too late.
Here we go.
Unless I sabotage her! Oh, I can't shoot her, I tried. Wait! Can I knock her ball out of bounds?
Yes!
Accio.
Well
Dang!
done.
I wanted to try. Needed more force.
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
He's gonna add flamethrowers.
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
I'll say.
Night all. Night, Blue.
Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Be sharp. There we go.
Accio.
Very good.
Let us see this. That is how it's done.
Dang it.
Nicely done. Watch this.
Alright, rather than trying to hit her ball off again, I'm gonna try to just go for the win if I can.
Accio.
Excellent control there.
Thank you.
Very good, both of you. Well done.
Natural born baller. The first one I lost because I didn't understand the controls. The second one I was just figuring out when to release the button, and then I was like, okay, I can land in blue every time now. If I had to do it again, I still need to figure out how much force to do it to knock someone else's ball off the board, if that's possible.
I think I underestimated you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio.
Wow, you suck.
Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
I'm holding my own.
Thank you, but I've been holding my own.
I appreciate your confidence.
No one says
I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach
Toxic
divination
Ravenclaw.
here.
Standard
I knew it,
Ravenclaw.
We had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
How big is Ugadu?
Is Wagadu much bigger than Hogwarts?
Wagadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
What does it look like?
Is Wagadu a castle, like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
Can we transfer? That sounds better. Is the magic the same?
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Wagadu uses one.
What?
You can cast spells without a wand?
Oh, yes. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I
That's a
must
way better
admit,
school.
however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
That's why we swoosh our cloaks, too. It's just the drama. Thanks.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Wagadu, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. Ah, I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Of course, you can use Accio on
Revelio.
if you're so inclined.
Well, you'd be using it on
A word,
clothing,
if
to be
you would.
precise, Sebastian. You know it won't work on humans.
You wanted to speak with me, Professor?
I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation?
Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir.
What charm is there in the expected? You did well, managing to best as gifted a student as Miss Onai.
Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed the match.
Miss Onai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
Quest complete. Charms class.
Revelio.
Plus 15 hit points.
Hello. How was your first day coming along?
Hello, Samantha. Nice to see you again.
I wondered how your first day was going. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
I'm amazing.
I've been fortunate. Beginner's luck.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be overconfident in his.
Oh man, yeah, we hate
Better
William.
see to my charms homework. I'm afraid I can't count on beginner's luck to impress Professor Ronan.
Oh my gosh. Chat, that reminds me of a short story. Hold on, I'm gonna share this with you guys. Okay, so I don't know if any of you ever had an experience where you were in school and then you like transferred to another school and the curriculum wasn't in the exact same spot. But it happened to me once. And when I was I went to school in 8th grade. I went to school in Georgia. And then my family moved because my dad had a business thing. And I went to 9th grade in Utah. And the math class I took in 9th grade was algebra which was the same thing I took in 8th grade the year before. So I had already kind of learned all of that, right? I was not a all A's student. I was mostly a B student, occasionally an A. I honestly didn't really try that hard. But I was not an all A student. I think it's important to stress that. On our first test in this new math class, I get 100%. Because I already knew all the content from the curriculum the year before. And the teacher tried to use me as an example, and the teacher's like calling people up. And dude, it was honestly kind of humiliating. The teacher would be like, you know, Samantha, and usually Samantha would walk up and he'd hand her test, and then he's like, Joey, and Joey would walk up and he'd hand Joey his test, and he's like, Michael, and I walk up and he takes me by the shoulder and he's like, Michael is the only one that got 100% on that test. And I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? And he's like, the rest of you need to learn how to apply yourself. Summer vacation is over, and you need to put in some more effort like Michael did. And I'm like, you are making me make enemies, stop. And he goes, Michael, how much did you study for this test? And I'm like, I'm stun locked at this point, right? And the first thing out of my mouth was not what he wanted to hear. I didn't think to tell him the reason why. I just said, I didn't, sir. I just said I didn't study. That was my answer to his question in front of the class while he was trying to make a point to them and use me as an example that they should study. And I said, I didn't. And he was just like, and he just lets go of my shoulder, slaps his desk, and turns around and goes back to like just ignoring us. And then I'm just sitting there standing really awkwardly. Now the class hates me. And I'm like, great. So I was like, great, okay, cool. Yeah, now the class hates me and the teacher hates me. Wonderful day to start my school year in the new state. Awesome. Is that how you got expelled? No, I never got expelled. I didn't get caught. Anyway, yeah, this guy being all modest here, it reminded me of that. So now you guys know that story. Okay, how do we save it?
Wee woo wee woo wee woo. SpongeBob the Maniac is here. Wee woo wee woo.
How do I... Hold on. Save game. All right, cool. All right, chat. We are, I mean, it says an hour. We've been playing about 90 minutes. It is midnight. We are going to save it here. I gotta say, okay, thus ends our first session of Hogwarts. I'm having fun. This is pretty enjoyable so far. I will say when I saw the map, I was feeling overwhelmed. Like, there's so much. Like, I kind of wish there was a small newbie area and then a small intermediate area, you know? I'm having kind of choice paralysis because this place is so big to wander around in. But it's pretty cool. I'm happy to keep trying this. We'll take another stab at this tomorrow night.
And now you have a chat that hates you. Seems like your lot in life.
And an editor that hates me too. Oh, hi. What's up? Chat, hold on a sec. Oh, what timing? Meow. How you doing? What's up? The booty. The booty. What are you doing, dude? The booty rises. Oh. He's like a scritch above the butt. Got here just in time for the ending. What is the plushie behind him? That's the blanket. Oh, do you mean the one down there? That's from the Black Myth Wukong box. It's Wukong's friend that looked like a little guy with a pig head. That's from the stuff that they sent me long ago. I haven't figured out a better place for it, so it's just sitting right there. The war dog thing, yeah. Yep, all right. Hey, chat, thank you guys for joining me this evening. You guys seem to be pretty invested in this. Honestly, usually when I switch from Guild Wars 2 to something else, there's always a dip in viewership because most of my audience is Guild Wars 2 themed. And there was a lot of y'all that stuck around to experience Harry Potter with me today. Oh, sorry, Hogwarts Legacy with me today. So that's cool. I'm glad that so far, at least, it seems to be interesting for you guys as well. We will do more Hogwarts Legacy tomorrow night for any of you who wants to see the continuation of it. Be sure to hit the follow button if you're here on Twitch, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. These are links to my 2 YouTube channels if you want to see all the videos I create. I'm going to be spending the next hour probably putting together the news video for what we went over today. And a very special thank you toward your patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do this without them, and there is a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a fabulous evening, sleep well, and I will see you tomorrow. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank, way the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes, third the Snuffles, Van Chauncey, Sir, and fourth the Esquire, Reginald Bartholomew, Douglas, Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's like, yeah. Have you attempted oxygen not included? I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them, and I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50 and he was drunk and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... The cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New patron, oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, patron. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.